Yes, Dumpster Dev, you are first. Hey, welcome. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the follow earlier. I got a lot of follows while I was offline, which is what I first acknowledge. So first, the plan for the stream. Yeah, yeah. The big plan for the stream is if the title didn't. Yeah, what specifically is amazing. I'm agreeing everything's amazing. Yeah, but the plan for the stream is I'm going to finish up my multiplayer trivia game, the polishing of the UI, and then move on to some homework slash. Oh, I appreciate that. I Let me look at this. I have a snowball ice. I got in like a bundle, so like it came with the stand and a little thing and all that. But hey, I appreciate that. When the whole world went remote, I was like, well, this is definitely gonna. It's like 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks wasn't the deal. So I was like, it's definitely gonna get my use out of it. I might as well get it now, and then it'll start paying its dividends. But yeah, multiplayer trivia game, and then some Code Wars slash homework. So I haven't actually got this thing turned on yet, but live server. If you want to see how I made this, this is technically part two as far as streams go, but I will demonstrate it. So I have two different windows open. I This is the problem with it. It doesn't have a user interface. No, I'm not in school, but I am. Okay, I guess it's not homework, but it's homework-esque. I'm in the 100 Devs training agency. Well, they're an agency with a training program, so there's like weekly things like you should read, do, etc. And a little of that was a chapter in the JS Way book, and another one. I remember it. I'm just a goldfish at the moment, so I don't remember it. But yeah, if I can get like half of the things on my list done, I'll be happy. Like some of these things like peer discovery, nah, we don't need that, but but the site itself works good. I just have to remember, well, here comes memory time, how we use the site. Yeah, it counts as homework for sure, dumpster. um yeah, so we have joining equals 123. And then I have to make another thing called ID equals. Yeah, so as you can see, this experience of joining another user's multiplayer game, not very fluid. So we have to say ID equals 123. So this window, their ID is 123. And this window, they are joining 123, and their ID is ABC. Not confusing at all. So now they should be joined. Nope, they're not. Well, maybe it broke during the break. Who knows? Yeah, that's it. Maybe this is a good thing to start off. Cannot establish connection. That would do it. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So yeah, I have a little bit of knowledge. It's all self-learned, self-taught before 100 devs. So like, it started off in Python in the school, like actual high school and stuff. There was a 3D modeling class using a Blender, which was good. It like a 3D modeling animation, that good part of it, but there was a game engine built into it. So I had to learn Python to make the games, and every kid wants to make games at that age. So I learned that. Then Minecraft is popular, still is popular, but back then it was popular. So I had to learn Java so I could make mods and plugins from me and my friends on our little server. And then from then on, it was like, well, I want to make a website, so I learned PHP of all things. Then it's like, well, that was a wasn't a mistake per se, but it was like I want my website to do stuff, so learn JavaScript, not modern JavaScript. This was ES5 JavaScript, so no classes. I think Node.js just came out, so barely none of that. No, no, that's a perfect question, Dumpster Dev. I am. Mm, Oh, this is horrible. Okay, so about to see live math. So 2022 minus 1997. I am 25 years old, apparently. Yeah, so this is all, like high school, early high school, like junior, or what's it called, freshman, that elective class was. And then, through high school, I learned all that stuff. I remembered it's just like, I got the streamer brain, the goldfish memory. It's all on me today. Because the stream, like, I don't, if you were here for like the last one, this is supposed to be my consistent streaming scheduling in which I stream at 2 p.m. And it's not 2 p.m. Eastern time, if you don't know. 30, but hey, I mean, that's kind of like the one of the good things about coding. It doesn't really, for the most part, except for, those bad apples, that age doesn't really matter, except like, physically your hands and maybe your eyesight. 31 in a couple of weeks. Hey, well, I'm sure I'll see you before then, but just in case our paths don't cross, happy early birthday then. Yeah, 30. I mean, that's still young. I mean, at least I'm pretty sure you're in 100 devs, but yeah, I mean, Leon's like talked about people. I think the lowest one he mentioned was 60 or such. So yeah, there's great thing about software development. That's not much of a limiting except those bad apples and such. Yeah, I recognize your name, but I didn't want to assume and be like, yeah, Leon says this one and the other, and you're like, who's this Leon person they're talking about? Yeah. Yes, I think I have this working. So I'm 100, I'm 123, and this is ABC. Yes, okay. So it's working. So you see, I click the ready button over here, and nothing's happening until I click this ready button. And now that these are two different browsers across the internet, we have the same questions. So what amount of bits equals 1 byte? 8, 8. Yeah, I do think I recognize you in the other. Definitely. That's probably where I remember you the most from Mayan streams. But it's like the 95%. I've been burned by 5% before. Linus Torvald. I'm going to answer two different questions. What is LCD? Well, I'm going to go with the picking random numbers. Clicky, clicky, and bada boom, bada bing. This is the end of the trivia thing. So the user sees what they got correct. They see what everyone answered with full pluses. So they answered, man, these colors are really informative, aren't they? So they answered false, and the correct answer was true. So one person answered false, one person answered true. And yeah, this is the trivia game. So as you can see by the first like 3 minutes of the stream, joining it requires you enter like things in the URL bar. This is for like if you want to share a link, but obviously there needs to be a user interface for this, which is what the plan is today. And then let me see. So yeah, I can close that browser. And then the plan will be if we have enough time. Let me just no, wow, I broke that again. I love SSL certificates. They always work. And then the plan after that is to see, well, where's the leaderboard? There it is. Today, please. Yeah, so as we can see, wow, motherboard's really, really leaving us, huh? The plan is, yeah, the plan was to pass someone up, but yeah, their score's gotten a little bit. The plan is to get to at least 5100 score on her, and then that'll be it probably. Because, yeah, 200 is a lot to do in one stream. But yeah, multiplayer trivia UI time. Yeah, that's about it. So let us see what the plan is. So I did write a to-do list, thankfully. It's somewhere over here. Yeah, I got this. Like, it's all, nothing's new. It's just, the polish and stuff. Let's do 300. I mean, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me, because luckily I got, like, little to do tomorrow, so I could spend the night. Game progress. So, but first, I can't leave this. I have too many unfinished projects already. Can't have another one. So yeah, first we're gonna do some non-internet things or non-networking thing. By the way, I don't think I mentioned, but this achieves the multiplayer functionality across the internet using a free library called Peer.js, and it works over the internet. Like you don't need a server running usually, but I have one because it's easier to work with. But free library Pure.js. So if you want to make anything work with multiple users and you haven't learned backend, you can still do this. And this is the more advanced example. I'll demonstrate the architecture where you have each player. So say we have 3 players. Don't bring up the nuns. They're all joining each other. So in this, so there's no host to the game, so they all join each other. So if one of the players drops out, these 2 players can still be playing. So this is the more complicated architecture, and it's the one I went with because I was, like, there are a lot of creative people in here, and I'm like, I can make some numbers dance, and that's about it. So it's like, if I figured I'd be able to show this technology off, and maybe someone else could use those creative juices in their brain to make something interesting out of it. But yeah. So yeah, the plan is game progress. So there are so many questions, it'd be nice to know what question number we're on. So when I'm in single player mode, how many more questions do I got? It's a great thing the user would like to know. So with that, the Pomodoro timer gets started, and we go to the HTML. Now, if you are wondering, I am running a little bit in TypeScript, but that's only because Goldfish memory. For the most part, you don't need TypeScript for any of this to work. So you have the gameplay section, the game over section. We need gameplay section. H1 containing the question, and let's just go with a span down here. This will contain question info. Amazing variable name, question info. That's literally going to be question number out of question numbers. So every time we render a question, great, I have to remember week old code. You ever come back to week old code or any old code and it's like, I remember none of this. That old Dumbledore meme. Okay, so let's see. We have, basically we render a question is what I want this to be. Yes, okay, this is my amazing templating. Just injecting raw HTML. No one's gonna mind. Yeah, so yeah, I'm injecting all the answers. Question title, there it is. So we're going to say, so first I'm going to go up here and declare another variable containing some user interface elements. So question info equals document query selector, and I gave it an ID. There we go. TypeScript is angry. We'll tell it exists with the exclamation point. Now we say question info dot text content equals some templating magic. So current question number out of total questions, or total question count. And we can get current question number from current question index plus a 1. And then we can get the question count from the questions array length. Okay, that's probably gotta style it. No, we don't have to style it if it never shows up. Okay, yep, so this is another thing. Good old memory. Since I'm writing this in TypeScript, I have to do this weird little dance. To get the scripts, to get the TypeScript to update. I dragged it off screen because I have to go through my terminal history, and there are some passwords in my terminal history because I'm a baddie who writes bad code. Okay, it's back now, so I'll show you the command I ran. npm tsc --watch. If you want to see me struggle to build these commands, you can check my previous VOD, but essentially, oh look, I already have a add a command, npm run dev. Okay, so Goldfish memory again. Essentially, TSC is short for TypeScript. It takes the TypeScript assets and automatically builds them into the JavaScript that our browser needs and loves. And then watch says, essentially, it's like live server. Whenever something changes, rebuild the assets. So that's all that is. But now, hey, we got question 1 out of 5. So now we can tell, when is this game going to be over? So boom, that is one feature already down. So that, again, that was one of the easier ones, but still, make a nice, lovely commit of that easy code. I gotta keep getting rid of this. This is awkward. Cool, lovely, easy code. Gotta love those easy ones off first. So let's see. Add question info to page. It's about as great as names I'm gonna come up with. Add that, and let's scroll all the way back up to re-add our local server info. Yeah, so this is a behavior I'm going to be having to do often, which is not a good one of this constantly removing and re-adding. So detour time, gotta love our detour times. I'm going to make some changes. So the build script will set an environment variable called node env equals production, and this means nothing in this particular context, but it's basically saying this, we're going to say we're in production mode right now, and then when we're not in production mode, it's going to do something else. So it's like a variable or a boolean we can pass when running commands. So we're going to say, now we're going to see if this can even work. Process env node env. Just going to see if it works. Cancel. Okay, process is not defined. That makes sense because this is a browser. Yeah, you know what? That was a great idea. I think that will take 2 minutes. No, it's not going to take 2 minutes. I have to implement half a build system and typing. I can just check if we're on localhost, right? Window dot domain. What is it? Location dot. Well, let's look at window location. Because basically, I want it to behave one way on my server and another way when it's on the public. Because I don't want people to go to my GitHub and like, I have to start a server? Heck nah. There you go. So window host name. So if it's this or localhost, I'll use this configuration. Otherwise, I'll just use the free public internet one. So if I'm gonna yoink that string. Yeah, 127 is a good number. So or localhost. So if any of these is the window.location.host, then I want to use this configuration. Otherwise, I want to use no configuration, and this is unreadable, so Control-Shift-I auto format as a VS Code shortcut. Essentially, this is the same as saying if equals two things, so it's the same as saying if thing equals A or another equals A. Well, that's not an equal sign, but equals A. Effectively the same logic, but you can use the includes method to say, hey, is this in any of these? So if either of these is matching this, essentially the same logic, but it does scale more, and I don't know, it's about it. So if we're on local, we're going to use a server. Otherwise, we use nothing, which will use the internet as we desire. So if I go and looky over here, I add some lines, do a refresh. I look at the network tab because I'm paranoid. Ah, we are using the internet. Not what we're looking for. Okay, so let's console log this, because that didn't do what we wanted. Ah, so it's not host, is it host name? It was host name, almost first try, and host name. Now, yep, we got a new client connected, so yeah, that is now working. Another little commit, add localized peer JS settings. Oh no, add development peer JS settings. Very cool. We make that commit, and one more terminal open, git push, there it be. Again, if any of y'all want to follow along, or I wouldn't recommend trying to play it multiplayer, but you can play it single player right now. There is the GitHub, and on the top of the page is a link to the playable version hosted by, or hosted on, GitHub pages. So we got that to do done. You know, since we did that, development config. There we go. So pause to show the correct answer on the round end. So right now the behavior is, and I want to change this. what company, blah, blah, blah. So when I click it, I want it to pause for like 5 seconds while it shows what I clicked and the right answer. So if I click Commodore, I don't know what the right answer was. So I like it to pause, then move forward. And again, this is a thing we can do with little to no network interference, because I don't think I really explained this, but we can see here we have an array of players, and it already has one object in it with a bunch of logic. But what this basically implements is that, similar to Minecraft, if any of y'all have ever played Minecraft, we have a client instance. This is our browser. Then we have all the other browsers we're communicating with. So they're all here. They're no longer boxes because my mouse is not cool like that. And then we have one more client, and that client is ourselves. We are our own client. But instead of writing code specifically to update our game and our state and our things, then writing other code to update it when someone else does it, we join our own game so we can write the same code for all of it. So, because less code means less things can go break or go wrong. This does mean, this did mean we had to implement a little extra, like this particular thing was the only extra bit we had to implement, which is essentially replicating what a data connection looks like according to Pure.js, the library we're looking at. And honestly, if you've ever dealt with event handlers at all, this is what it looks like on the inside, folks. So if you imagine on was add event listener, you've been using this your entire time. So if there isn't an event, we create a new thing, a new array of them, push your function to that event, and then whenever that thing happens, we run all the functions basically. So it's not too crazy, but it is how it works. Handlers close. Oh yes, I'm like, wait, what is this code? Yeah, it's on close. Okay, again, goldfish memory. Who wrote this code? So yeah, what were we doing? This is why you write to-dos, folks. Pause to show correct answer at round end. Okay, so this is going to be some point when all the questions are answered, and we're about to go to the next one. So this is handle peer message, advanced game, I believe. So this is when they set the questions, question index. Okay, here we go. So this is, we increment the question index, and then we render the next question. But we don't want to do this instantly anymore. We want to do this at like a 5-second-ish delay. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to say set timeout to render question, and since this thing needs no arguments or this state, we can pass it raw. And then how many seconds? 5,000 of them, because set timeout takes milliseconds, not seconds. But actually, no, not that actually. Actually, we want to render the question first, showing the correct answer. So we need to call on one render question to show this is what you answered, this is what the right answer was, and then 5 seconds later, the next one. So this goes here, actually. So we render question and we say we want you to show answers. So we're just gonna add another argument, and TypeScript's like, whoa, 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 whoa. This was not in the plan. And I'll be like, don't worry about it. Correct answer. I'll be like, we have an argument here, and it's a Boolean, and it defaults to false. So now TypeScript is all like, okay, this is a good plan. Now I need to implement the logic where I show the correct answers, but I don't. Thanks to past me, I already wrote that logic. I just have to steal it. So we have this answers containers thing, and this is using some real spaghetti code to generate HTML that, so we have 2 labels. I have 2 labels down here too. So we're going to, we'll copy a little more. Just take a little bit of this and just drop it in here. Oh, you tell me that just don't work? Of course don't. Okay, let's dissect the difference, compare and contrast, see what the difference is. See, I'm not implementing the counting logic. I don't want to find out, like, what did the other players answers and what did I answer? That's too much work for this little task. We're just going for rendering it. So we have ID answered, type all this stuff. So this is good, but we want to say is correct. Basically, this class here should handle all the magic. So we yoink that and we put it on this label. Now we just need to define is correct. So how did I do that before? Pass to me, tell me your magic. I checked if the answer equaled the correct, or if my answer equaled the correct answer, I can do that. Can I do that? Well, it's in here. How do I do that? So it's gonna have to be over here. So these are all my answer indexes, and then I delete them. Okay, so I get the last answer from my answer indexes, and that's how I determine what my answer was. So this is going to be question answers. So I need to get const of my answer equals players find player that self, which is a special flag only the current player has. Then answer indexes, and then to get the last of it, so I'll use, apparently I won't use at, I will slice -1 to then index by 0. That's a common trick to get the last element of something like an array without having to index it and reobtain the length. So if I get my answer index, yeah, that's right. I also need to highlight my answer index. Yeah, so is correct is literally if answers my answer index, undefined or number. Don't worry about it, TypeScript. It's a number. You can trust me. Now, the plan. So, well, this is technically good. So that's telling me if it's, I mean, this just might be it. I'm just losing my mind. So it needs to be when showing the correct answer and that thing's happening. Let's find out, folks. Correct term for the metal object in between the CPU and the CPU van. Heat sink. I don't think they're all correct, folks. Okay, so all the answer indexes equaled. Ooh, this also only needs to happen when it's this index. So here we go. That's becoming quite the ternary, and okay, this is interesting. So correct answer for this question is, well, that is correct, but they're all true. Let's just take that off, and this will be enough to just look here. So I should be able to cheat. I should be seeing the correct answer highlighted, but I am not. So it is time to bring out the debugger. So the way I like to do this is with VS Code. I hit the F5, I say, yo, Chrome, help me out. And then this thing yells at me, and I'm like, go away. And then this has never happened before, and I'm like, please stop. No, you worked before. Why won't you work? Oh, because I ran it on a TypeScript file, of course. So if I tell VS Code, stop remembering bad stuff, deleting launch config, and now I run it on an HTML file instead of a JavaScript file, it then realizes, hey, maybe this person wants me to open a browser. And then opens a browser on the wrong window, and then I drag it over. And then since I do like my live refreshing, I'm going to paste that there, clear that. Nice knowing you, Firefox. You're cool, but you ain't cool enough for me to figure out how to get Firefox debugger working. And yeah, we got weird errors for stuff that I don't care about. And now what we can do is jump back to our code, and we can be like, put a breakpoint right here, and it turns red. That's how you know it's working. And you can refresh and go to it, and it stops. Hey, Prankstar. How you doing? How's it been going? We're over here just polishing up the multiplayer trivia game. So yeah, this is the part two. We're gonna, just polish it up, chuck the UI on it so people can use it without typing in the URL bar, and then do some code wars or some of that 100 devs work, depending on. Hey, glad to hear, Prankstar. Glad to hear it. Yeah, if you're wondering why I'm starting a little later, it is because I did not have the time and my internet was being weird. So hopefully the internet was running good for like 30 whole minutes. I tested it, so better late than never, right? Let's figure out this logic. I have my answer index is undefined. Well, that's a problem, ain't it? So we have, let's find my answer indexes. So to the debug console, clear some text. I have no answer indexes. That would do the problem. Wait a minute. This is because I have no answers. Haha. Please skip along. And now when I have an answer. Hey, I'm glad to hear it is, Prankstar. Glad to hear it. And then. Ooh, this is an ugly error. Cannot set properties of undefined setting response. Oh no. What does this mean? Player.response has no data. Ah, how dare it. I know what happened. I don't know what happened. Okay, let's just try to play the game. Ooh, the game is on fire. Okay. When it's on fire, you go to Firefox, right? It's because that might save the day. Firefox play the game. I didn't really, like, it was working fine on Firefox. Oof. Live server. Something. Yowza. Players find. Huh. Well, this is a new predicament. So, yeah, it's. Oh, I have two IDs, right? Okay, now I ready. And now I. Okay, I have a lot of console logs in here. I have to decipher this in. I'm like, who joined me? It's like, no, I joined myself. Okay, yeah, so this is working. Don't know what Chrome's throwing a hissy fit for. Let's try it once more. Ready and false. Okay, yeah, so it's working fine. Well, it's working fine enough for the failure. Okay, so I click this, so I have my 5 seconds, and then there we go. So it's showing always correct, which not really true. Let's go back to render questions and look at our answer indexes. So this is where we are receiving our players. We're saying, hey, everyone, you responded. I'm going to add your responses to the answer indexes. Then render questions like, okay, time to render them. So that is after the answer indexes have their things pushed to. So it should be in here, but it's not. Let's just console log this player while we're here. Answer indexes. Okay, so the first one, it'll be empty, as expected. Second one, it'll have a number. There we go. Tell me the number. You're not going to tell me the number. Okay, console, tell me the number. It was the number 1, which matches up with what I clicked on. So yeah, I want to, so this is where I want set the breakpoint, and then what's the, for the country Tuvalu, this is a geography question, folks. Okay, so my answer index is 1. Okay, I need to check if, for this question, my answer index equals the correct answer. So let's break this expression into small parts. So was TT the correct answer? It was TV. So we're gonna, is correct should be false. Good. So if we go again, is TT the correct answer? No, it's TV. Well, it's still TT. Huh, okay, so when I'm true for one of them, I'm true for all of them. When I'm true for none of them, one of them, I'm true. Okay, so it's basically alling. It's not supposed to be doing it for all, it's supposed to be doing it for the current index, which would happen if I used I anywhere in this expression, but I do not. So I need to check if, okay, so two things. I have to show my answer and the correct answer. So what I'm currently doing is a hybrid of both, which is giving us neither. So yeah, this checked thing needs to happen up here. Basically, if this is my answer, and let's drag that around. So yeah, we got one broken feature, but we're adding another one. So we'll have two broken features. There we go, we're checked. We're saying basically if my answer index equals I, checked, or, I mean, that kind of just works. Let's watch it in action. So ready, I click false, false turns blue. As expected. False must have been, actually we'll find out. Ooh, okay, that turned green. It wasn't supposed, none of that was supposed to happen. But that's okay. We'll see what this is about. So I need to check if, basically if this is a correct answer, it will mean that the answers for this index equals correct answer. Okay, folks, I think I got it. That's rendering a little too soon. This show correct answer needs to be conditional on all this logic. So I only show or do any of this when we're showing the correct answer. So I'll say this and this. Okay, folks, this looks right. Not an official development name for Ubuntu release. I know they are all animals, so Mystic Mansion is not correct, so this should turn aqua. It is aqua, yeah. Now I'll fail real quick. Oldest computers by release date, Apple III. Yeah, here we go. I clicked blue. It was actually the green one. Okay, this is working great, and we'll just go through the whole game just to be sure this is working well. I do have this 5-second timer now. That could be customizable, but it's alright. Okay, yeah, and that is the end. I have that end logic that did not delay me at the end, so I can fix that. There we go. So both of these need to be on a 5-second delay. So essentially, this entire function below, 5-second delay. Everyone enjoy. Yeah, push all the logic away for 5 whopping seconds. Yoink. There we go. Put that code kind of back to where it was. Control-Shift-I, give me some auto formatting, and this is about it for this feature, and just about the end of the first Pomodoro session. So we have show answer for each round, and just for full testing, we're not printing that. I'm not that proud of this particular feature. We are joining another client. So ID equals I don't care. Joining equals 1, 2, 3. There we go. So both should be here. Both ready up. Now I answer do while. I'll answer if, and it doesn't show each other's answers, unfortunately, because I'm not there. But it shows your own, and you can, wow, I got lucky there. So yeah, feature working perfectly. Always good to test before committing. Show correct answer for each at end of each round. End of each round. Saved, committed, and well, find which terminal it is. Can VS Code be cool? VS Code cannot be cool. We will run a normal old git push. And that would help if I had that open. And with this, if y'all want to play it, at least single player, or try your best multiplayer, or just want to see what the code looks like, the repo is going to be in my address bar, and then I will put it in the chat. And enjoy. And with that, we will also be enjoying our 5-minute break. It's good to be healthy, folks, so be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax, whichever is up to you. And I will be back in 5 minutes. And with that, our break is coming to an end. Feel free to come on back. And While I fiddle with things, I'll switch the screen. We will be sneaking in a Code Wars. I know. It's like, this ain't Code Wars time. We're going to be doing, I'm changed up a little bit. After each break, we do one Code Wars to stretch the brain. Then we get back to whatever it is we were doing. Unless we were doing Code Wars, in which we were doing Code Wars. So this one I found real quick was simple remove duplicates. It says simple in the title, so I'm like, oh, this is a perfect one for me. Remove the duplicates from a list of integers, keeping the last, aka rightmost occurrence of each element. So for 3, 4, 4, 3, 6, 3. Yeah, prank star. Figured I'd shake it up a little bit. Yeah, plus, like, when I say we're gonna do Code Wars, and the stream comes so long that I'm like, I can't do Code Wars anymore. At least I'm like somewhat not lying anymore. So it's like, we did a Code Wars, where we did like one for each session. Okay, so remove 3 at index 0. So that one, we then want to move that one, and that one, and that one. Okay, so essentially, we keep them. Okay, I see that. So example 463. Okay, I think I can see that. So usually when you're removing duplicates, you use a set or something. Why can't we just use a set? I'm gonna go full Code Wars on this. I'm gonna be like, I have sets, new, and I'll convert it back to an array. The spread syntax, new set are. Can we just not do this? Expected 436 to equal 463. Because we keep 3, 4, and 6. Yeah, the rightmost thing does the wonkiness. So let's go reverse. Expected 3, 4, 6 to equal 4, 6, 3. Yeah, okay, cheating. I'm like, I can cheat. I'm like, no, you cannot cheat. Okay, so the plan is to perform reverse traversal. So looking at this example here. No, we're not looking at it. We look more at it. Zoom. Okay, so taking this example here. Nope. Not taking this example here. We're going to be starting here, and then we're going to be like, okay, this is what we've seen. We'll keep an array of all the scene elements. That is how we not write arrays of all the scene things. And then as we go on to the next one, we'll see it again. We'll be like, I've already seen you. Remove that one. Go on. Add 4 to the array. We'll already see the 4. Go to the next one. We've already seen the 3. And that's how we'll end up with 4, 6, 3. Okay, that is the plan. Bad art aside, let's do that. That scene equals a new array. Yes, Oregon. I know. Well, at least I have an excuse. I'm using a mouse. So, like, as full mouse, no iPad, no fancy overlay. I'm just like, oh, come on, mouse, get over there. Yeah. How was your stream, Oregon? Or Oregon? Did you how many hot springs did you get on that thing, huh? Yeah. Or did you get that penny cam up, right? We're gonna be able to watch a jar of cents slowly accumulate. I is gonna equal the array length minus 1. I is greater than 0. Yes, making progress though. That's all that matters. Slow progress, fast progress. Progress is still progress. At the end of the day. Oh yeah, autocomplete. That's definitely a good one. That is a fun one. Did you obviously I was there, but I wasn't like always there. I was a bit of a lurker. Copy that, paste that. If anyone in here who hasn't seen Oregon Curse should check their streams out. They do Code Wars and got this cool, interesting Hot Springs project. It's pretty neat. But yeah, did you use the data list thing for autocomplete, or was it something else? Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, and congrats again. Yeah. Yeah, because I heard this data list thing. It lets you enter whatever, but if you enter like something that it's already in the data list, like CHO, it automatically suggests to you chocolate, for example, because it's in this list. So this is how I always implement autocomplete. Even if it's not hard coded, you can do a fetch, onload, and populate this from a database. It's pretty. It's my go-to way of doing autocompletes. But of course, it's not as fancy as like these autocompletes. Yeah, these I think are pure HTML. Yeah, it's the yeah, like it uses the native autocomplete thing. So like you're seeing how it looks like on Firefox when you do autocomplete. So I just type C and it shows all the things like in the options, but of course you can still enter your own thing. So it's like if a select and an HTML input element had a baby. That's basically what it is. Use just weird fancy data list thing. Yeah, if you want the fanciness, like the real stuff, this is all HTML. Yeah. I did not see the Code Academy HTML course, but I imagine it would show, like, go through some of the cool tags and stuff you can do with them. So, say if scene.includes current element, then we're going to say remove it. How do we remove it? We splice it. We're going to splice. At what index? The current index. How many? 1. And then we're going to be like, hey, scene, we're going to push a new thing to the array, but we can't do that because we just deleted the array. So see current. Set it to a variable before we start mutating our array. So there we go. We put it in a variable. Then we say, hey, have you seen current? If so, get rid of it. If you've never seen it, well, you've seen it now. Now we will return the original array. Of course, include is not a function. It is includes. Oh, really? On sale today. That might be, yeah, might be interesting because all the projects, like, you can find them, but still they're not, free. And the projects are more of like what I find interesting for this. Are you not gonna try and sell it to me, website? Okay, website didn't want to sell it to me. But yeah, I mean, it could be one of those things where it goes on sale monthly, but if not, it'd definitely be probably be a useful thing to go for because like we're going through it, but we're not HTML training program. We're not here to learn just HTML. So yeah, if you want to become an expert at it, probably would be the approach. So 3463 to equal 436. My thing's skipping one. Annual. Whoa. Okay. Yeah. It's like okay. Now I'm like maybe after I get a job, I'll be interested in that. Okay. Oh, okay. I got it. So what was going on before was my condition was skipping the 0th element. If I said greater than or equal to 0, it catches on fire. Yeah. Because, I mean, like, as Leon mentioned, we don't need, like, there's a whole world of it, but you only need, like, the basics and the main parts to actually, you know, make websites and pass the smell test and do all that such. Okay, yeah, so this logic is working. We will optimize it though. We'll use a set for this particular scene because when you call includes on an array, it searches through the entire array. When you call has on a set, it's a one constant time search. There we go. Can we do this better? I mean, we probably could. We're about to find out how we do this better when we see the one liner on the next page. But I think this is good for our warm up code war. There it is. Filter all the ones that have a last. Yeah, that would do it. Oh, someone did do the set reverse. Oh, I need to re-reverse it. Hmm. Yeah, it's probably the efficient way, actually. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good one to warm back up to. And with us warmed back up, we're jumping back into the multiplayer trivia. So let's see, we have some things that I want to add. So we have a list of players, might be easy. I mean, all these things. I kind of knocked out all the easy ones though, so let's see. Question timers. I think that'll be cool. I have an idea what I want to do for that. So we're gonna pull out. Well, first we're gonna look at the page and be like, this is where a question is. We want to see more. Yeah, it was Prankstar. Made sure to pick one I thought I could achieve. Yep, so I think we're going to go with a progress bar. If you haven't heard of the progress, it is an HTML element, and it looks like that. It's basic, it's native, it uses whatever your system browser likes, and it just does kind of has a few behaviors, but we're going to use the deterministic one combined with a 5-second timer. So we already have our 5-second timer, so we're going to hook it up to this progress bar so people know how long they got to stare at the question before it moves on. And this is a good thing. I think we're going to do, what is it, max value? I don't remember how progress bars works, folks. Goldfish here, HTML progress. Yeah, Prankstar, it's pretty cool. There's also a meter one. I don't remember what the meter one does, but it exists. Tell me what the meter one does, MDN. It is basically the same. The very slight difference between meter and progress. So progress is for progress. Meter is more for value. So I guess it's an accessibility thing. If you see a progress bar, it'll like announce this is a progress bar, and it might be moving or like something's happening. But when you show a meter, you're supposed to show kind of like just a value in a fractional way, literally like their example, like how much fuel level or something like that. But yeah, progress is the way I'm going. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm probably gonna chuck a meter. You know what? We're gonna go easy. We're gonna add a meter to our question info to show how far along we are. So let's meter this. And there are ways to color these things. I heard. I maybe I didn't hear. Nope, I lied. Maybe there isn't a way to color this. Or there is. I'm not the CSS expert to know it. But yeah, we're going to use a meter. And I'm going to look back at the MDN to see how I set the length of this. So yeah, it's the value, the min, the max, low, high, optimum. Yeah, that's some color magic. I'm not doing colors. Yeah, so value is going to equal 0. Min is going to equal 0. Well, actually, it's question number, right? So we'll just say 1. Max will equal 1 because we don't have any questions yet. We got to do this with JavaScript. So let's hook into the JavaScript, literally where we were before. Where were we before? We're in render question. No, we weren't. Oh, yes, we were. Okay, so here's where we do the meter, and this is where we'll update the meter logic. So I haven't written the variable. We're going to assume it exists. So meter dot, let's look at the HTML because goldfish here. We look at mostly TypeScript, and wow, why did I even open the page? Okay, so we have set the value and the maximum, and everything else is good. Okay, I remember it now. So value equals current question index plus 1, and maximum equals questions dot length, and meter don't exist, and I'm a bad copy and paster. There we go. Now we got to go up to our globals. No one call Leon on me. And to find that constant, meter equals, not equals meter. It's document query selector, meter, because it's the only one on the page, so I'm safe doing that. And we're going to name this more explicit, question meter. Yeah, that feels good. Then we scroll down here. And we're not saying value to value, we're saying max. Max. Okay, that should be the magic. If I go to the right page and we say we're ready. Ha! It did something. Wrong. Oh, so fun. Good one. I caught it. Well, I didn't catch it. I failed to catch it, but I remembered. Nope, I lied. What is going on? Let's look at the HTML and see what is up. Let's look at more HTML than that. Main, gameplay, meter. All of my stuff is in the meter. What in tarnation? Is meter not a self-closing tag? I assumed it was because it had no content. Ooh, I did forget to start my timer. Thank you, Prankstar. It's probably been that much time, so, whoa, not a minute. So we'll offset it, say, 16 more minutes. Thanks for the catch there, prankster. You can tell I forget it. There we go. Okay, our meter is working. Click the thing. We wait 5 seconds. And it goes up. There we go. I feel like this can be better. So the min is 0. The max is whatever. There we go. 1 of 5. This is looking good. I'll put it in a better place for now, but 2 of 5. Nice, nice. I need to make this timer customizable because this is tedious. Graphical proprietary unit. Imagine, folks. I mean, we're basically already proprietary. Oh, poor Mixer. I wrote an API. I wrote some stuff that interacted with the Mixer API. It was nice. Yeah, it happens, prankster. I'll get into the flow of it eventually. Eventually, like with my free time that I'm eventually gonna get sometime, I'm gonna add like an audio to that thing, so it, like makes a sound when it's out, and like 5 minutes, like it'll make a sound when yeah, the meter looks pretty good. I'm just gonna put it probably above or below the question, so it's there. Then we'll commit it and go with an actual timer. Yeah, it is good. Like there are ways to color it, I believe, with the max, min, quotient and stuff. I'm good with green, so you can make this any color you want. And the best part about it is that like you can make your own progress bar. You make a parent div, and then you make a child div, and you say how wide are you? You're 50%. Give it a background color of green. You give the parent like border radius of something. You can do this the same thing like HTML, but this is like super accessible. It's native. Like if you're just looking for a progress bar left to right or something like that, this is a much easier approach. Yeah, sound to the timer is definitely on the list. It's probably the next thing I'll be doing, like stream wise, just so I don't like lose it and stuff like that. Besides, like interesting things chat can do and stuff like that. Because saw something and I was like, it's definitely something that needs to happen too. The ability for you all to like just run a command in chat and change the hue of the timer. Because right now I'm just like I'm using a hue and I'm just inverting it for the other color. So if someone you can just like exclamation timer color or something, I can make that change. That would also be a fun thing to do. Or at least it'd be something. Not necessarily fun, but yeah, the sound for sure. So yeah, this meter's working great. I just need to put it somewhere better. And we're gonna use the tried and true, but we're gonna make this a div. That's what we're gonna do. Because divs are block elements. And there we go. And where do we want this? We want this above the div. BE. We want this below the div. I've changed my mind 3 times. This is where it wants to be. Okay, yeah, and this is good. You know what? Yes, good for now. So we'll add that commit. What did we do? Add meter to current. Add current question. And we'll say add meter to question info. How do we do here? We added the big add global and we added 2 lines. That feature took a total of 3 lines. Love those. Git, well, not in that terminal. Git push if y'all really want to see how that meter looks. Okay, now we pushed it off long enough. It's timer time. So first we're just going to make the UI of the timer. Then we're going to make it so like we use it for the 5-second timeout. And that'll be one commit. And the next commit would basically be you have 60 seconds to answer the question before we move on, for example. And that'll eventually be customizable. But it'll be like, like doom, 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 doom. Counting down almost, And that'll make it so one person can't hold up the entire game. They'll just make it its maximum length if they like step away but don't disconnect, for example. So yeah, first with the HTML. Let's figure this out. HTML. I mean, we're just gonna keep shoving things right there. Yeah, it's a good place to go. There we go. And now we need it to not be all that. We need it to be, help me, autocomplete, max. So yeah, we're just gonna do, you know, we could just be like, figure it out yourself. How do I want to do this? So every second I want the timer to update. Could, yeah, every second it'll do so. I could do, yeah, well, I'll just say the value equals 0. So remember, this is all JavaScript generated. Min equals 0. So like we see this for one flash of content, but then JavaScript fixes it for us. See, I'll do this, and then in my set, thinking thoughts. So yeah, we got question meter. Let's make question progress. Very amazing names, if y'all haven't figured out yet. They are what they say they are. They're the progress for the question. So we have question progress, and we want to do this where we do set timeout, at least. And so this is where we want to do the thing. And what we want to do is a little crazy. We want to build our own set timeout. I know, let's all hold on now. We're building our own thing. So set function set progress timeout, which is essentially going to be using set timeout anyway, but it's going to be every second it's going to be updating that progress bar accordingly. Const now equals date.now. Whoop, cold that. Const end equals, that's not a 0. Date.now plus how many milliseconds we're offsetting. I'm writing the bad timer too, by the way, folks. We ain't writing a good timer. So now, well, we also need to take a callback. You know, we'll be all semantic. We'll write a proper one. So callback is function. What's the function do? Got no idea, folks. And now, we need to use the actual set timeout because there's no way, the easiest way to do timing information. But we don't want to do a timeout because we want this action to be repeating. So we want to do set an interval. And it'll do it every second. We want to keep the interval because we want to eventually cancel it. We want to say, first we need to update that question progress dot, what do we want to say? We want to say its value. So we want to start it off at 0. So we want to initialize it. Question progress dot max equals that many milliseconds. We don't even need that variable, but we do need to calculate when we're going to end. So we're going to say, hey, if date.now is greater than end, aka the timer is over, folks, we want to do some stuff. What stuff do we want to do? We want to, well, we want to stop the timer. The way we can do that is by calling clear interval. Then after that, we want to call our callback function, just like that. And before we do any of this, we want to update the actual UI. So we see question progress dot value equals math. It equals math. So it is ms, well, it's end minus date dot now. But we want to handle, so if we're after, this will be, I mean, this will be a value after the max. HTML should be like cool, and they'll like handle that, right? Yeah, they'll do that. So we don't use set timeout, we use set progress timeout. And VS Code's like, you looks good to me, boss. The timer's not running. I was like, oh no. And it's like, you didn't run me. It's going backwards. Is that, do I want it to go backwards? So this is like, how much time is remaining? Or I want it to go forwards. I mean, I want it to go faster. That's one thing for sure. Let's do 100 milliseconds. That's a slow timer. Oh, I click you. Yeah, it looks a little better. It's a little jittery, but I'm not really. There's something called request animation frame. I have to do it the right way. Request animation frame. What's this function? Tick. Request animation frame is what you're supposed to do when you're doing like animatable stuff. It's kind of like set timeout and stuff, but it runs in a different part of the JavaScript engine, or like in the browser engine, in which it like, I mean, it's called request animation frame. Maybe it won't tell me what it is, but essentially it runs as fast as it needs to update the user interface. So it's in a different part, but you get like 60 frames a second on most devices, I think. And the cool thing is that it's not a clearable, so it kind of just runs as fast as it can. And we can do this because we want to return the callback. So you pass it to request animation frame, and it'll rerun itself as fast as possible. Ooh, it gives us the smooth as possible, but it doesn't. I believe JavaScript is smart that it will suspend request animation frame request when it needs to for CPU and memory. I don't know. I could be completely lying here, but I feel like it should do that. If it don't, though, well, they should make it more known, I guess, or I'll just stop being a goldfish. But this is down going. I kind of do like this. This is like a remaining time. Yeah, I like this one. So let's do, well, first, so yeah, the JavaScript is done. This HTML needs a little work, though. And we're going to, again, cheat, not use semantic HTML, use a field set. Let's say remaining. Yeah, remaining time. And then we'll see over here, another field set. Again, super cheaty. No one call Leon on me. Field set. We're going to say legend. And we're going to call this one, what would we call this? Progress. Remaining. Oh, these things could totally be beside each other or something, or floating left and right. Yeah, I don't want them to be here. I'm not doing inline styles. I'm experimenting with inline styles. Yeah, I like that over there, actually. Let's do that again. Yeah, I kind of like that. Let's see how responsive it is. I mean, okay, well, 360, let's get to a normal phone image. It's a little bit. Okay, I'll just make a special breakpoint that will stack them on top at what? 600 pixels? Well, questions could be long, so maybe 800. Yeah, I'll make breakpoints for that. So yeah, I am doing this. I have to give these some classes or something. Question info. The same name as the ID. Not confusing at all. Timer. I can call that one timer. That one's easy. Okay, to the CSS machine. Da, 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 da. Okay, so we're going to say that question info float left because we're baddies and we write bad. Maybe I could just say text line left. So I don't know what's even centering. No, I want it to float because they all know I'm doing the same line. I want to say timer float right. Loving it. Great, and then which breakpoint? Let's just find a long question, actually. It's not really a long question. I mean, that's a medium one, so that'll push me what? 700 is my lowest. Give me the big question, folks. Come on. One time I want a hard question, right? There it is. Oof. Kind of depends on the question length, right? But I feel like this is the longest it'll ever be, so. You know what? I don't like that. No, I'm cheating to try to get around a problem. I should solve the problem. Give these a max width. 200 pixels. Yeah, max width of like 200 pixels, I feel. I shouldn't do that on the element. I should do that on all of them so I can see it. Yeah, I feel like this is a better solution. Maybe not 200 pixels per se, but maybe some responsive. Well, there are four of them. I can use math on that, or there's going to be four of them at least. So 50 VW, but they're not that long. So let's just scroll this down to 20 VW. Yeah, it seems like to me. Whoa. Okay, wait, did I do that? Did I do that? No. Oh, they were just that way in the beginning. Okay, so a max view width of like 20. But then what happens here? Oh no, nothing happens here. It's fine until text gets squishy, at which point my breakpoint should already be doing stuff. So yeah, 600 is my breakpoint. I give them max view width of 20 VW. That is the plan. 20 VW. Let's bring out the breakpoints. And I'll get it wrong first, then I'll fix it. Max width 600 pixels, 600 pixels. Then what are we going to do? We're going to say you two no longer floating. What are you two doing instead? You are not floating. You are none float. There we go. So down to 600 we go. Boop. Okay, that could be done a little earlier. Well, what is this? 700. Oh, I can do it exactly 700. I love them even numbers. Well, don't you just love it when things turn out to even numbers? You don't have to worry about it. Ah, 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 ah. Perfect. These do not have margin above them. They did at one point, though. Where did it go? So let's look in that CSS. They had margin. LI. Ah, this is on the LIs, so not on every... Yeah, I want to give margin to this thing here. Margin top 1 rem. Hey, yeah, I'm glad it does, Prankster. Most of it's thanks to the me misusing field sets and styles, but it's maybe I want padding top. But yeah, at least it's responsive as. Yeah, I want padding top. Okay, every legend, you're getting a padding top of 1 rem. Loving it. And we got a little space between the text and the thing. Oh no, is that pushing it off the center of the border? It's not. Okay, I'm just seeing things with my eyes. There we go. This is working good. So yeah, Prankster, we got the whole this thing, level and responsive. When we're not responsive, it's just floated left and right. Don't tell no one. Ooh, yeah, this thing's also doing a weird at this size. Yeah, let's do another breakpoint. Yeah, just chuck it on the breakpoint, folks. We'll never go wrong. So yeah, when this thing is this small, we don't want you doing any more viewport base. I could spend the time and like figure out what the clamp is or the max min, but I ain't done in doing that. Max width auto. Take as much as you want. Yeah. Why is there so much margin here? Who's giving you the margin, folks? Not you. You. Margin auto. Yeah, that's cool. Got too much margin. You. Where are you getting it from? Padding. Right? Padding. Border. No. Margin. With max content. Okay, so I want you to be wider, though. Wait, why are those? I'm going down a CSS rabbit hole for folks, and the timer did run out, so I got a little bit more JavaScript to do. This thing's angry. What's the correct value? None. Okay, so let's get the last thing done here. We don't want to show the timer when it's not visible. So when this ends, we want to not just return callback, we also want to say question progress, write some bad code, parent node. Promises exist, TypeScripts, class. Oh, great. Parent. Can we do parent element? I promise it exists, TypeScript class list. Add hidden. When we initialize this, we will remove hidden from the thingy above. Remove hidden. And we need that variable. And now we go to the HTML to initially hide this thing. Now, do I have a hidden class in my CSS? I do. Yay. Thank you, past me. There we go. So when we initially join, okay, yeah, I'm fixing that at the end of the timer. we get progress, but then when we click it, we get the remaining time. Perfect. We'll fix that styling after, and that is that. I also want to label this particular thing, but again, timer, be healthy, all the good stuff. I'm not even going to make the commit. We're going straight to break because this is still got so many things I'd like to do. So remember, folks, stretch, hydrate, and relax. And yeah, we will come back. We'll start off with a easy Code Wars and jump straight back into finishing this little progress indicator. Catch you on the side. Bye. Apologies to everyone who was using captions. I forgot to turn them on this last turn. Promise I won't do that again. Welcome back, folks. That is the end of our breaks. And as with the new tradition, we'll be starting off with a Code Wars. Let's find. So we have this mathy one, kind of. We're going to see how much of a mistake doing a math one is. So, binary score. Given a number n, we will define its score, capital O-R, to be 0, or 1, or 2, or 3, or n, where or is the bitwise OR operator. We're going to try this, and who knows how it's going to go, but I feel like there's some weird efficiency thing, so I'm not expecting this one to go. I'm hoping, but I'm like 5%. It's going to be some math thing I should know to do a one line over one, but who knows? So result equals 0 for let I equals 0, I less than or equal to n. We'll do n times n plus, well, I plus plus. That would be an infinite loop. And we're going to say result. And we can use the or equal assignment thingy. I, we already have 0, so we go to 1. We're going to return result. And we're going to see if there are any performance tests. Not on the easy one. Ah, here it is. It feels like 12 seconds, folks. Oof. Okay, so what I'm going to do, gonna bring out the console. Random test. Failed 7. 7? Unknown. Well, what random test did I fail? Okay, big number. This is a thing I like to do on Code Wars. Whenever you get a failing test and it shows you your input, if it doesn't show you your input, you're like console log n, show me my input. I like to go down here to the test case and be like, I'm gonna bring my test case right down here. So if I give you an n of this, oh, this is awkward. It doesn't show me what it should be. Actually, it does. Just it's a time thing. So if I run it like this, it'll say I fail, but it shouldn't time me out. There it is. So expected. So this is the number I should be, knowing my test works. Like this particular one requires you to know it work, but otherwise it doesn't. So now I have a big number and I can figure it out. So I'm gonna use good old compare and contrast. So looking at this number here, I'm gonna say .to string to binary specifically. Don't forget CC. Oh, clear console. Yeah, I think that's what you mean. So looking at this, let's look at the n too, because I know there's a mathy way to convert n to the thing. Huh. Okay, what's the math way of doing this? Okay, so looking at this, we have. So obviously, I'm not seeing a simple one, but for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, they've been 7 bits long. I'm seeing it in my head, but I'm not seeing the solution yet. Oh, closed caption. Yes, thank you for the reminder. I did manage to get it turned on this time. Thanks for the reminder, though, prankster. It was like the first time I'd ever, like, first session at least, I forgot to turn it on, and I just went to turn it off, and it's like, it's already off. I'm like, oops. Yeah, thanks for the reminder, buddy. Okay, so we have this. So I'm thinking, what's the binary of 1 again? It's just 1, right? Right. If I do some subtractions, 7 minus 1. No, if I set the bit. Yeah, I'm not seeing. Maybe I don't know the math for this. Do I not have enough math knowledge for this one? Do, do, do. I mean, maybe I can just optimize this in some way. Is there a way to optimize this? I won't spend too long on this, but I feel like I'm so close to figuring this one out. It's a tough one. So if I have zero, so like I have all the zeros, which is infinite zeros technically. If I set the number of these minus from 1, this is horrible. I can't explain it, but I know I'm close to it. I'm just going to try it, and if it don't work, we'll go on to an easier one than math and bit manipulation. So I want to take n, because let's look at another example. So we have 49 to string 2. So it's supposed to be 63. So to string 2. Wait, is literally all the zeros becoming ones? Because we have all the zeros become ones. Is that what it is? Let's take big number here. Yep, so if I give you this weird number, and if I say this to string 2, all the zeros become ones. Okay, how did this one become so wrong, though? Because that one's not all the zeros becoming ones. It's so much. Well, there we go. Oh, there it is. What? That? Okay, I really messed up when looking at this, because this it's so much more obvious now. I convert all the zeros to ones. I don't even need to do good math for this. I mean, watch this. I'm going to take the n, convert it to a string. I'm going to say replace every zero you got. So I got to use regex to do it. With a 1. Very amazing. I'm just going to convert that. What? How do I have a string? I want to convert it to a number. Parse int. Parse int. I pass the radix of 2. And that'll give me a thing. No, that won't. Did I forget how parse int works? Oh, I got nan. Yeah, goldfish memory. It's all getting to me. Parse int takes a base, a radix, right? Yeah. Okay, this must be very bad. Oh, it needs to be what? 0 b plus that thingy? Nope, that's not how it works. Okay, let's just see the yucky string I'm tossing it. Const cr equal. That's not the key I wanted to place. Okay, well, it's console log it. Lovely. Okay, 0b. Oh, 49. What in tarnation? Okay, something went really wrong there. I forgot to convert it to binary with the 2. There we go, and now the 0b probably is the problem. Okay. Well, it's not replacing all of them because I forgot the global flag. I put inverse case, or like, huh. Okay, so this is just a base case here. Yeah, so if I get a n of 0, it should be 1. Okay, so if not n, return 0. So that's just an edge case, but I think I don't put that in a variable. It turns out even if you don't math, if you just console log and look at them, you can basically figure out the pattern. If you actually console log correctly, though. If you don't, you're just like, I can't tell. It's like, you did it wrong. That's why. Yeah, we can make this a little better. My mom VS Code keybinds like, open this, close that. It's like, I'm Code Wars. I can't do any of that. So yeah, we're basically converting all the zeros to ones, which apparently is what happens if you OR every number from 0 to n. Fun fact to put on your Anki, I guess? I don't know. I mean, we can ternary this to say if n has a value, do all this, otherwise return 0. Go full Code Wars. We need to string, we need to replace, we need the 2. Don't think we can do any better, and I forgot to post the link, but there it is. I watch. I'm like, we can't do any better than this. Let's look at the top solution. Hey, that is the solution. Ooh, I'm slow. I'm less than the top solution. Okay, people got bored here apparently. Oh, okay, this is actually, I mean, I don't know which is more performant, but you can also just repeat one, however many long the thing is. I tried to do the loop, but apparently this is the better way of doing it. I equals I shifted to the left. Huh. Apparently that passed the random test case, so that's more performant than basic iteration. Okay, someone found the actual math for it. Cool. Someone's pulling out template literals or template, what are these? Template expressions. Yeah, that's weird, but everyone. Oh, that's nice. They got the other ones. Oh, another math one. I understand that. What is this method? SCIZ32. Why was this method invented? The number of leading 0 bits in a 32-bit binary representation of a number. As cool as this is, who is going to use this? Okay, it's particularly useful for systems that compile to JS. Oh, okay, so yeah, I like those systems. Pretty cool. Lots of, yeah, I understood some of those words. So yeah, that was a good code words to warm back up on. Back into the multiplayer trivia game. I'm gonna fix this timer, so let's polish it up. Try to remember where we last were. So what we did, we add the HTML, okay HTML. We add the JavaScript, it's okay JavaScript. Yeah, prankster, there. That was quite the math one, wasn't it? Let me stop my timer. So I'm remembering things. Yeah, but yeah, I'm pretty proud of myself for being able to figure that one out just by like looking at the ones and zero, being like, "There's got to be a pattern here," and there was a pattern, but it's like some people are like, "I built JavaScript, I know how it works," or stuff like that. It's like, whew, more power to you. I, I'm never gonna use that function ever again, probably. So yeah, we have this. This does that. That does that. What did we want to fix? So yeah, this next time I'll actually write some notes. Oh yeah, this is centered. It's weird. It's ugly. We fix it by not using floats. Am I right? So yeah, floats gots to goats. So let's get rid of the floats out of our CSS and we'll use ye old positions. Yeah, power to them. I mean, if you know the math, then this is probably like I've known this method for 5 years, for 10 years. This is my time to shine. But it's probably one of those things where like if you work in enough binary or like enough bitwise things that it's maybe it's natural to them with like writing in low level systems that kind of like the MDN said, they compile to JavaScript or something like that. So it's like it's a completely different field perhaps. I'm just like, that's cool, folks. Not my field. Yeah, what am I doing? I'm not. I'm doing things. I just had to think what they were. Position absolute left 0. And then over here we do position absolute left right 0. And over here we clear the position absolutes by saying position, what is it, static, thinks the default. So everyone goes home. And now when we have just one, it doesn't push it off to this side. And when I click this options, it just shows up very fluid, very smoothly. I am dissatisfied. If you want to know why I'm dissatisfied, it's because it's not, there's a center line and it's not in the center. I want to make it, it's got to be in the center, you know? How do we do this? So if we relative, so yeah, these are relative. If, no wait, these are absolute. If the gameplay is relative, then I can say top 50%, something like that. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Where are you, gameplay? Show yourself, you don't exist. That's cool. We make you new selector. Position relative. Now absolute there. Top, what is it? 50%. Right. I gotta do the transform trick now, right? Uh-huh. Transform, translate. Y 50%. Is that how we do it? No, wrong way. Negative 50%. No, wrong way. This is how I did it before. Oh, this is centering it in gameplay. I need it to center it in the options field set, but this isn't inside the options field set. Am I gonna either put another wrapper around this, which is what I will do. We'll go in div soup, folks. We're doing another div. So another div goes inside this, and this is, I don't know what this is. Oh, I have to come up with a name for this. This is horrible. But well, it's all going in here, so that's the easy part. Yoink, and they're both floating, or they're both positioning, so I'll just keep them there. Div ID, name of cool div. This is what we're calling it. We'll rename it, or we won't. Depends. So now gameplay isn't position relative. Name of cool div is position relative. And now we have what we want. Yeah, look at that. The progress is in the center. It doesn't look like it's in the center. Oh, it is. Okay, let's look at the math. 101. 136. Yeah, that's good. It's in the center. I'm just being... My eyes are fighting with me. Let's push it real close. Ooh, yo, whoa, whoa, whoa. Everything's went haywire now. What are you doing up there? Okay. Oh, because you have left and transform. I gotta reset all this, don't I? Yeah, I do. Yeah, so first, you're not absolute. So yeah, everything gets reset. Is it... You know what? This is specifically a other query thing. So it's the other media, what is it? Min. So if I have at least a min width, because there's no point in setting something, just unset it completely. So I have at least 700 pixels. Then we're going to do these wacky styles. So yeah, question info, and I'll just duplicate it on timer while I'm here. Yoink, yoink. Oh, I do need a left zero. My brain was like, I don't need it, I'll delete it. I was like, wait a minute, there's something, and I'm missing on the right one. It's right zero. Okay, yep, so we yoink that. Goodbye to you. Goodbye to you. Okay. Did we do it? There we go, and that fixed the other thing, so now it's responsive. Look at that. It's centered, it's responsive, it is beautiful-ish. The left could be a little, that's a little much hugging the wall. One rem. Okay, let's give us some breathing room, folks. Perfect. Loving it. We still responsive? Yeah, we're responsive enough. Okay, that was it. To get it like 5 pixels down took another like 3 minutes, but it's there now. And we're gonna commit that. How can I make this CSS better? Well, I can't call it name of cool div, unfortunately. Question. Field wrappers. It's not much better, but it's a better name, and we're not naming it an ID because JavaScript don't need it. So we'll name it a class. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to commit this, and we're going to make one more change to it because I can. So we're doing that. CSS. Add top to the padding. We'll make that separate commit. Max width, separate commit. Stage selected ranges. Because I only want to commit partial of this file. So fun VS Code trick. If you have a bunch of changes, but you don't want to put them in the one commit, or you don't want to stage them, you can select the ones you want to stage with your little selection thing. Then you can say stage selected ranges, and it only stages that part of the file. Why would you want to do this? I like having my commits personally, like, to be what they're about. So technically, this has nothing to do with adding the progress indicator. So I'm going to make another commit like 5 seconds after of fixed or improved spacing, but I want them to be separate commits. So I don't know, maybe I'm weird like that, but I just like to have them as focused as possible on whatever it is their task is. Separation of concerns, but for commits. add progress timer, very boring commit message, and then we're gonna say improve spacing. That's it's a commit message, folks. It's one of my least impressive ones, but that is what it is. Now we're gonna improve that a little more. So we ain't done with this yet. So we see here when we click it, it says remaining time. That can be more accurate. Let's update that. So we're gonna say, ooh, we're gonna do some real bad code here, aren't we? HTML. So yeah, progress parent element, not too bad actually. So yeah, when we call set progress timer, we're gonna do some more stuff. We're gonna say, what do you want its name to be? We're gonna say time to next question. Time to next question. So that's gonna be our message or our title string. So not only do we remove hidden, we set this. Look at this bad code. So we have the progress. We're gonna, ooh, we can use previous element sibling. No, it's not that bad. It's slightly worse code. Previous element sibling class, well, text content equals title. Ka-chow, and I forgot to auto format, so yuck. No, that's not very cool. Again, I'm being weird, I'm being picky, but I'm auto formatting to be. Oh no, okay, that's specifically a new feature thing, or a new addition that's causing that offset. Never mind. There we go. So now we say, and boom, time to next question. Well, I'll just say next question. Time to next question's a little wordy. Already have div soup. Don't need word soup. There we go. Lovely command. Add message to progress timeout. Amazing. Look at these 2 whopping lines. Though Git's like, you changed 15 lines. I'm like, sure, Git. Whatever you want to think. But I did change them, so it ain't wrong. Lovely. Now with all that, it's time to implement the actual timers on the games. So this is where we have to, we gotta get the networking involved, and we gotta get, so we're gonna set it for 60 seconds first. Let's just hard code it, rar. And with that, it's just gonna be, once you start the question, you're gonna have 60 seconds to answer. If you don't answer, we done. So let's say it's gonna be when we render question. And we're down here. There it is, render questions. When you render the question, we're going to say set progress timeout. A callback that does the magic, the timer, 60 seconds. You can read that. There it is. And the message, time remaining. That looks great. Now, what are we going to do in this? This is where I don't create an array. I create a function body. So we can't do anything with an array. Now, what am I going to do with this? I need to essentially, when the time runs out, oh, this is a thing. Oh, I need to clear this if everyone answers. Aha. Okay, that was a close one. So let's do the clearing. That sounds a lot easier right now. Ready. Oh, you know what? What I could do, I could make, okay, that's an easier way to do it. So in 60 seconds, without your consent at all, I'm just going to make you answer, but I'll make you answer nothing. So I'll answer you like -1. And that'll be the answer for non-answers. Yeah. Okay, this will be good. So I have to find the buttons now. Button. Who's got the button? Not I. God, so many buttons around here. Start button, restart button. I'll just look for all the send calls to send. Send a message specifically. Yeah, I have 4 references. So ready, that's not it. Restart, answer index. This is it. So I send a message answer with answer index. And what is that answer index? It is -1. I still need to clear this, unfortunately. So all that, yay, I avoided that code. No, it's not happening. Let's see. You know what we could do is we'll go over here. Yeah, we'll put this up here. So we're going to write, what we're going to do, not It's possible for me to go object oriented, and I do want to like force myself to be more object oriented. I also just want to be functional and Yahoo it, but trying to be. So let's try to figure this out. Class progress timer. Here we go. Static. Uh. Oh, this is already getting great. Set static steps takes a callback function. Basically, all these arguments. There we go, and it does this logic. Yoink. I'm gonna use some more statics here, I guess. Static callback function static ns number. Well, do we need the number? No, we don't need the number. Static end number, that needs to be a number. Static, we don't need the title. No, that's a one-time use. Okay, yeah, so we have that. We're gonna say this callback equals callback. This is a weird object, but I can't really see a point of creating a whole new thing just for two functions. This dot end equals math, and then set title, do that, set UI. Now tick gets its own little function. Now we are in TypeScript, so I can be like, it's a private static tick. Now private is not something y'all can do in JavaScript, so I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna reduce confusion there. And then over here we call our tick. There we go. So this is our tick function. Whole same as before. Except we don't use end, we use this dot end because object oriented, and we use this dot tick and this dot callback. And we're also going to use some clearing things. We're going to say this dot callback. Can we say none or null? Yeah, no, TypeScript's angry. Okay, so we'll just leave it there. And when we do stop, we'll make stop kind of handle it. So because the whole point of me like touching this was because I wanted it to stop. So we got all these things here. Let's update that. Update that. Lovely. Actually, we don't even need this initialization because, well, we do need the max. We don't need the value setting. It's the value setting literally on the next line. Okay, so we're going to do it the other way since we're getting a lot of lines here. So if we're still under end, we're just going to return request animation frame. Loving it. Otherwise, we do all this. So, less indentation. Shrink the pyramid. Now, what we're all here to do, the stop button or the stop method. Tick set stop. Now, how are we going to stop? So we're just going to set callback to a no op. So this dot callback. So equals undefined, and you can't see that. Then we're going to say this dot end equals 0. So right now, so it stops the thing, and I mean that might just do the magic. Now over here, I'm calling set progress timeout. So yoink, that goes away. We get errors because TypeScript's like, hey, you were using that, but we're like, no, we're not anymore. Progress timer dot set. Hopefully all this works. So what are you angry about? Set progress timeout. Timer dot set. There we go. And now, when we send a message and we receive the message, we want to stop it. So the whole point of me making this I wanted to make one change, but I was like, let's OOP it. So the whole point of that was to make it so when they actually answer, okay, when they call send message answer, it stops. Now we can come over here, and actually this is a great place to do it. So progress timer. Oh no, we can't stop it though. We just have to disable the callback. We're getting some real bad code here, huh? So we're just gonna oof. This is very object oriented, ain't it, folks? Just ripping it all up. Cannot read undefined reading end, line 150. Let's see how I mess this up. question equals this dot end console log of this. I believe in you. It is the progress timer. Ooh, because I'm using a thing here, static, all the statics can't see it. So I need a singleton. Cost progress timer. Wait, how do I new progress timer? Did I just call it instantly? Can I do that, JavaScript? You're gonna be cool. Cost progress timer equals you cool, JavaScript? Are we cool? We're not less cool than we were before, so that's good in my book. So yay, no more statics. Which means we go wait a minute. How do I do this? So I need a constructor, or I don't need a constructor. You know what? No, forget that. That was way too much effort for what's gonna be like nothing. It's gonna say progress timer, or is it super? How do I access? Okay, progress. Yep, right in the worst code. It just keeps getting better, don't it? Yep. Oh yeah, look at how great this is. Absolute perfection. No, 153. Oh, it's not this dot tick. It is progress timer dot tick. Very object oriented. Ooh, look at it go down. Dun 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 dun. 60 seconds is a long time, but it is there. And if I'm not gonna make you wait 60 seconds. Let's jump that down. Yoink a zero off it, and we'll wait 6 seconds. 6 whole seconds, folks. It's gonna break because we have a bad answer. Oh, it's gonna answer -1. Look at this. The game plays itself for you. Ain't that neat? But yeah, 176. Well, actually, not that. Basically, we need to update our answering logic now. So that was only like, what, 2/3 of it? Man, this is a horrible object. Maybe I should just literally go for an object. It's progress timer. Because I'm so, like, for me at least, OOP feels so class-based. Maybe that's my fallback. Callback. Callback, what is it? It's a function, but it's null right now. Well, I don't want it to be null. I'll note off it. I mean, let's at least give this thing the type definition. Function. Now what is this? End number. So I'm paranoid without these. So we have, it's a number, and then what is tick? Tick is a function that does whatever. I need to really define these things out. Getting a lot of typing here. Tick, and then we have stop, which is, you know what, TypeScript, just infer it at this point. I ain't got time for this. End is 0. Then let's start getting these in. Tick is this function here. Yoink. Yoink. We can use this again. Where is set? Set is here. I'm going to borrow all that. Set, not that, this. Stop again. Gonna borrow all that. Oh, closing some curlies here. Okay, it's trying. There it is. This. Okay. I think. No, why is it angry? Function is not assignable to type. It's not the type of it. It's a function. TypeScript, be cool. TypeScript, be cool. Yeah, TypeScript, you're cool now. Is this object oriented? I guess this is object oriented. No, it's on fire. 149. This. Cannot read properties of undefined, but this is an object. I did the thing I was supposed to do. Oh, because request animation frame is removing your this. I see it. I can bind it or I can arrow function it. Which is more expensive? I don't know. I'll arrow function it. I mean, bind's probably less expensive actually, so I'll bind this to it. With one S, we're not thick out here. Implicit return type of vanity. Why are you angry now? What did I do to you, TypeScript? Does not have a return type and is indirectly okay, fine. Andy, you got cool, good TypeScript. Okay, I don't know what that was about, but we're doing timers. We're not fixing that bug, whatever it was. Hey, look at it. Okay, we'll fix that -1 thing, and actually the -1 seems to be behaving appropriately. Maybe we should leave it as -1, because I fail. It says correct answer. We move on. So yeah, let's go to the very end. Okay, I'm gonna speed us there. Yeah, okay, this 5 seconds. Again, customizability. Gotta have that. Oh no, responsiveness. Wait, well, pixel value? Pixel value, 900. Okay. Well, that's actually for the title, ain't it? Yeah, that's always gonna be a little thing. Oh, that Q needs to be capitalized. Let's get that. I mean, maybe it don't need to be capitalized. Everyone, all the grammar folks stay out. I was supposed to look and see how I was working. Okay, let's, just drop all these down. Click. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna make these customizable soon. Zoom, 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 and zoom. So -1s shows. Hey, how does -1s affect the data? We'll find out. I never allowed -1 into the data. Doy, man, come on. Another timer that needs customizing. Zoom in. Okay, we zoom in now. Zoom in. Okay, -1. It literally doesn't show you made an answer. Perfect. It's doing what we want. So let's undo these numbers, and then next time we come back, because it is a break time, we will be making these customizable. That will be our first, actually, setting of our first setting, shared setting, I believe, of the code base, which will implement more into the UI of other things being shared. So, add question timer. Loving it for that one. You definitely deserve a git push, so all can play untimed mode now. And next time we customize it and get this thing with more controls. And with that, we are taking our break. Once I click the right screen, there it is. Not that screen, this screen. Everyone be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. When we come back, we will do an easy Code Wars, maybe a little easier than the last one, and probably do. I'm seeing 2 more Pomodoro sessions out of this, but if I don't get distracted, we might be able to do it in one. We'll find out next time, though. Catch y'all later. Welcome back, welcome back. We are back from break. Feel free to come on back, and we'll be doing ASCII letters from number to freshen up. So you have to create a function that converts integer given as a string into ASCII uppercase letters. So we're given the numbers, they're basically their numeric values in a single string. I have 2 characters for each. We're supposed to convert it to whatever it is. So first, what we're gonna do, I'm not gonna pull out regex on us. So for let I equal 0, I less than number dot length, and then here's the fun trick: I plus equal 2. So we're going to be incrementing by 2 by this. So instead of, so like we have this, these numbers here, but instead of going by 1, so we have these 4 here. So we're going to start here, but then we'll jump to here, and then do here. So we're going to make 3 iterations of the loop. Yeah, Prankstar, it's Code Wars. And for each iteration, we're going to get the current number and the next one. And that's the way we'll get all our 2 digits. There's probably a fancy way of doing this with some, I know there's a fancy way of doing this actually with a regex and all, but we're not doing that yet. So we're going to say const, well, what do we need to do? We need to turn this to a string. So we're going to say let result equals, I know how to spell result, equals an empty string. Then we're going to say, hey, result plus equal string from car code, because that's how we convert it back to, as we convert a number to its numerical representation thingy. We convert a character code back to a character. There it is. So what character code are we doing? Well, we're doing number I plus, or concatenating them, so this is actually good. Number I plus 1. Then we return result. I assume these are all good. Oh, that's a long run. What is my internet doing? Hey, okay, that's failing, passing the first test and passing the second ones. Okay, that is surprisingly first try of that. Okay, yeah, so that is doing its job. Let's see if we can improve this even a little bit. I'm not sure what improvements we can make, but I'm sure we can make some. I mean, none that are really meaningful, I believe, because this is doing exactly what we want. Yeah, we can make this all functional and stuff, but I believe this is perfect. I mean, it's not perfect. There's gonna be a code wars. We're gonna see the code winnies come out, but I think this is good enough. And again, there it is in the chat. Should have sent that earlier, but there it is now. Bada bing, bada boom. I see the one-liner. What is it, folks? Hit me with it. Yeah, this is the regex tricks. The trick I was thinking of. Match every 2 characters and just do that. Looks like they kind of did what I did, except backwards. Don't know what the important part of that is. Match every 2 and then map over the matches. Okay, same. Oh, they defined it, so they did not know about string from code point. Oh, from code point. What's that mean? I never heard of that one. But incarnation is from a code point. Tell me your secrets. What do you mean from code point? String contained. You know, that don't help me. Oh, you can pass multiple, huh? Neat. Okay, yeah, so you can pass multiple. Very cool. Yeah, that was our code words to warm back up on. Let's get back to the real code with those custom. Well, let's look at our to-do list, because I made a to-do list. We should follow some of it. Let's see. Question timer is good. Inability to join, all this other stuff. Yeah, let's do UI sync setting timers. This is our first setting that we're going for. This is where we're going to start putting stuff on this options page. So it said options this entire time, but it's had like 0 options. Let's fix that. First, the HTML. So what options do we want to have? failed set again, abusing the thing for the border. Timers, and then we're gonna say, let's go with a label, then we'll call this question. Now what do we call this? Review, right? Review. Yeah, that's a good name for it. And we want these to be linked to the thing. So this is for question timer input. This is where we gotta start getting functional more than pretty. We're gonna put this entire thing in a form. How are we gonna do this? My ready button kind of just YOLOs it. We'll put it inside that semantic. Now we actually want an input. Yay, Prankstar, thank you. Timer needs to be turned on. Thank you again. You are my timer, it seems, huh? I'll get it. I'll get it. It's just habit. Haven't streamed enough, you know. I'll get there. I gotta add that sound, gotta add that thing. But until then, you are the designated timer ringer. Appreciate it, Prankster. Okay, yeah, so when you got an input, we gotta give it an ID to match. Question, timer, input. Yeah, let's give it a placeholder. Oh, we also need to be a number, right? Yeah, number. Time for questions. Yeah, it's a good one. Value. Put this on the other side of all these. Seems important. Yeah, value is 60 and type is number. And while we're here, let's say a min is, what's the minimum amount of timer? Well, we want to give it a 0 because people with 0 timers essentially say no timer. Sounds like extra functionality. No, that's not extra functionality. That's like one line of code. Yeah, we're good. Type number, min 0, turn word wrapping off because can't read it. There we go. Boom, that is our question timer. We copy it for our review timer. Question timer input. It's multi-line. Multi-cursor magic. Here we go, folks. We're going to use the replace. And we're going to say not question, but review. There we go. Oh, Max Kowalski. Hey, thanks for thanks for the follow earlier. And you had the sound muted? That's okay. I appreciate your presence either way. You were here in spirit, huh? Yeah. But hey, yeah, welcome. There has been sound the entire time. But yeah, hey, thanks for stopping by and thanks for lurking about. How you been doing? I'm just making progress on this thing. Got the UI mostly polished up to where I want it. Got these timers in here. These timers look pretty good now. When it wants to work, if that is. It doesn't want to work right now, apparently. What is that delay? That's delay somewhere. Okay, I don't know what it was, but timers are looking pretty good now. Boop, boop, boop. And they actually work. This one does. Now we're making it customizable. Time for reviews. Yeah, I'm lazy. I'm just going to leave it called that. Review timer input, 0 to 60. Again, exact same logic. They can disable it if they want. Well, what does my options look like at this point? Question, review. This needs to be a grid. I'm doing some CSS with grid already. CSS with grid. Here it is. I'm doing it to the answers container. What if this was an answers container? Will I like that look? I will not like that look. Okay, so I need to say this is a 2-column grid. And then what we'll do is we will kind of do some inheritance about. So 2-column grids, they get this behavior. Well, they also get the gaps. So they get all this stuff. And then we'll add that 2-column grid to other things. Oh, hey, that's cool then, yeah. Hey, good morning or good evening, whenever it is you're waking up. So yeah, what we have here is this a multiplayer, though the multiplayer is a little wonky at the moment. trivia game. So basically, you can come here, and this is on my GitHub too. So if you want to see the code, I will drop it. Or if you want to play it yourself, at least the single player version is very playable at the moment. Internet being slow for me. There it is. You want to check the code or play it yourself. It is a multiplayer trivia game using, well, it's mainly vanilla HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but in addition, it uses Peer.js to allow us to connect over the internet without having to make a backend server and all that logic. And it uses the Open Trivia Database API to grab random questions that are multiple choice. I clicked an answer here. Why isn't this? I broke it recently, apparently, but it does work. When it used to work, it did work pretty well. I broke it real good, didn't I, folks? And I would show you the results screen, but there are no results because we are not taking answers at the moment. But yeah, minimal style, just using field sets for this UI, which, as you can see, is not perfect. I set it to like 900 pixels. I can do that. That's an easy thing to do. What was the number? Don't go away. 800 pixels. Yeah, but for the most part, it works single player. It also works multiplayer when you use these query parameters to set yours and the other's ID. But I'm not testing it now because I can see it's very broken. So let's do refresh and see what is up. So I join, I'm ready. I got questions, I set questions, I hit 500. The answer is not sent. Okay, so that's JavaScript. What have you done, JavaScript? So that is progress timer dot stop that I'm calling this. And there's this logic here, right? So if I just yoink that away, will things start working? I don't know what this. Okay, this is the API delay here. So I click this, things aren't working. Sadness. Send message answer. It's not doing the thing, which means I'm not receiving the answer. Oh no, this is a much bigger issue than I thought. For player of players, player con send. Now I have. Like, I should just. It was working before, folks, I promise. I don't know what went wrong. So let's see when we're sending message to ourselves. Alright, that's not how we do it. Self send data. Loving it. Of course, console isn't a method. Console log is the method we are looking for. Let's give that a run. Yeah, send self. Aha, this button, these aren't doing their things anymore. These little labels, yeah, they're not doing their thing because I put a form on the page and my form query selector is pointing to the wrong one. Aha, I found it. So, query. We'll just look at the word form. Yes, I'm gone the wrong form because now I have a new one. This is the old one. This is why you should make your selectors a little bit more specific for JavaScript, folks. It helps when you add new stuff. So ID equals options form. There we go. We save it. We go here. We are no longer just grabbing any old form. We're grabbing our form. Let's look out for the other forms we're messing with. Options form. Oh, that was literally it. Okay, so now I can show the game off. We click it. We have a little another timer. Wow, these. Oh, because I broke the grid. I was like, why is my style not working? It's because I broke the style. Let's put that back. 700. I know 7's good. And yeah, we got this game. It works good. When you click the right one, it's teal. When you click one, it shows you what the right one was. And eventually, once I get through all 5 questions, we don't need DevTools anymore. Ta-da! It shows you how correct you were, what the answers were, what the other people's answers were with a little +1 on for every thing. And then you can restart. Ta-da! Now, yes, this is good. I kind of messed up the styles though, so I'll fix that before attempting to show how it works. So I have 2-column grid, and you know what? I'm also to put this the answers container because I'm lazy. There we go. So now I can now I'll be able to show somewhat readably how it do work. So I set this one to an ID of 1, 2, 3, and I'm gonna tell this one to join 1, 2, 3. Now they're both ready, and they both get the same question. So when I answer 443, I can't do anything until everyone answers, and now we wait. You see, I didn't answer, so I wasn't quick enough. Python print hello world, and then the person's gonna hit the wrong one. So you see it shows I got the right one, they got the wrong one. I'm gonna click these quickly now. I'm gonna be able to customize this timer real soon. I think I'll make this timer customizable down to the fractional, so someone just like 0.1 go real fast. Go faster. But this is the last one we're both gonna see. We won't see everyone else's results, but we'll see our own results. Everyone else's results, I don't really think that's a thing. That would have to be a part 3, but I think I'm kinda by the end of this part 2, I think I'll be good with what we've got. I don't think I'm going part 3. Hey Ryan, good timing. Was just showing off to someone else the progress we got so far. How's your day, evening, or night been going, Ryan? What are we doing? We're doing settings. Oh yeah, now I disconnected, so there's no one else to be here. Click. There we go. This thing here. So we're gonna grab it and say whenever something changes, we're sending update settings. So we're gonna say whoever joins me gets their settings updated. So we're gonna need to serialize and deserialize settings. This, I can make an object out of this. All right, where's my other object lying around at? I got an object around here. I'm just gonna keep scrolling. Here we go. So we got, what is this? Cost settings, and this is going to be, well, these are going to include the actual settings. So values, and then what's values going to have? Question timer 0. Actually, what are the defaults? I'm not doing 60 for review timer. You know what? JavaScript, single source of truth, HTML, you can kick it. Ooh, overtime, huh? Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Hopefully worth the money though, eh? Welcome back, welcome back. Yeah, pretty chill day for me. Although the reason, like, I was supposed to be at 2, so if you were like, where's Rascals? Like, what happened was neighbor needed had to help a neighbor out, basically, with their stuff, so, and that took from 12 to 5, so, gotta help people out sometimes. What's this timer value? That's the wrong thing. I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, value. We're just gonna zero y'all out because you don't need values. Leave your maximums open because we like freedom. So question timer is 60. View timer is 5. Well, at least you get some time to relax, Ryan. Get values. Ooh, I can make that as a getter, huh? Read values. So it's gonna be just get all my values. How are we gonna do this? Form equals document query selector. What is this? Settings form with an equal sign because we're wilding. Now we're gonna call this an ID of settings form. Yeah, Ryan, it was it was an experience. But the great thing about it is that, like once you do it once, it's at least what we were doing, it don't need doing again, so that's good. Yeah, we got our form there. Read values, plural, because we have multiple. So we're just gonna be like YOLO. Well, we have all these IDs lying around here, don't we? So I'm just gonna multi-cursor magic it. Here we go. Yeah, using the cool stuff. So we're just gonna this is, I don't know. I'm trying to get so abstract here. It's not gonna work. question timer dot, oh, I have to do this dot values equals document dot query selector this ID dot value. Oh, VS Code don't know what it is. No one knows what it is. It's a value, I promise. Huh. Yeah, no, I'm doing this object oriented thing. I'm just throwing things in variables at this point, but that is what objects are, right? I guess we need the form, and we need the form. Well, we need elements. And then in the elements, we need the form. And then there, now we need the rest of the things. Input, and that input. Question timer input, and then we're going to review timer input. Loving it, loving it. And then review timer input. That's kind of what we want. TypeScript is confused though, so as HTML form. Again, I didn't close my file explorer. Sorry for the real estate. As HTML input element. As HTML input element. They cool? Yeah, they're cool. Get that comma in there. Values. I don't think we need this since we literally got the elements in here. Can we write get thing? Yeah, I can write getters inline. Cool, I love that. I can just say get values. Perfect. So we do the reading and then we do the writing. I didn't realize you could do this just on objects. Okay, let's do this. So return an object of question timer, which is going to be this dot question elements dot question timer input, not index. What's that in there? It's input dot value, and we'll plus this because we want numbers. Then review timer. It is review timer. Help me, VS Code. Thank you, VS Code. Well, that's what we want. Now for our setter, it's gonna be very yeah, it takes. Okay, I want to do an interface of this. Interface settings data. Yeah, I'll call it settings data, and then we'll do essentially this type here. Come on, is there are you gonna be cool? Yeah, I don't know what the way to do that is. It's okay. Question timer number review timer number. So this is the settings data. And we're not doing it on values. We're doing data now for consistency. Okay, that's good. I like that. And this is going to return settings data. TypeScript. It's fun, folks. Why is this angry? Why are you angry? Question timer review timers. Hey, it already found. Yay, thanks, Ryan. I do not do this normally, but I'm forcing myself to do stuff in an object-oriented idea because I'm like, if I just keep doing it, even if it's wrong, eventually I'll do it right. So it's like I'm forcing myself to do it. Like I had this progress timer that was just a function, but I was like, yeah, I'll make it an object because we have multiple functions that are relevant to it. So it actually turned out pretty good, like on it. Like it's kind of instinctualized in me from my Python and my Java experience that you're not object oriented unless you're doing a class thing. But that class, like if it's just a singleton class, for example, then in JavaScript, that's basically this. This is like the direct equivalent to a singleton class. But for my Python and Java brain, it's like, no, you're only object oriented if you're doing class. So having to unlearn that, which ain't going too bad. I mean, I'm doing this, which I feel is pretty cool. Like I didn't know you could write getters on objects. Like I thought you had to do this weird object.define property. Like that was the old way. I thought you had to do the getters and setters on just yay old objects. But yeah. It's pretty nice. So yeah, TypeScript saves the day again. Review timers, it's review timer. Yeah, I gotta count every time that happens because it validates the time I put into getting TypeScript working. Okay, so I have new data. I'm just gonna do this raw. So this dot elements dot form. No. Dot question timer input dot value equals new data dot question timer, and we're destructuring this already. It's going. We're destructuring. Encapsulation. Yep, that is probably what this is. Yeah, I believe it's encapsulation. Numbers not assignable to string. Well, TypeScript, why you be like that? It's like, yeah, but yeah, encapsulation feels pretty good, these parts. Because usually the way I do this is like, okay, progress timer, time for an instantly invoke function expression that returns a bunch of methods that I can call with some private variables in here. So this is the way like I've been doing it before, this to achieve encapsulation. So like I've been doing encapsulation before when it gets to this scope, but not the object oriented. I've been doing whatever it is you call this, like instantly invoke function expression. So same result, but I guess it's not object oriented, it's closure oriented or scope, or I guess it is closure oriented. That exists. That's the way I've done it before. Yeah, I am liking this a little bit more. View timer input. Okay, yeah, we're not returning anything from this because the setter. Okay, there we go. So we have settings, and let's yoink our interface back to where it belongs. We don't have interfaces. Yeah, we do. Where is it? It's in the types thingy. Enjoy your life in the other TypeScript stuff. We export you, and we'll update you soon. So for now, we get these timers working, and VS Code's like, "Where's my stuff? Find your stuff. Find. I'll do it myself." It was right there the whole time, VS Code. It's okay. Yeah, we have these lovely things. Now, there's another thing. How do I want to do this now? Because I want to add. This is where I need a constructor at. But I don't know. So, okay, so essentially what I need to do now is I need to say settings dot form, well, dot elements form add event listener change, and then it's gonna be like, hey, we're changing stuff, and we're gonna be able to say get the data and send it to everyone else. So send message update settings, and what settings are we updating? We're updating settings dot data. So that's the goal, but it's not in the object. It broke out of the object. It escaped. Don't know how it did that. So this is like something that would go in a constructor, but I didn't write a class. Okay, let's ask the internet. JS instantly invoked created class JS. I'll put JS twice, so it's like I want JavaScript. New instance of a class without a thingamabob. I mean, it feels like it's going to be an instantly invoked function expression anyway, just instantly invoked class expression. Thank you, internet. Yeah, this is what I want. Yeah, it's basically instantly invoked. So yeah, I guess I'm staying object oriented. I'm just instantly invoking it. So const settings equals. I know I'm going back to my roots, but hey, I got some part of this pure object orientedness. We're just gonna return the giant thing. What have I done wrong? Besides this. There we go, and then essentially our constructor, quote unquote. No, you know what? I can go with no, I can't do that. I mean, I'm already indenting twice. Maybe I can. Yeah, settings equals instantly invoke function settings, right? Then in this is where I do that stuff I cut off and set this. No, I'm doing it wrong. It's not what we want to do. This is what I want to do. Which means I need to set so const this equals, yeah, we're being real bad. Oh, I can't use this. Understandable. Yeah, we'll be real baddies. We'll say these are all our static settings essentially, and then we'll have to do that, and we'll return settings. Eh, eh, it works, right? Something. It's encapsulated and all that. I guess. Can't use it. It's working. I can actually do this though. Handle change. Yeah, that's cool. I can do that. And that'll do, I can get this. Yeah, so I can do this dot settings, this dot data. Okay, yeah, I got that a little better. It'll be settings to handle change. Closer. Now we have to actually do something with update settings, don't we? And we need to send it whenever they join us. So that we gotta go to the joining logic. It's been a while since we've been there. So when we join them, they'll tell us. But when someone joins us, we gotta tell them. Send message. And we're gonna get like 15 messages. Update your settings. But that's okay. Thinking thoughts. This is what we want, right? Yeah, we want this. Settings.data. Loving it. Now, this is a const. I think this is fine because it doesn't happen instantly. Close that one. Close that one. So yeah, we'll send it. We just won't do anything with it. So we need to do our switch. Timer ran out. Okay, we're going a little longer for this one. We're going longer. I know. Hold your phone. Case update. We'll do like a 7 or maybe 6 minute timer to make up for it. And then we break. Hammer time. There we go. And then here we go. We do settings.data equals, here it comes, data. Whew, okay, that's good. And then we need to actually use these settings somewhere. So 5,000 is no longer 5,000. That is settings.review, well, settings.data.view timer. And then what's the other one? 60,000. Well, hold on. That's in seconds. So times 1,000 to get our milliseconds. And then we have our 6,000, which is settings.data.question timer times 1,000. Okay, folks, I feel like this is, it's 0 because I set it to 0 initially. So that's, wait a minute, that ain't right. Oh yeah, it's all from HTML. Okay, HTML is the single source of truth. So it went back to that. So 60 to there, 5 seconds for there, 11 it. Let's just turn it down, right? Question, yeah, 10 seconds. If you ain't fast, you ain't winning. That looks like 10 seconds to me, folks. Okay, let's mess some other timers up. You get no review. You get like 3 seconds to answer the question. Tick, tick, tick. Yeah, no review. There it is. Okay, I click, it zoom in. These timers are great. Are they multiplayer? I don't know. We're spending more time. We're gonna find out. I want to make a commit of this. So we are joining. Mr. 1, 2, 3. Okay, look at this. No, it's not sending the settings. Are we even connected? Wow, there are like a lot of errors in there. That's okay. Cannot destructure property, question timer undefined. Okay, so when I called update settings, it was like, I got no settings for you to update. So where did we do settings data equals? Here it is. So I didn't get the data. I'm just gonna look at the data. Hello, data. I don't need to look at it. It's already here. Handle undefined. Okay, so where are we calling send? Update, send message. Yeah, send message. Update. What's one of these? There you go. Settings data. That's connection. Okay, I should actually look at it, see how it looks. So let's see. So when we change, we're sending nothing. So that's on our handle change. Ooh, again. Okay, so this is another mistake. This is the second time I made this mistake. Again, with object-oriented stuff. when you pass a function to something else, like I'm passing this function to add event listener. Add event listener sets its own this. Look at the type definition. It sets this to HTML form element. Therefore, this data is not my object. It is the forms data. So I gotta do an arrow function or a binding of settings as a list. And now if I do it should just be working now. Ooh, look at that data, folks. Okay, we are destroying their internet if y'all join this game, but it's only for the end, the joining portion. Then RD is not 1, 2, 3. We are joining 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's already synced. Look at these numbers. You can send secret messages with this if you wanted to. Why that? Oh, if it's when it changes, not on input. I think that's a good event rate. So let's set it to 5, 5, and see if everyone actually got the memo on this. Oh yeah, I need to ready up on both. What is this delay? There's a delay going on here. Don't know what it is. Is it an error? They're both ready. Yeah, we go again. We have synchronized the settings, but now we can't play the game. Okay, let's refresh this. Refresh you. Please rejoin. Clicky, clicky. Oh no, I swear, if this is that same error from before where I clicked them in the wrong order. Okay, it was just a weird network thing. But yeah, look at that. Okay, we got some weird CSS going. It went back to 60, so that's because I do not have forms saving, but if they both go to 5, clicky, clicky. Ha. Okay, there it is. This is my internet, and look, the timers, watch it. Bam, they're synchronized. Yeah, and since no one answered anything, we didn't. Okay, that's a weird bug. You shouldn't be able to. It's on. I broke it. Okay, let's try it one more time. Okay, these I gotta put these in the remembrance thing. At least I only got set one of them, right? Internet, go. 500, 1024, loving it. Oh yeah, Brian, you just if you didn't see me adding this progress and timer indicator, but yeah, that's the progress essentially we made so far on the thing, along with it used to be good styling, but they're overlapping now. Okay, so someone's gonna answer, someone's not gonna answer. Da, 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 da. I'll answer. I don't want to spend here forever, so we'll answer that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna tweak these defaults. I'm kind of biased because I'm just like, hurry up, I'm trying to develop you. So yeah. And boom, we can see the ones that you didn't answer on, for example. No one answered. It just silently ignores your answers because I sent them as -1s and I had to do like nothing more. It just worked. So yeah, this is looking good. Well, it's working good at least. Aside from my bad internet. What we're gonna do, we're gonna do some more stuff, some more synchronization, some more form synchronization. So what we want to do is every time. Okay, I want to see what's going on. So I want to do some synchronization when I change stuff. Form set, form red. Hey, Ryan, but I'll get a sound effect eventually. But yeah, I did make progress, measurable progress. If you're curious on how I did it with zero CSS. There are these HTML elements called progress. It's really, it is as it says on the 10. So I wrote no CSS for that. I just gave it a value, a min, and a max, and I set the max to like however milliseconds it's waning, and you just update the value, and it will just do that for you. There's also the meter, which you can't tell which is which. The left one, don't disappoint. This is the meter. They have like different semantic values. Like if you both had accessibility reader, they'd be very different. I think that's the main difference between them. The meter over here does have more HTML things, so like it changes colors as it gets full or less than a certain point. So you can do some interesting thing on this. But I just chose them because semantic and I knew I didn't want to make my own. But yeah, I made progress. Oh, I did this whole thing. I wanted to see the form states changing. So yeah, we're just gonna look at form stuff. Yeah, pretty good. A lot of stuff HTML's got built in. Yeah, so when I ready up, does it send it? Yeah, readying does not send it. I guess I only want to send it, so I'm trying to figure out when I want to save this to state and then return it from state. Now, when I say state, I haven't decided where that is yet, but I guess I want that to be whenever I set it. That makes the most sense, I suppose. Yes, whenever I set the data, I'm also going to be saving it to state. Now, I can use local storage. That'll work great. I might just use a local store. I mean, that's hard to decide because I want this to, just be like, you can just copy a link, copy link, boom, paste it to friend. Friend's got awesome game ready to play. And that would include these settings. So I'm just going to put in the URL for now because that can't be any more ignoring how longer we're going to make this. So yeah, I'm going to say new const params equals new URL search. Search params. No, I'm not. I am past the timer. I'm gonna make a commit. I'm gonna be a good person. Gonna make this commit. We got the settings sync and a surprisingly few amount of changes. It was just the one big thing. And what did I change here? Oh, the timer. Okay. I was like, I didn't touch you, code. Why'd you change? Okay, I got another thing I gotta do. Okay, I'm confused. Settings form should be doing something, but I'll figure that out now. This is a great message. I'll understand it when I get back. It's not a message for you, it's a message from me. There we go. We add that to CSS. JavaScript changed. Oh, apparently it did. I'm just blind. There we go. Add timers. Add timers. Yeah, we added the timers. We got them in. Git push, as usual. It's not super easy for the multiplayer, but single player is playable. And I already had it open, but there's a second link. There we go. And we will be taking our break as usual. When we get back, we'll do an easy Code Wars. And yeah, feel free to take a break, stretch, relax, hydrate, all that good stuff. Gotta be healthy. It also helps to step away from all our problems to get a fresh pair of eyes on it, even if it's just our own. So, catch you after the break. Welcome back. Welcome back. We are doing our warm-up Code Wars. Now, when I said easy, this wasn't how easy I was meaning, but we are gonna do this one. So work out what number, day of year it is. So we're gonna use the date object for this one. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say const end, and well, I should read the question because I technically read it. Y'all haven't heard it yet. So work out what number, day of year it is. You're going to be given an array with the day, month, and year as the 0th, 1th, and 2nd arguments. And you should return what day of year it is. So for the 25th of December 2017, we should get 359, for example. And lots of other ones, probably handling the leaps. But we're going to use something else. We're going to say a new date object. And this takes a year, month, index, and day. So we're going to say, first we're going to destructure this because we're wild. Day, month, year. So it's going to be year, and then month index is month minus 1, and then day. There we go. So that is our end. So the way we calculate how many are before it is, well, we can actually do math. Oh, we're going to do some math. We're going to do some math. So start equals new date year. We're going to do a little math, not that much math. Everyone, don't go crazy. So we're going to return end get time minus start.get time divide by the number of milliseconds in a day, which is 86400 000 to get the milliseconds. This ain't going to work. Of course, because order of operations, guess what went first? These two. So divide the time by that, and then it subtracted the big number from that. So we don't do that. We parenthesis our subtraction. So we subtract, then we divide. 358, 359. Ooh. I'm one day off. Just go forward a day. Eh? For date expected 61 to equal 60. Let me just run it again. That's a random test. Hey, okay, so there's a random test, unfortunately, failing. Now, it's random, so we're gonna pass it. What would the proper way of this be, huh? I feel this is a pretty... this is the way I do it in production, but it would be like the algorithm where the interviewer says, you can't use the date object. So, like, what would it be? I mean, I guess you have to handle this. And then, yeah, so you calculate if it's a leap year, and then you calculate, I guess you do it manually, increment day by day. So you keep track of how many months or how many days are in each month, and you manually plus one it until you get, well, you just plus month it until you get into the month's range. Then you plus what day of the month it is. So it's not hard. Like, I think I could do this if someone told me, do this without the date object, and I just submitted a horrible solution. Yeah, so we got for loop. Someone counted the days in the month. Okay, someone actually went the right way, calculated the leap, did all cool stuff. But I gotta fix my solution. I am not happy with it. Here it is in the chat. Y'all wanna give it a shot? Yeah, my solution, very uncool. Very uncode wars, if you would say. Y'all see exactly where I'm going with this, don't ya? We don't need this variable. Nah. Do we need this variable? Don't think so. Yeah, I think this is enough code wars, actually, to... I don't need to go full code war. I just need a little polish. Yay. Loving it. I would be loving it if my vote went through. Give me my extra honor, codewars.com. There it is. Okay, yep, and that was a good one to do. Let's get back to the game. So I left a message for myself. Settings form on submit Y. Yeah, I understand that. Okay, so timer. Yo. Yeah, in this session, we're going to be figuring out what this is. So yeah, so when I submit, well, let's not jump into it. What will we be doing this session? We'll be updating this thing to not have that delay if possible. So we'll be properly handling this ready button instead of whatever we're doing now. And then what will we be doing? Let's go to do list. So we have timers synced. Yeah, we want to. So like some of these things are nice, but I know I'm not going to get all of them. I'm not doing broadcast syncing. I want to be able to make this actually multiplayer playable. So an ID, a joining ID, and a display name. So yeah, ID shouldn't be handling these is going to be interesting. I mean, I guess yeah, they'll both be their own little formats or forms. I could just go sync settings. That would be an easy one. Peer discovery is one I'm not confident on, because in order for natively Peer.js to discover peers, you got to run a server that has the setting turned on, which is not accessible to all folks, and I ain't running a server. So I'm going to use some like random JSON storage, like Pantry or whatever. But yeah, I think before a list of players even works, I need to like be joined, like have display names, right? So yeah, that one's out. Well, I know I need to have this out. So yeah, this is being blocked by this. So list ordering goes there. Yeah, that's how we know it's being blocked. There we go. See other response states. Again, blocked by the UI. Inability to be joined when the game is active. I can do that one pretty simply. I can also update my settings syncs. Yeah, so for this session, inability to be joined when the game is active. Easy. Synced settings. I mean, yeah, let's just go for the rest of the sync settings, honestly. I'm putting off the joining functionality, as you can tell. Okay, let's go for the ready button. Yeah, we're not doing start button anymore. Yeah, toodaloo. We're going, yeah, toodaloo. Wait a minute, what's this? It's not toodaloo. This, I'm ripping out important things, apparently. You know what? We're baddies, we'll write bad code. What is this type? This is a button type. Uh-huh. So when you hit submit, no, we're writing good code this time. We're not that bad. I want these forms to actually be runnable. So when you hit enter in them, it runs the game. Or it hits ready. We're doing it right. This is the ready button? Yeah, this is the ready button. It's weirdly as named, folks. So we're going to that settings form. Well, this thing doesn't belong in settings, but and the name no longer fits, but it's okay. Event listener submit, not make a new file. I would not want that. Handle submit. Once I type it right. Bind settings, yep. Handle submit. And then do that. There we go. Actually make it a function, that would help. What are we gonna do? Well, actually, we want to prevent default and then do our logic. Well, we need the event for that, don't we? Yeah, okay, event. I can type event. Event. Prevent default. Since it's all yoink thrown around, I don't know what's up. TypeScript cannot infer the type, so can we infer that from there? No, we can't. Element event map. Oof. Document element. Or I have to go global. Oh no. Copy paste. That ain't it. Global. Submit. I'm not jumping in here because it might not be here. PQRS. Submit event. There it is. This is what I want. I want a submit event. We good, TypeScript? We are, yeah. Prevent default. Loving it, TypeScript. Okay. Great. Now what do we want to do? We want to do what we're doing before. So where's the start? Yeah, which means start button. Goodbye. We want to disable the button, remove the disable from the restart button, and do this. So let's actually take all 3 lines while we're here. So yeah, OOP, that's for the win, I guess. I can't tell at this point. submit button. Yeah, we'll get that eventually. So we do that, then we say list.submit elements.submit button, right? And then we'll query select that. And, you know, I'm not liking this multi-query selector stuff, so const form equals as HTML format. Get in the game TypeScript. There we go. Now, instead of querying the entire document, we query just the form. Query selector for the only button on the thing. Now, did I... let's look at the HTML. I may have put a submit type. No, I didn't put any type on it. Good. And, yeah, can you know it's a button TypeScript? Yes, you do, because we could just give it a tag. TypeScript Smart Script. Objects possibly null. There we go. You're happy. Okay, this is great. Still non-object oriented. Figure it out later. Then we will say settings. Well, what's this? Settings. Yeah, we're not going super object oriented. Elements, submit button, remove attribute, disabled. Can we not just say disabled equals false? I mean, TypeScript says we can do that. And I trust TypeScript. TypeScript would never lie to me. Let's see how this works. So I'm going to get through a game real quick. So I'm going to set this to 0. We're actually going to see if games still work at this point. Clear that out. Yeah, games still work. Clicky, 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 clicky. And I restart and the button is returned. You can say disabled equals false. Thank you, TypeScript. And now we have this in 3 variables. So, okay, yeah, still living there. I could just shove it in this object, but I'm feeling like that's not the OOP way. Let's put a line between that. It's unrelated. Good, change goes there, submit goes there. Now that we're here, no, I was about to be like, let's order things differently. No, that's a bad idea. Okay, so this is working. What was my to-do? Was to fix that weirdness. I get the weirdness. Inability to join or be joined when game is active. I can do that because I know when games are active. Games are active when any user has answer index. Nope. Games are active when a question has been rendered. When we are not on the certain screen. We're not on the blank screen. How do I know when we're not on this screen? We know we're not on the start game screen when start game has a does not when thoughts. It's the class hidden. So if the start game does not have a class of hidden, you can join or be joined. Got it. Phew, that took a while. Okay, let's figure this out. Think thoughts. Think thoughts. Think thought. Well, I have join and on join, so it's one of these. There you go, on open. So when they open, we can send them a message to be like, hey. Hey, that's all we're gonna say. We're just gonna say hey, right? We got nothing else to say. We're gonna check the logic. So we're gonna check. Well, we'll just make this into a function already. Let's pick a good spot. Const is screen active. Man, that's a horrible name for a function I'm only going to use once. Is game active equals this little arrow function that does a document query selector for start game, and you are real, and you say class list has a hidden. So if it doesn't, well, if it has hidden, then the game is active, right? As does not exist. Is it code contains? Yes, it is. Thank you, VS Code. So if the game is hidden, then if the start menu is hidden, the game is active. There we go. So now we're saying, hey, when you join, if the is game active, then we're going to be like, yeah, about that. We're going to send you a message all on your own. Action, what's it going to be called? Action message. Sure, we'll call it a message. I don't know. What's the data? The data is an active game. Yeah, that seems right. And we want to return. We also want to disconnect you because nothing personal. You gotta go. That's a lot of indentation. I just kind of want to do the invert at this point. So if not game active, then happiness happens. Turn the happiness. Otherwise, we do the ugliness. Doesn't really matter either way, does it? It doesn't. Okay, so but this is the thing. The ugliness, we need to copy it around to one other place when they open over here. And yeah, so if not is no, that's not how early returns work. Early returns are the negative value. This is the negative value, no matter how many lines I like it. This is the negation. The positive continues down here. Return auto format. This is the way it should be. I was like line count and prettiness instead of readability, and people can read your code. There we go. Look how easy that copy and paste was. There we go. So, is an active game. That should be a good message for both of them. Now we need to handle a message action, which we do not have existence. Or do not have handling of. Hello, hello, hello. Where's my switch case? Here it is. Let's just shove it at the end like the rest of them because we have no organization. Case massage. What are we gonna do with this? Well, we're gonna break because we're good switch case users. Then what are we gonna do? We're gonna alert the message because we're bad users. We're gonna say who sent the message. Also, template literal. Template literal said, what did they say? They said lots of words. And then closing template literal. There we go. What did they say? Well, actually, we know what they said. Who said it? They said it. ID said it. Not whatever that was. Okay, this should do the trick. So I have one client, and it goes to the wrong screen. And now I have two clients. Hello, two client. Now you are joining. First, I want to make sure I didn't break anything. So 5, 5. Everyone's lovely. Yeah, I disconnect. I keep playing, right? Oh no, I reconnected. Okay, so that was impressive logic. It didn't work. So yeah, I'm here. I'm joining 1, 2, 3. I can't go on because someone joined me. It's not working. Connection 1, 2, 3 open. Connection 1, 2, 3 closed. Opened and closed. I didn't get the message though. Huh. So I'm joining. I'm not getting the message. Am I filtering my console? I'm not. Okay, let's go. Yeah, there's not that many changes. Okay, so when someone connects to me, I want to send them a message and I want to close the connection. Then I don't add them to my players. I don't do anything outside of here. Ooh, I am connection closed. That is doing a splice. So I think I need to keep this logic here because my disconnect is already kind of being handled. So if I connect and then disconnect, it breaks. I remove myself, which is why that's not working. Okay. I have to go do that elsewhere. Do I want to send them the settings if they connect? No, they don't get settings. They get nothing. So yeah, we get the new player. That's guaranteed. I don't even need that anymore. If is game active. If I was about to invert it. Feels so right. That's okay. Let's see if this works. So yeah, you're here. Oh great, you're here too. You're joining 1, 2, 3, 4. Be gone. Okay, this is broken. Join. There you go. Now you try join 1, 2, 3. And of course, you have to refresh with those. Opened and closed, and I can keep playing my game. Great. I didn't get the message though. Did you send the message? You sent an answer. You sent questions. You sent a bunch of stuff. Oh, that sending is not being logged, right? Huh. Message. So the handling is being logged though. I'm not seeing that over there. Connection 1, 2, 3 open. Connection 1, 2, 3 close. So 72 and 81 is doing the stuff. Oh, right. So I'm joining them and I'm checking if my game is active when I join them. That's not what's supposed to happen. I don't think this allowed to the side of the relationship can do that. So when you join, you just join. Player appear on open. yeah, it's the responsibility of the person you're being open to. I mean, let's just literally look. Is game active? And of course, we want a label on this. Is game active? Is game active? Let's just see what the actual thing going on is. So if I, this is great. This is awkward because I'm actually joined up together, aren't they? Okay, right. So if I leave and I want to join you, connection is game. Yeah, game is active, so connection to them closed. I should give you an ID. ABC. There we go. Now we can read you. Yeah, connection to ABC game open is active. So I didn't get the message. Is closing it? Is this not like all synchronous or stuff? Like, do I have to like do this? Yeah, you play the game. Yeah, then you leave the game. Oh yeah, playing the game kind of parts. Okay, now you leave the game. Is an active game. Okay. So sending, so closing, like sending is not synchronous. Kind of just queues it up to be sent. Huh, okay, this is a good question for the docs. Pure.js docs. Let's keep that tab open. Documentation. I thought it was kind of, I mean, it makes sense that it's not synchronous, but how do I know when a message has been sent, though? Okay, I hope I can read these docs. Send. 12 instances, that's not too bad. Okay, tell me how this works. Send strings, numbers, array, binary, and more. Very cool. Metadata. Oh, what's metadata? That looks fun. Send. Data is serialized. That's our method. Loving it. 11, 12. Okay, that does not tell me anything at all. Okay. I have to find out when this is sent. Can I just... Okay, so this is going to be kind of my logic. I'm going to wait a second. And that's it. That's all I can come up with. It's just waiting, and then when I connect, if I don't receive a response, I can say received unable to connect to client or unable to connect to host. So it's all join. Get in the game. There we go. So you said you're in active game. Opened. Got message closed. So yeah, a second. Maybe that's pretty all right. Let's give it. How long do we want to wait? We want to wait 5 seconds, and we're actually gonna globalize that particular timer. Cost here wait time equals 5 seconds. So we have other things we'll be waiting for. So I copy that, jump to the 5. There it is. Yeah, that I believe is good. Perfect. Delete that console log. Now, when we make a connection to someone else, we're going to say, if I don't make it in 5 seconds, I'm giving up. And this is currently the only place I do that, so... I mean, it's literally set timeout, logic, and then I'll clear that timeout later. Here, wait time, so I gotta bring it up a little bit. Cost connection timeout. Now let's call it timeout. We don't need good names where we're going. Timeout equals that thing. So now we have it, and what we'll do in here is we will say alert. Able to connect to, and we're lazy because we use string concatenation. I'm just connect to joining. And we need that as a multi-line, so you get no body, you get nothing. Now when you open, we're gonna clear that timeout. Good code. So this is good. Oh, there was something in my mind. Something else that needs to... Okay, thanks for running my code. Oh, when I get my ID. So there's an ID conflict thing going on. If 2 people with the same ID kind of like exist, things happen. Let's see what happens. Console log ID. I think another one is peer.on. Tell me your secrets, TypeScript. What events do I have? I have error. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Save it and find out. So if we both have the ID of 123, well, only one of us could be 123. One of us gotta change. PHAS ID is already taken. Right, this is correct. Did I get this error though? Great question. This tells me nothing above about it though. Here, error. Ooh, oh, I do get that error. Okay, this is good. So that error probably has a dot message that can just be like, user, you did something wrong. Yeah, 123. Yeah. Oh, you get the message. Okay, I'm like, where'd my message go? It's over here. Okay, so this is literally, I'm just gonna be like, user, it's not my problem anymore. It's yours. Boom. Boom. So that handles the ID conflict stuff. ID is taken. Literally perfect. I mean, it's perfect for my cases. Okay, yeah, now we can both stop being 123 and spamming me with alerts. And you're joining 123. Enjoy your life. Let's actually handle, check out the fail to join. So if I try to do 1234, which does not exist, sorry to say it, it fails. Okay, so what we need to do is, okay, I wasn't reading when I hit those buttons. I need to, there were two buttons there. I need to read those. Unable to connect 1234. Cannot connect to peer 1234. Let's find where I put those messages. Oh, the message. Oh, I didn't need to do that, did I? No. Okay, this is great. Here on message handles that for me. Great. Cannot connect to peer 1234. Okay, that's literally perfect. Joining 1234. Okay, that's your attempt, right? Okay, so this is good. I guess this is probably how long I'm gonna get done during the break, but what was I supposed to be doing? Inability? Boom, done that. I want this to be a better UI because when I'm joining, I can hit the buttons. I'm just going to disable all the forms. Thanks for the alert, folks. Until I join, right? So this is where it's going to be disable and then we enable settings form. Thankfully, no, this ain't thankful. It's not in a field set. Because I can disable field set, I can't disable things outside of field set. So yeah, we're going over this timer just a few. Again, we'll make the break a little longer to update this. Wait, can we just put it in the field set and not put any labels? Would it be cool with that? Let's put the options in there too. That belongs in the field set. Actually, it belongs as the legend. Yeah. And we'll call it a new game. Yeah, okay, this is looking good. I'm liking it, I'm liking it. Now we get this field set, which is, I mean, it's setting forms first children. I think I can handle that. Right? Yeah, I already have setting forms as an object, so I can easily add a new thing to it. Loving this. So when we are, yeah, this can only happen on this page, so I don't have to handle the other pages. This is good, good, good. So what we're gonna do is when this, before this happens, basically, so settings form initially disabled. Watch I just do that. Everything's disabled. Great thing about field sets. And then we will enable it on basically this. So settings dot data, well, settings dot set, what am I calling this? I want to enable the form. I want to be able to disable the form. Form enabled. This is such an ugly method name. Yeah, form is now enabled. Everyone's happy. And we're going with the ugly method name. And then here, once you open or you close or you error or you data, I don't know. We're just gonna go with this, and then we'll test it after the break to see how that works. Otherwise, when someone is connecting to me, I'm going to set settings set form enabled false, and then when they connect or they fail or anything happens, trying to understand this logic here because this is multi-threaded technically with all these different users. It's good enough though. Set form enabled. Huh. Oh, actually, well, what am I doing? This ain't how we do things. Form enabled equals true. Yeah, we use setters and getters. 2022 equals false. Then form enabled equals false. There we go. Well, actually, we disable it when the connection's incoming, and then we enable it when anything really happens. So when they connect or they don't, yeah, after the console, before the interaction. Well, actually, after the interaction with the global. There we go. Now I add that cool little setter and getter. Set form enabled. Enabled. That's not how we spell it. Then we say comma this dot elements dot form dot children. If we write real bad code, 0 dot and disabled. Don't do that. Equals not enabled. Yeah, we're doing it bad. Field set. What is field set? It is form. I'll get there. As HTML fields. Field set element. Oh, love me TypeScript. Now we say this dot elements dot field set disabled equals not enabled. Let's make that a boolean. Love you TypeScript. And let's make you a getter. So when you get form enabled, you're gonna ask the DOM, yo DOM, what's up? I'm gonna say the inverse of this, which is a boolean. Good. Give me my semicolons. This should do the trick. So if I open another one, yeah, stop fiddling. I want to refresh. Can I connect to 1, 2, 3, 4? Wait, what? Okay. Okay, I see it be disabled for just a bit. That's good. And when I run, I'm disabled and they're disabled. And obviously, I did not re-enable at some point. Form enabled equals true, right? So if you're not joining anyone, you're back on the game. But if you are, oh, I did that wrong. False, then true. True, not mutual. There, okay. Figured out the order of things. So you're disabling me for like a flash second. I'm not getting re-enabled because I never added that to the on join. There we go. So when I join and I add the player, I re-enable myself. And it's hard to tell like if this is, I mean, this will work. Yes, it's technically working. So here's the thing though. What if you're playing on single player and you got no internet? Boom, you can't play the game anymore. So what we need to do is on open. We just set a timer basically. Well, if open never happens basically, right? This is also good for disabling multiplayer features. Wait, what happens? So here's the thing. I need to simulate a loss of network connection. I think Chrome can help me there. Network tab. Okay, either way, I've added and fair enough features. Already past timer a bit. Let's get these added. Here we go. Yeah, we got that logic. Did some error handling. So we have and connection errors, prevent joining interactive games. What else do we do? I don't know, we synchronize the UI. It's not worth mentioning, I don't think. More penis magic message, technically. Yeah, I think that's all we did. And with that, we are one step closer to new terminal. Actually making this a playable game. Publicly playable. And with that, we'll be taking the next break. Catch you at the end. Make sure to stretch, relax, all that good stuff, and hydrate. We will find a fun code words to do when we come back. Welcome back, welcome back. We will be cranking into our Code Wars in just a second. Got some other thing fixed really quick. Do, 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 do. There we go. Hopefully, we'll find out next time. Skips push. Hey, not yet, Ryan, not yet. I mean, I already had like an extra minute, implicitly, just because of the whole, we taking extra time on that last part. So, soon, soon, soon. Not yet, though. You just have a bunch of people just keep adding timers like this. Okay, we ain't gonna be doing anything this stream, I guess. I'll change it to just chatting for it's taking an eternal break. Yeah. But yeah, I added the timer to myself, so. Here's the code words I found. Closure counter. Define the function counter that returns a function that returns an increasing value. I love me my closures. First should be 1. You're going to have to use closures. Here it is in the good old chitty chat. Enjoy. So we're going to have counter. Let count equals 1. Function, well, we're going to turn an arrow function of, what will this do? Every time you call it, it will return, well, it'll increment the count, so it'll return the count incremented. Yeah, that might do the trick. There we go. Let's submit. Try it out. There we go. Yeah, Ryan. It's closures. We haven't really like learned into them yet. But essentially, like I'll put this in a debugger, so this will be more easier to understand. Let's find. Actually, yeah, I just throw it down this code here and I'll throw a breakpoint on it. Essentially, what's happening is that the scope of it, like it can see the previous calls. Let's find their test code. Okay, we're not using their test code. Their test code is dumb. It's not dumb. It's just not what I need to show it. My counter equals counter. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of making up for the count my counter. I mean, this is kind of the my one scheduled day of streaming, and I did miss like half of it. So yeah, usually I'd be able to go from 2 to 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours anyway. So yeah, that is kind of the plan for these Saturday streams. Okay, so let me try to write this in an array that's actually debuggable. Okay, this is debuggable. I'm actually we're gonna add some console logs here. There we go. And now we can see them. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's good. So what we're going to do is we're going to put a breakpoint. We're going to put a break. Obey me, Chrome. Okay, so we are in debugger mode. Now this is the same debugger you get with Chrome, but a little different. And now we see we have this thing called closure. Now this is just being like, this is all the stuff here that's available to you. So we're going to step forward 1 line, and now this is going to return the function. And then we don't go in the function. We return the function, but we're not calling the function. And now, word wrap is enabled, so it threw us 10 lines away. But if we disable word wrap, we can now see that my counter, this is good call, Prankstar. This ain't timer yet, though, because it's technically still Code Wars time. I don't count Code Wars time. I won't forget. Watch me forget, though. So what we've done now is you can see that counter. So this is like, it's telling me this is a function. Oh, it is. Let me check. Oh, yeah, I mean, usually it is, but today it seems to have been pretty good actually, Ryan. I mean, at least on the thing says it hasn't been horribly bad. Like I've had a few drops, but they're really small compared to 50% drop rate. But yeah, they're pretty good today at least. Like I try like I think it's just bad internet night for me, Ryan. Literally the later hours just got this weird internet. Don't make good one. I keep getting cut off. Too bad internet connections. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, it's not as bad as the first day I did this, Ryan. I know that, but I do see I got like a couple thousand dropped frames, unfortunately. But I mean, most of it, like it's mostly green, just like 90% green. It's got a few really thin dropouts, so I think it's still good enough to keep going. Like if it gets really bad, like I'll obviously don't want to hold y'all here barely hearing anything. Don't forget the timer. That's what Prankster has been my timer reminder of the stream, reminding me to start the timer whenever I don't. And this time it's like it's technically on Code Wars, so I'll set it to like a small time though, just so I don't forget it. So I set it to 5 minutes more for the for this Code War explanation. But okay, so basically what we have here is my counter is now a function. Now it has a bunch of stuff on it. It's got arguments, which is nothing. It's got color, which is nothing. It's got length. It's got no name because I didn't give it a name. It's even got a prototype, which is everything functions has. Fun fact: functions are objects, therefore they got prototype. Very fun. Yeah, it was, Ryan. I appreciate you. You hung in there for like I think all of it though, Ryan. So yeah, now what we have here is we have something called closures or scopes. And in the scopes, we got a lot of them. So the first scope is the global one. It's literally everything that's available. The second scope is a closure, which is everything that's available. I guess it's another global thing. I'm probably going to blame TypeScript for this one. Now, the one that matters is this next closure. We can see this is called counter, like this is the function name we made right over here. I can't hover because I'll lose the hover. But we can see we have a count of 1. So this is our previous closure, which is how when we run it, we go to the next line, it runs, and then we go back into the closure so we can look again. The count went up. It's like this is like how the closure thing works. Well, I'll go ahead and step in this time. So now that we're inside the function, we can see this is undefined. But the next up closure counter has a count of 2. We can hover over it and we can see it has a count of 2. And the next one up is our global scope. So this is kind of how the closures work. They remember things above them, like they have access to everything essentially above them. When I say above, I guess I'm saying to the left of them indentation wise, but it's the curly braces that really, I mean, it's technically not even curly braces, it's the parent execution that calls it, like determines where the scopes end and start. And then closure is essentially when there are multiple, well, there's at least one and another one, and that is what this little counter thing is. So we see we go into the counter and it returns the next one. We go into this one, it incremented it, we go back up, it gets to 4. So yeah, closures, they're not, I mean, like, they're not, I'm honestly, I'm trying to compare them to other languages. While you can make them in Python and you can in Java, they're not really integral to the language. Like, you can do a lot without touching closures because they're not really, I think they're called higher order functions over there. But that is, okay, TypeScript's angry, but that is basically the way closures work and the way you can debug them, actually, because that's another thing. It's pretty fun to, these debug tools so much. They explain things a lot better than I do. So I'm just like, look at my debugger. Okay, what have I done? I done something. That things are on fire. Oh, I'm in. What am I doing? I'm removing breakpoints. Save. Continue. Don't freak out, Chrome. Be cool. You cool, Chrome? Chrome is cool. Okay, yeah. So that's my brief closure demonstration, at least on this problem. Now we gotta LeetCodify it or code warify it. That was it. That was the code verification. I made it into an arrow function. Ooh. And now we submit. It wasn't that big of a change, Code Wars. Hang in there. Phew, that was a tough one, wasn't it? Let's see how everyone else. Now I am curious to see what the Code Warriors out here did. Ah, they set a default parameter and then use that as their basically variable bucket. Yeah, okay. I wasn't think my Code Wars brain isn't on. Everyone else did the normal thing though. Okay, this person was making art or something. That's cool. Okay, that's a good one. A function that returns a function called next, called with 0, and committing next. Yeah, that is a long-winded way to do the default parameter. Oh, it's almost a recursive way, actually. Oh, that is like, oh, I don't know. It's a weird one. Yeah, for sure, prankster. It was tough. Not the easiest of days, but got through it. That's all that matters. Persevere. Okay, yep. So for that one, that's a good one. We're gonna jump back into the thing, and I will remember to set my timer for our next session. And what we'll be doing this session, we will be looking at the to-do list. Ain't this a nice looking to-do list, huh? Let's find something to do. Room syncing. Yeah, I could do that. ID. Oh, I'm handling conflicts. Ooh, look at all this stuff. Man, we got a lot done in the last 5 seconds. Nah. Display name. Yeah, display name, see list, sync other. These will be nice things to have. You know, let's go for that one. So display name, it's a new feature. It's kind of specific, and it's blocking our list and our other responses. So let's do that. Where are we going to display it? Bottom right corner. So close that, close that, close that. Technically, this ain't a page anymore. So let me look at my show screen logic way up here. Goes to all the main children and yoinks them out. So we're going to do a aside. Yeah, that's what we'll call it. And then we'll say h3 players, h3. And then this will be a nice unordered list of li. Now we're just gonna do this so we can style it now. Name spot. Sure. Let's pull that CSS out. There we go, to the bottom of the page. What are we gonna do this? Do we have any other asides? We do not, so we'll style it directly. Well, we won't style it directly. We need to target with JavaScript. So ID equals players wrapper 11it. So we'll style that dot players wrapper. Y'all can't read that. There we go. So with players wrappers, what we're going to do is we're going to position it absolutely in the bottom right corner. So it'll be there, and then it'll be right one rem, bottom one rem. Then how are we going to make it look good? So I think we already set all the ULs to display none. Players hyphen wrapper I is an ID. That would make the styling not work. Bada boom, bada bing. Let's text align left of that. And that is a little tiny font. Yeah, it's like, oh, it's because I'm using a CSS reset. First time I've tried that. Font size 20 pixels, so 2 rems. I didn't break that much CSS. Players. Yeah, you know, I don't need the players indicator. They'll be able to figure it out. Loving it. We should also close the aside tag. That would make the browser happy. That's probably why it was freaking out every time. Like, I render a new page. You can't see it all. Okay, this is good. So this is where we start getting into the thing where we go new game. We're going to create our form for our information. Not start game. Yeah, in here. So we have 2-column grid, new game, another one. Legend multiplayer. Then we're gonna say what in here? We're gonna say our name. We're gonna do this by copying the previous one. That's right. We don't need any typing practice, not today. It's not review timer anymore, is it? It is display name input. Display name. Oh, we're also gonna need an ID here, won't we? Oh, not that many. ID. Oh, yeah. Here. here. I mean, I could just say username, but the thing about that is like, it wouldn't. Like, huh? I could collapse this both into one thing and just say username, right? Yeah, and what I'll do is I'll make a prefix suffix. Yeah, I like that better. I just had a That's a much better idea. So you just give yourself a username. Everyone knows usernames have to be unique, and I'll generate like append an ID. Like I'll take a randomly generated ID and just prefix it to it. So while technically others outside the system could mess with it, it's namespace essentially. So yeah, username. Yeah, we got this polished out. Hope I didn't mean to replace all that. This ain't a number, unfortunately. But we can do some validation. We can do value, and that will be, well, here's the thing. With a default username, everyone's going to be joining the same one. But I don't want people not to have a username. Well, I want them to be able to not have a username, so sure. Username, good. What was I actually supposed to here do? I'm getting display name, but okay, I'm just doing username for now, not anything else. So tempting to just being like, let's add the rest of it, but we ain't doing that just yet. Okay, this is our username. It's lovely. Da -da -da. So I need to set this for myself, and wait a minute. I read the PureJS docs. They said something about metadata being the recommended way to send user information or something. Tell me, documentation, your secrets. Yeah, use the metadata option. Oh, a unique label. Okay. Metadata associated, passed by whoever initiated the connection. Serialization and reliable. Huh. A unique label by which you identify this data connection can be accessed with .label when the connection was initialized. Ooh, I can't update it though. That is something I want to be able to do. If I would use this metadata, I would have to destroy and recreate it every time they change their username, which means I would have to destroy and recreate the player and destroy and recreate all this stuff. Yeah, we're not doing that. We're building our own username system. Okay, that was a great attempt, I suppose. So yeah, we have the form element. We need to get this from the thing to the other thing. I have thoughts. I have a few thoughts, not a lot. Okay, let's try this again. Basically, well, let's start with the try to figure out where I want to go with this, because it's technically in the settings, so I guess we're going in the settings, adding more to this monolithic object. Here we go. Question timer input, view timer input, username input, and then get data. Well, this is an awkward thing because when you're getting the data, you do want to read the username. But when you're setting it, it's kind of like, do you want to set username? Because this is the synced settings. These are game settings, not multiplayer settings. Yeah, when we call set data, we're not setting the things we don't have, right? So username, we won't send username over the wire. Yeah, okay, I like that. Settings data to the type. Username string, loving it. Loving it. And the thing's angry because that's a number. Yep, that ain't a number. Got you fixed. Let's call .trim on that. There we go. Now this is angry because we're not doing anything with it. So this is going to be our first optional one. If username is not undefined. Because if they set an empty string, then yeah, that's their username, however weird it is. If it's not undefined, then this logic, a yoink, username input equals username, and it already is a string. Hurrah, hurrah. There we go. Perfect. The thing is, when we're sending the settings, yeah, we're not sending all the settings. Right? Right. Yeah, we're not doing that. This data, this. Yeah, game data. And game data is a subset of all the data. It's basically this logic here. I think that's right. Yeah, I'll make a second for set game data. Love it, love it, love it, love it. No username for you. This feels right. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow to Baby Jesus. Glad you could hang by. Not knowing why that was doubled. But yeah, thanks for the follow. How is your day or evening or whatever time it is where you're at is? As you can see, I am messing with data, getting this timer up and working. I mean, no, not a timer. I'm getting these settings up and working. So right now it works, but you can't specify your own username and stuff like that, which is what we're doing. And then we will be doing. It's a multiplayer trivia game. I should have said that. So you start, gives you options and questions, a little timer to motivate you. Click them, tells you how you did. That's timer to the next question. Then when you eventually get to the end, which it's gonna take a moment for me to get there because all these timers are on 5 seconds. The great thing about that timer, you can turn the timer down to like 0, so you can click as fast as you want. When you get to the end, you can see how you answered, how the other people answered, and right now it's just how good you are, but I mean, this is honestly satisfying enough for me. Maybe we're gonna have like a leaderboard of how good everyone else did, but this is good for me. And now we're implementing the username system, because right now you gotta put the stuff in the URL bar, which is not user-friendly at all. So now I'm separating out the game data from the full data, because when we synchronize settings, we do not want to set their username to our username. So this game data equals, yeah, we'll spread out the rest of this for game data. Game data, I know what I'm doing. I have thoughts. Okay, let's go to update that type definition, or that interface, I believe. Yep, so the game data interface is basically this. Settings data extends game data. This is TypeScript. If y'all want to like, wait, it extends, how do we do that? Y'all don't. It's TypeScript. If you want to learn it, it's useful, like at least for me, I believe, but you do not need it, not for this project or any project really, until your job says we want TypeScript. Then I suppose you'll need it. Yeah, we got username input, game data, set game data, sets this same data. This thing's smart. It's like, this is the game data I wanted all along. Yeah, okay, good. If username is undefined. Oh, it's not undefined. That's not how. Yeah, that's a logic. I figured it out. Good, good, good. Now, when we are sending data, where are we doing that? Right here. We're not updating of all those. We're sending this game data. And this is another thing. We don't know what changes. So this is very network inefficient. We're sending more than we need to. Send message. Well, actually, update settings. No, send message. Update username. Yeah, we're breaking this out to its own thing. This dot data dot username. Very bad code. Very inefficient. That's fine though. Yeah, it's fine enough. We ain't writing optimized code here. So now we need to update username. So this is where things start getting thingy. I don't know. They're doing stuff. So I have display name right here. So that's getting updated. F2 username. Boom. Oh, did TypeScript figure that out? If TypeScript, oh, look at that. TypeScript even figured out I needed to update the interface. I love TypeScript. I always update all the other things too. Just boom. VS Code, TypeScript, whole perfect marriage. Okay, so yeah, what are we doing with this? I have update username. I need to handle the action. Action. Well, fine. I'll search my switch case. I wanted to just find it. Here we go. Let's just yank it in here. Let's add the other update. Actually, let's copy and paste the other update because it looks so beautiful. Update username. This one's a little more complicated though because we need to find the player that has that ID and set their username to that. Username equals. Wait a minute. Yeah, this is a logic issue because I was thinking I'll put the usernames inside the IDs. But if I do that, then updating a username would be updating an ID, which would require a full disconnect and reconnect, which isn't impossible. When you send the update, you essentially leave and join the game. And this is only possible when we are on the start screen, so a leave and rejoin isn't that bad. Huh. Yeah, I overcomplicated this. We don't need to even update the username at all. We just leave and rejoin with the new... Wait a minute. How do I update my ID? I can't do that. Here.id equals a 1, 2, 3. I can't. Okay, let's look at pure.js docs. ID. It's gonna be a lot of occurrences. 77. Okay, we can zoom through that though. Oh, great. I need some spacing around this. 25. More acceptable. Okay, connect to this peer, middle of this. Does not recommend you use this ID to identify. Yeah. Multi. Okay, again, they're saying keep the ID, use something else. I wanted to have a consistent ID though, so this was like, ooh, a giant revelation in which I can use one data value instead of two separate ones. Okay, let me rethink this process again. Why can't I? What is the con? I can just make it refresh, so when you change your username, you refresh the page. It's hurtful to user interface, but it'll work. That's what I'm doing now. Okay, I'm not... Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm not doing update username. I've changed my mind. How do we check if it changes, though? I mean, that's kind of a very direct, like, did you change? Did you not change? Which means, this is still going good. So yeah, we're sending just game data, not all data. Unchanged, yeah, which means even when the username changes, it happens. Acceptable. We'll update the username input to be directly thing. So let's see, settings, user, well, elements, username input, that add event listener. We want change because we want them refreshing too much. How are we gonna do this? We're gonna say, well, actually, we'll put it in the object. Handle username change. We'll have to bind it back to settings. Let's chuck it in there. What is this? Change event? I'll figure it out later. And what we're going to do is we're going to add it to the param. So I know I'm doing it somewhere. URL search params. We're doing it here and here. And that's the only two places I'm doing it, so I haven't yet written to this, so I get to write for the first time here. Plus params equals this. Hit the numlock like 5 times there. That's not what I wanted. If I just get the params and I say params dot set username, of course it's a string, and what we're gonna set it to is the new username. So this dot data dot username, then what's history dot push state. I have to look at push state docs. Will you link to me, MDN? No, you won't. Or VS Code rather. MDN history push state. I want to update the URL. Okay, state is the object. Show me the example. Empty blank URL. Okay, so empty blank window dot location dot path. I'm not sure what it is. Plus hash plus params dot to string. We're gonna see real soon. Event has any. Okay, what is the correct event? Tell me. Global, right? And we're looking for input. It is, nope, not that one. You're looking for the string input. Come on, jump to the box. Just call it event. Sure. Enjoy it, TypeScript. I don't even need it. Okay, that got updated. Loving it. Okay, let's try to change our username. Why is something unsaved? That's why. We're also going to do a window location. Dot refload. Not refresh. I was trying to like, it's refresh? No, it's reload. So we're just going to see what happens. Haskell 2, we change it. It refreshes, the username goes in the thing. Perfect. Now when we begin, we need to get this thing from the username. So let's, again, this is part of my constructing. Adding event listeners. Semicolon there. Params equals new URL. Search params, basically this here. And then what we're going to do from there is we're going to say settings, elements, form, username. Oh, not that one. It's not form either. It's dot username directly equals params dot get username or nothing at all. Yeah, so here's the thing. This is a great place, but it can't go here. String is not assignable. Oh, because it is a value. Thank you, TypeScript, saving the day. So yeah, this can't go up here because we have a lot of things kind of globalized in URL search params. I'm going to make this a constant. Const. Oh, we can't destruct this, can we? Alright, so what we're going to do, I know object-oriented, but this ain't the time for it. We're going to make ourselves an instantly invoked function expression. And we're going to call this URL params. We're going to return an object. It's going to be an object of username. Well, we'll make it the big one, so username, this is consistent. URL params dot get username or empty string. Live with it. Joining. Yeah, again, this is consistent. I feel is alright. URL params dot get joining. I think I'll leave that as nullable. And those are currently our 2 of them. So now we come up here and we say const params equal. And this is what we got. Now this ID generation, we're gonna throw this one off and we're gonna use our own IDs. And how are we gonna prefix them? Well, we're gonna use a certain URL or a certain little combo right here. So our new peer ID is now this string plus, well, plus another /, but I'll slash that in there, plus params dot username. Huh. I mean, I'm thinking about like multiple people are all gonna hit the same username, but that's okay. What we're gonna do is essentially just make it like, so if that alert is saying if things have gone bad, username already exists essentially. Yeah, we're not gonna do it. Like, this pure logic only exists for when you have a username. If you don't have a username, you don't get pure logic at all. So I'm closing it off. Yeah, I can. Let's find this error first. Why are you angry? Here I am. Okay, so username. Yep, globalize that. Enjoy it. Why can't. Oh, it's params. Enjoy it. Okay, now let's fix. Yeah, I've gotten that part. Basically, I can conditionally make pure, right? Okay, so if param username, all this logic. Well, players still exist, but I mean, no, players don't exist. We don't get. I mean, it's gonna be a tough one trying to block off all this logic, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, it's a big change. I will admit. Auto format, please help. Why aren't you helping? Oh, because there are errors. Okay, so we need to have peer initialize something that has an ID. Okay, not too hard. Can we just close the peer after we make it? Oh, close that. Peer dot close. Disconnect. Yeah, we can call disconnect if it ain't all good. Or we can just never connect in the first place, which is what I want. Let peer equals ID empty string. Enjoy that. Now we reassign it to that. Property on does not exist on type. Well, no, you're also. Wait, what's this thing? What's this type? You're this type too. Okay, so yeah, you are this type or ID string. You're both. Be happy. Error has an any type. Okay, it does not like that particular retyping. Okay, you know, I'm just gonna be like, fine. Let's rename all of y'all. Okay, so let's just comment that out. Do const, get them happy again. So I guess I have to manually indent this, like a cave person, huh? That's not where that function parenthesis goes. No, no, not there either. Yellow, where's yellow go? Yeah, yellow's the big one. Okay, so that one goes there. Oh, this is an on. Okay, good. That's where it goes. So yeah, we're gonna say if you got a username, you did this. Otherwise, peer equals new object. Yeah, so we're gonna let peer just be undefined, right? Don't be angry, TypeScript. Be cool. Yeah, you're always a peer. Don't worry about it. Peer is being used before it's assigned. No, it's not. Oh, actually, it is. Well, aren't you smart? Else peer equals an object with an ID of string. You happy, TypeScript? This is the following properties. I know. Can you just be cool with it though? Are you not cool with it? Hey, okay, they're cool with it. Peer is used before. Excuse me, it's not. Why are you saying this? No, you're wrong, TypeScript. Is invalid. Okay, so that an ID is apparently invalid because you can't have the forward slashes. That's fine. I like dashes as much as the next person. Cannot read properties of undefined regarding ID. 126. Here's the thing. This is literally above you. It's in an if statement. It does stuff and then it moves on. There's an else here. It's logged here. It is undefined. Oh, because I'm using const here, aren't I? Oh, here comes the type errors. So if I go const here, and then eventually I say, yeah, rename this one PJS here, because I'm angry. Well, I'm just going with it. Just be cool. And I say peer equals peer PJS peer. Be cool? Are we cool? Please be cool. We are cool. Loving it. Now, where's my auto formatter? I want to add lines. I want you to. Oh, poor auto formatter. It died on us. Code's gonna be ugly now. This is a good app. Probably ID limits, but it's acceptable. Okay, yeah, so when you get a username, you change it and you join it. Let's go to the other URL params. There we go. Delete that. We use params joining now. Loving it. Okay, I think this is good. Now we have a username, and we can be like, who are we doing? Yeah, Dumpster Dev, we are cool. We're cool now. And now to test that we didn't break multiplayer completely by name scoping it to Rascal 2. Let's copy this. We don't need ID anymore, right? We just blank string. So this is how users will use the... Nope, this is throwing a thingy. Are you throwing a hissy fit? What are you doing, Chrome? Oh, because the content is disabled. Yeah, that's right. I need to enable the form when it joins. Okay, so that's in the else statement. So else, we are good. So we go to settings.form enabled equals true. You're good. Block scope to use before its declaration. Ha! Angry. That's not cool. Means I gotta move it all the way up. Or I just throw you an instant function expression and you're cool. Because I don't want to move stuff around. Settings is used before assigned. Oh, you're smart now, huh? Okay, we'll put you in a set timeout. See how smart y'all are now. But for 1 second, yeah, we're going with a little bit of suspense now. Here we go. Now we say our username is Rascal1. And now it changes. And now if I manually and joining equals Rascal2, I mean, after refresh, behavior is happening. Cannot connect to pure Rascal2 because that is not their thing. My joining, it needs to be prefixed with my scope. That is correct. With my namespace, that's right. So const namespace, let's declare that variable. Const namespace. Oh, the timer ran out. That's okay. Who knows how long it ran out, but I gotta get this feature. So yep, we're doing namespace plus username, and when we are joining, we ain't just joining. We are joining. I'll find it. Here we go. We are joining namespace plus whoever we're joining. Perfect. Oh, look, and I both joined up. Well, your name's Rascal2. That's awkward. My name's... Well, yeah, that's not your name. What are you doing? Update settings. Yeah, I'm updating the settings. Like, no, your name is now my name. We all have one name. That ain't how it works. So yeah, my update settings logic. it's sending everything. Not settings data. We need to send settings game data. What else are we doing? Update settings. Okay, so I had 2 points. I just forgot one. So now if we say you're Rascal 2 and you're trying to join Rascal 1, but Rascal 1 just refreshed, so fire exists. 5 seconds. Tell me about the fire. Okay, it's Chrome's really trying. But yeah, they're both joined. We ready that one up. We ready that one up. Yay! Okay, we're in the game. Let's make sure. Gigahertz, I know that. They don't. Good. Looking good. Let's rush through this by refreshing the game and make sure this game is still playable. So, client just got disconnected. We can still play solo. Loving it. Yeah, you rejoin. We decrement the counter to like 0 because we are fast. You know what happens if we decrement this to... This is some good user testing. I should set minimums on these, but you get 1 second to answer the question. We zoom in now. Boom. Okay, we all failed, but it is working beautifully. So with that, I just want to see what happens when I turn it to 0 now. I don't need to update both forms. It don't work. Okay, so yeah, I will need to set minimum value on that timer. That is a good one. Min equals 1. Glad to know about it. You ready? Wait, I want to refresh you out. Thing is, you're leaving your join while I'm available, so I'm going to kill that one. Now you're going to ready up. And then you're going to go back in. You can't join. Is an active game. That message can be better. I don't need to know all that. Send message. Action message isn't active data. Yeah, it's like this case I need to handle. It's not the ID. It's ID.split. Oh, I can get the username from ID. Yeah, this is my logic. Get username from ID. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's go write as a lazy function somewhere. Where up here is a good spot. Const get username from ID equals ID is a string. There you go. TypeScript, and we want to say ID.split namespace to the 1th, and we'll join them all back together in case we do weird namespace logic. We actually want to slice 1, and then that's what we can join on. Now 1's a number, thank you very much, and you can't do that because namespace is below you. It's okay, you will live somewhere down here. It's as good as place as any, except it's not, but Baddy's writing bad code. Namespace. I did mean namespace. Thank you, VS Code. Looking good. Okay, okay. Let's do it once more. You're in the game. You're not. Go forward. Come back. Is taken. Okay, so yeah, I guess the messages to update, but this is pretty... I have to at least test that one. Why is it not being cool? Is an active game. Okay, that worked. So I was just having 2 tabs open. Okay, this is good, so let's update this. What have we done? We did not add players. We added display name, though. Well, we also broke our view timer, apparently. Good catch. I think we can stage these ones. Stage selected ranges in our JavaScript. We made a lot of changes here. Very spooky. Yeah, if I don't have a player join me, I can still play. Okay, good. Made sure I didn't destroy too much here. Good, good. It's all good. Okay, yeah. Add username. Input. Essentially all I did. And I did, so now that I'm here, I can see it. Where else are we doing alerts? Because every alert essentially needs to clean up. Okay, that's the only alert we get. Yeah, add username input. There it is. I will push it real good. We'll exit. We'll be taking a few more than just 1 minute breaks. So I'll probably gonna be like, I don't know. I'll try to get to because I ran out this timer real bad. So let's get to that break. I'll have to update the timer. Where's the thing? Okay, I have to read this. Hold on. Take a second for me to change. It's super tiny text. Yeah, but I'm timing this way. So 5. I don't know what that number is. 6 minutes and 40 seconds. That's a great timer, folks. So yeah, be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. That was a little longer one, but get some nice UI, and before we know it, like one more UI element, you're gonna be able to join and create your own games. And if I'm lucky, in the next session after that, you won't have to share your ID with anyone. It'll just be in a list, and you can click on people and have kind of like rooms, or just like not rooms per se, but you'll be able to see their names without having to go and share it on Discord. Of course, that'll be after we do our warm up Code Wars, which is happening after this break, in which we all should be stretching, hydrating, relaxing, all that good stuff. So, catch you at the end of it. Welcome back. Welcome back. Here is our Code Wars to warm up on. Let's see if we can knock this one out. So, we are doing ordered count of characters. Here it is in the chat if you want to follow along or give it your own shot later. So, count the number of occurrences of each character and return it as a list of tuples. That's a thing in JavaScript, basically a list of the list containing two elements. In order of appearance, for empty output, return an empty list. So we're going to do the first one. Actually, let's just say here, const. So what we're going to do is we're going to just create an object of counts. It's going to be a nice object. We'll iterate for every character and the string using a for of loop. So first const char of text. We're going to say, hey, if char not in counts, so char in counts checks if it's a key of it, and the exclamation point turns it into not. So if not char in counts, we're going to say counts char equals 0. So we're setting it to 0. And then no matter if it is or isn't in there, we'll increment it by 1 by saying counts char plus plus. So if it doesn't exist, we set it to 0, then increment it to 1. If it does exist, we increment from whatever it is. And then we can return object.entries of our counts object, which returns an array of the keys and values as a tuple. Okay, let's see what's up here. Oh, 2, 3, 3, 3, 1, 2. Expected 1, 2, 3. Equal 2, 3, 1. Okay, yeah. So that's the ordered part of this challenge. Object entries obviously orders things a little differently. We need to sort them based on their index in the, or their appearance, their order. There it is. Const order equals new array. And we can say, or so if it's not in there, we'll add it here. Okay, so this is more logic we have here. So if it doesn't exist, then we add it up over here. Order. Now let's see that. We can do turn it into a string and do plus equals char. That'd be easier. There we go. Now we sort all the entries. So we have A and B. We're going to sort them by the index of. So A key is going to be order index of. Actually, we could have used the original string on this now that I think about it. Subtract order index of B key. We lost a parenthesis. Let's see if that is the right one. That looks right to me. Sum it to constant variable. That would do it. So let's not use order anymore. Let's just use text. There we go. So which means now it is ordering by the index in which that character appears in the string. There we go. That is what we want. So not maybe as performant because we have to search the entire string for every character index. So what we can do is we can say order equals a new object. Then once we find it for the first time, we can say order. How are we going to do this? Char equals objects basically a count. So it's like I++, but it's only incrementing. We'll do O++. O for order equals 0. There we go. And then we index, instead of doing index of, we do order char. Yeah, that's a more better performance because index of is an O of n runtime, while a lookup is O of 1 runtime. Lovely, same effect. It costs a little bit more space. Basically, if n is the number of characters and m is the number of unique characters, it's m more space. But we're already using m space for the thing. Ooh, now that I think about it, if we make counts a tuple of basically O and the index, then we always update the index. Yeah, I like that. So that reduces the number of data structures. Space is still the same, but that's okay. And if we used a for let loop or a for, like we actually use an index instead of O. So if we say let I equals 0, I less than text.length, I plus plus, use I instead. That'll effectively be the same thing. Const car equals text I. I know I could have used entries. Probably will in a moment. But yeah, we use just counts. Instead of order, we say counts, then index of 1, because that's no 0, because that's where the index is. Good, nope, not good. Ah, yeah, because we've now messed up our structure. And that will cost another map, which would be more expensive than the previous one. Okay, so we're rolling it back. Just having a second data structure, same space, just different place in memory. Oh, it's not that hard, VS Code. I wasn't submitting that much. There we go. We're also we will do some modification with the index. Fixing car I of text dot to, what is it? Text is a string, so if I convert it to an array, let's say dot entries, I don't need to use O, so it's just a little something, not O, not I plus plus. There we go, because that breaks things. Wait, is I the actual? Oh, it's just constant. I was about to I can't modify the iterator of I, can I? No, you can't. It's empty. There we go. That loop on its own line. If card on counts, do the thing. This is the best it's gonna get for me. So ordered count of characters completed. Let's see the LeetCode solution. Yeah, so reduce m.set. So we're using a set instead of an object. That's cool, I guess. Oh, maps are ordered. I forgot they are ordered. They were converting that thing back to an array. Huh. So fun fact, the map is ordered. Cool, cool, cool. Wait, how are you doing this? So you're getting uniques and then you're mapping the character over the... So you're returning the character, which is good, and the character... Okay, split length. How many... Okay, that's one way to do it. Not best performance. Okay, yeah, the rest of these, alright. Yeah, that was a good one to do there. Do open trivia. Let's see what line 206 is angry about. Return a comma. I guess I've dropped that. I don't know when I dropped that, but sure thing. Whatever you say, TypeScript. Now we have username. We're going to do a joining. No, we're doing a player list. That's what we're doing first. In the HTML, we have a CSS. We need to do the player list. So let's do that. Thinking thoughts. Essentially, for every time a player joins, every time a player list gets modified. So when we find one, we push splice basically here, but also here. Yeah, I can see why. I'm trying to see an object oriented might help here. Let's go. Okay, we're going for it, right? Where's my players list? Where is it? Scroll it, scroll it. Here it is. So let's try it out. Players equals players list. Players dot players. Yeah, it's a great naming scheme. No one, it's fine. That is an array of all these things. They're all player objects. Can you figure it out? Tell you explicitly TypeScript. Here we go. Then we say add player. And then we'll say remove player. Then we'll say what get ID string. This would be a player or null, because you could give me bad IDs. Well, that's not how functions work. Return one function. No, null. Just do the null. Okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking thoughts because there's a lot of red dots on my screen right now. Let's go to the top one, I guess. First error. It's going to be players.get. Oh, not by ID. Okay, we'll write a self thing in here, right? Yeah, so they get self. So return this dot players. That's supposed to be plural. Find player. Yep, come on, error function. Player dot self. Yep, so we find the one that is our self. Object oriented, add the comma. Next error. Yeah, so player dot self dot con dot here equals ID. I'll say self is guaranteed, so I don't know how that's doing. Yeah, guaranteed TypeScript. I'm always gonna have myself. One error down. Players dot push, so that is players dot add, and then remove. Who removing? Removing the current player. Yeah, I'll take the whole object. I think that's acceptable. Yeah, reduces a find and a lookup. So players add. Yes, I'm changing the push terminology because I don't think add is cool. It's also more readable. I didn't set the timer. That's okay. I have set the timer now. Bada boom, bada bing. Loving that. What else are we doing? Next error. So players get get question. What am I doing here? I'm ordering them by. No, this is one time behavior. I'm fine with it. Just need them to access it right away. Players stop players. Good for const player of player. Well, players. It's getting the words. So we're just gonna get the player with that ID. Easily enough. Players dot get ID thing. ID dot response equals data. Yeah, I'm seeing this. Like, I need to do functional stuff to this. How can I? Should I yes? We're still gonna make it array-like. And be cool. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it though. Extend array, huh? Proto, huh? Oh, I can just hit the prototype, huh? Marked as legacy. I wanted to use it though. Ugh. Oh, ES6, here it is. Object assign array prototype. No. It says no, it's not. I want to make my thing like an array. Okay, I'm just gonna yellow it. See if I can shove some stuff together. Okay, so I have my players. Object assign players dot prototype. Everything has a prototype. I thought. Double underscore prototype. Because it's not like a real object. I mean, it's not a class precisely. Okay, fine. I'm not gonna get this. Gotta use the players. Okay, and at this point, I'm not saying players.players anymore. That's killing me. I'm gonna say players list. Okay, well, at least get a rename on this. So the players, every player for each player. So the fines, they can go to get it ID. It's there, I promise. Okay, first all of these, yeah, we're just going through all of them. Fix errors when we get there. Yep, so these, this, and this is now dot list. Except so the player list, we do the every and the logic and all the other stuff. Get ID, it's there. Players dot list again. I'm seeing the wet code here, but still. Players dot list. One more list, put it back. Players dot find, so I can just do self then. I need that, I guess. Players dot list, filter player good. Player dot self. No, not dot self. There's my dot. There's my dot. Okay, great. We have object oriented it to death. Now to actually make this stuff work, so what we're gonna do is say this dot list dot push player, and then we need to update our thing. So this dot list dot splice, this dot list dot index of player, and delete by one player singular. Then we get, which is return this dot list find player dot ID triple equals ID and player or undefined. Okay, well I'll make it or null because I'm wild. This is not a property dot peer dot con dot peer. Thank you, TypeScript. Nice. Okay, the plan is what we're doing here. This is good. Maybe it is just undefinable. I don't want to find if this honestly. And apparently the rest of the file is, so great. Now this is where the logic starts going. Also, we need to do some logic there. When we update the response, that needs to trigger a thing. I'm seeing this behavior, yeah. Maybe I'll just trigger it manually, right? Yeah, I'll just make this a little render method here. This will render the stuff, this will render the player. So when I add one, I say this dot render. Over here, I say this dot render, and the other places I will manually call this dot render to render the player list. So let's get the const list element. Hey, prankster, I'm glad you enjoy it. And yeah, I try to verbalize the thoughts in my head, so you're not just like, well, how did they get there? Thanks for hanging by and hanging around and reminding me of that timer. I'll catch you next time, prankster. Prankster. What does the list element be? The list element is document a query selector to the HTML. The player list, a list wrapper. Yeah, I'm getting specific now. Player list wrapper. It's technically the UL, so let's jump right on in there. So we do this dot list element dot inner HTML is empty. Oh no, tell TypeScript it exists. It exists. Good. For we're gonna go crazy. Say this dot list element and child. I know we're going crazy. Hold on, folks. This dot list dot reduce fragments. We have a fragment. This is gonna be a document fragment. We have the current player. Now we're going to initialize this reduce, of course, as you should with all reduces, with its initial value, which is document create document fragment. And did I balance my parentheses? I did. Now we're going to return fragment, so TypeScript is happy again. But this time we're going to create an li, which is document create element. This is the first time I've done it properly, this one. All the rest of them have been like HTML templates. But not this time. Li text content equals, okay, a little bit of templating, but just string based. And this and this. Well, let's see what we've done here. We're going to say player name, player.username. Then here we're going to say player.response. So if they have a response, we'd say nothing. If they have a response, triple dots means they haven't answered yet. That's, people can understand that. Fragment append child, li append child, not just append, because that won't cut it. It might actually cut it, I don't know. See, and this is our render method that we're gonna call all over the place. So we're literally gonna see everywhere this thing is referenced and just be like, do we need a rendering? Good. Render question. Yeah, we need a rendering. Players render. You updated the things. You updated the response at least. Do we need a rendering? Yeah, you updated there. Will you render them? You won't, so I will. I think. Yeah, that works. Players there. You updated the response. Get a rendering. You updated the response. You get a rendering. You spliced the answer indexes. Oh, that's a restart. You're fine. You're sending. You're fine. You're rendering. You're fine. Rendering. You gives you and well. Huh. Yeah, sure. Deserves a rendering because that changes. Oh, the addings are already doing it. The removes are already doing it. Okay, good. I think that is user interface looking good, except for some CSAS. Players list wrapper. So now this should be fully functional. Once I find the right page. Here it is. That is my player. These 3 dots. Where's my username? Because it's not .username anymore, is it? No, the username type does no longer exist. I have embedded it with the error TypeScript. There you go. I've embedded it with the ID, which means there is no username anymore. There's only ID, and I'm supposed to splice it out. Lovely. There we go. Player.on.id, and I'm going to use that magic method I wrote. Get. Tell me what it is. Thank you, TypeScript. Loving it. Save it, and it is good. MySQL 2 has not done anything yet. They do stuff. And now we're waiting for them again. Huh. Yeah, I can see we can do some more rendering here. This players got reset, so let's do another search. We obviously missed somewhere. Where is players? Find me an instance. Here it is. Find the player. We do that. Good. Players.render when we delete our responses. Good. When we get one, let's put this after while we're here. You know, maybe we just, I don't know. I feel like let's render all the time. That could be a little more performant than that. Right? Yeah. Work now, please. Please work now. I would like it to work now. So yeah, I'm waiting for my answer. I answered. I gave you my answer. Let's check the render calls. Yes, see how many times we actually are rendering. Because it might not be getting called, or it could be getting called. So we got one render, 152. Huh. Oh, once I get numlock turned back on, I can look at it. Okay, let's look at console log player.con up here and player.response. See what is up there. It's undefined. So if there's an but if there's no response, right? Hmm. There's a part. Okay, so I'm seeing the part where I need to update for that particular bit of the user interface. We need to update render there, and then inside here we update the render. There we go, much better. And now we wait. There we go. We click. No, not good. I have a response. Oh, I'm looking for truthiness, right? Okay. Much better. It's not undefined. Hold on, TypeScript. Why are you angry about? There we go. Loving it. Let's give this another shot. We click. It still says triple dot. Why? Let's put that console back. Okay, let's save that. Put resp in the filter. Resp is undefined. Someone's calling render a little early. Resp has 3, and then it's undefined. So there's a moment, just a moment. Who's calling advanced game? Ah, you. You would update when you get response, not when you advance the game. The advanced game will do the rendering on its own. Good. Well, now I'm not getting my dots. Ha! Okay, good. It went back. So let's see. We start without, then we do a response. And once we lose a response. So at some point, our response got deleted, but we did. Okay, yeah, this is some of the logic in which advanced game does and doesn't render players. I see it. I just have to track it down now. So when we ready up, I need to do the rendering. This is very specifically. I have to target all these things. And let's reduce that timer because I think this is working. It is. Down to 0, please. Thank you. Click, clicky, 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 clicky. And there we go. And then restart. Perfect. Okay. Let's find that string and clean it up. Auto format. Good. Made quite a few changes here. Let's try to make this into a commit. I haven't tested multiplayer. It's time to get multi. Again, we have a username, we have a new window, and they have a username. One, and they are joining. Rascal 2. Look at that. We have 2 usernames on our username list. So when I ready up, you see I'm ready. They're not. We're both ready. Things are moving. Things want to be moving. They're a little desynced. But when they get there, they get there. Good. Now when they answer, okay, this is good aside from the initial desync. Just fine. Shouldn't have that because they're both using the same code, but let's see how it works. So when I join, they ready. Oh, so it's literally a network latency thing we're heading. It's so indistinguishable. I'll consider it solved. Nice. So let's see. We've got all this logic done. What did we do? Add player list. Check that box. We can remove that default HTML. Actually, let's leave it. I'm starting to see we were kind of already doing this. Keep the HTML in the file, even though it gets auto-generated over. Tabs. Yeah, remove the username and index. So yeah, we do that. Autocomplete puts some prettiness on my stuff. Good. We're doing that cheap set timeout. That works. We did that. We did that. I think this is all technically an effort to get rendering a player list. Auto format decided to wake up, which was great. Yeah, all this is player list logic. Okay, yeah. All for adding the player list, which is a lovely feature. Every multiplayer game needs one. I guess to do. Let's check this. Check display name. Check that. We're checking a lot of things here, folks. The UI is done. It's so weird to say that. We finished the user interface. So yeah, we have now this logic, and we have synchronizing of settings, and we do have a little bit on the timer. Let's go for the room syncing. Now, what am I talking about with room syncing? Well, I need 3 clients to show this. It's going to be a little tough. Well, we're not done yet. We need to figure out how to join people to the HTML. Joining. There we go. So how are we going to do this now? Let's go find the JavaScript to shove this into. That's basically what we're doing. So we're not doing players. We're doing constant settings. It's going to be up in here, right? Username input, joining input, form.query selector, joining input as HTML input element. I know I'm not going to be able to complete this particular session, but it's okay. Data. I'll copy this here. Yes, settings day, you'll get an update. We're bloating this thing out. That's okay. Joining string. Okay, now let's go down to that element. Params joining, username input, joining input, good. So input. I did not tell TypeScript it existed. Let's go do that. Don't worry, it exists. I didn't do that for username input either, but it's happy. Why aren't you angry, username? Why? Well, what are you doing? String null is not assignable to string. Oh, joining can be null. Or string, apparently. There we go. Good. Okay, here we go. Joining input equals handle joining. Handle joining, literally the same logic, just joining instead. This dot data. Joining. It's so wet of code, but acceptable. Multiplayer needs to be a 2-column grid. Let's style that up. Using a fancy dancy class. A lot of spaces. There we go. Look at that beautiful grid. Can't ask for anything else. So now, without touching the URL bar, let's join a game. So let's clear the URL first. Yep, so username is Rascal2. It refreshes. I am joining. Well, we gotta go to the page again though. So our second user opens the page. They want to be Rascal2, but that ID is already taken. So they should have a button available to clear the form or something, but not right now. Rascal1, and now you are joining Rascal2. Failed set remote answer, called in wrong state stable. Okay, let's figure that what that means. Oh, I'm not joining myself. How'd you do that? Okay, I must have swapped some names around. Yeah, joining is this data joining. Ah, there it is. Joining input. That would help. Let's see what we have here. Username. Hey, this setting data thing, I'm seeing like this is becoming very outdated because I'm literally not using it. I thought I'd be like, I'd use this. I'm like literally not using it. So yeah, this. Oh, I'm glad it's in the object because it's out of the way, but it's not doing anything. Yep, so we are. Let's see if we can join without a username. I mean, we can. Why am I trying to be Rascal too? Yeah. Yeah, what am I doing? So I think the multiplayer form should never be disabled. There we go. Bada boom, bada bang. Okay, yes, that's my plan. Not disable the multiplayer form. I think I'll put this in this button, then put this multiplayer, this non thing above here. Then I can ditch that field set and literally only disable the settings form. Right? Feels better to me. See how it looks first. Multiplayer, new game. Okay, new game used to be a legend, but now it's not. Yep, we'll say that in timers. We won't name it joining, we'll say join. Where's the thing? It will say join, but we'll still call it joining internally. I mean, we can make that button span 2 rows or go to the next one. Let's do that. So let's see. Let's make sure things aren't too broken. So you have this page here. So let's say we error ourselves out. How we're gonna error ourselves out? As well, we will join ourselves. Yeah, big error. Turns off that form. Turns off the wrong form. Oh, I already have an ID of settings form. Ooh, and it's the first field set that I disable. So we swapped them, but multiplayer on the bottom. Okay, this is acceptable. Disables that and forces you to fix your multiplayer magic. Good, good, good. Okay, this is the user interface. It's usable, at least. Again, this is acceptable in my book. Get these changes committed. Good. We got joining input, joining logic not being used, handle joining, all the good stuff. Joining, add join input, basically. There we go, and we will go ahead and push that away. And we will say that is time for our next break. So, off to break, and after that, we will. Well, what will we do? Let's look at the to do list. Not that many things to do. We'll do room syncing. Yeah, that's what we'll do next after we take our break. And of course, after we do our Code Wars. So be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax. All that good stuff. Catch you on the other side. including the end of our break. Feel free to come on back, folks. We will jump into a quick code wars. So, unpacking arguments, you must create a function that takes a function and a list of arguments to apply to that function. Make this function return the result of calling the given function with the given arguments. This one isn't really that hard. Function, well, once you know what it is, it's not hard. We can spread args into it, or we can return func apply or whatever null or anything. You might want to keep this, but we can apply args to it too. So like there are a few ways to do it, but it is 2022. We're writing in ES6. Use the spread operator. It's pretty nice. Kind of feel like that one wasn't enough. Maybe we'll look for another one. Because that did not feel... Yeah, maybe we'll do the same thing. Null, apply, null. Yeah, let's find another one real quick. That one don't count. It's way too easy. I'll watch the next one get be really hard, right? Because I've not trained on. Here we go. Come on, Code Wars, I believe in you. Okay, no, these look good. Elapsed seconds. It's a little bit mathy, but let's see what it looks like. Oh, and of course, I forgot to drop that link in the chat. Enjoy. That's a free honor, basically. The function returns the number of seconds between the start and given times different. Sure, that's not difficult. And date dot get time minus start date dot get time, and you want seconds, so divide by 1,000. Put these in parentheses. Is that what you want? Okay, you're testing my date object knowledge, I suppose. Again, not what I was looking for when I thought, I mean, it's easy, sure, but I'm not out here to farm karma, or farm honor, not this particular moment. So, what's this? Shorter concat, reverse longer. Okay, let's see if I can understand that. Given two strings, return shorter plus reverse longer plus shorter. I can do this. Yeah, okay, this one's a little bit more, a little bit of string prefixing action. So const shorter longer equals a b dot sort a b a dot length minus b dot length. Well, a and b, yeah, that is correct. So now we will return shorter plus longer dot reverse dot join plus shorter. Save that. Okay. Expected ABC, DET. Oh, what if the lengths are the same? Actually, A is the longer one. Okay. So if there's no difference, basically, if the return, what's this? It's gonna be this, or oh, what is it? -1 or 1? 1. There we go. Okay, so we have what we're doing here. Before I explain, let me try it. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're saying it's a little cheap way of checking shorter and longer, but the normal way would be saying let shorter equals A if on let longer equals B if B longer than A longer equals A, and then let shorter equals B, right? I think that's the explicit way of doing it. Shorter is not defined. Shorter. Oh, maybe I got this wrong. So the same, we keep them the same. Longer equals, no, it's actually shorter equals A. Oh, so I did it the wrong way. So A greater than B. fade out left. Figure this out. One of these iterations. Okay, if they're equal, A is the longer one. Oh yes, I've done it backwards. So if B is greater than A, because I said shorter was A, so shorter needs to be B, longer needs to be A. There we go. So this is the fancy, stupid, functional way of saying this exact same thing. And yeah, I'm gonna do the lead way because you just gotta when you can. So we're sorting them and we're saying pick like return -1 for the shorter one, +1 for the longer one, unless they're the same, in which case we're gonna say +1 to force A to be the longer one. And then we're saying combine the shorter string with the longer string, convert it into an array, we reverse that array, then we join that array with nothingness, so we reverse the string, then we combine it back with the shorter string, just as it asks, and that is the solution to this one. I know I went through a few of them to find a good one, but I do believe it was a good one. Let's see if there's a better way to do it. Ternary logics, that's cool. Okay, explicits, that's cool. Yeah, there's no other logic, other way to do it. So that was our Code Wars. Let's do room syncing. But before we can do room syncing, I need to explain why we need room syncing in the first place. So I'm gonna make some tiny windows here. We all need to come here to this lovely URL. Everyone join the URL. Also, you can see this bug in which, well, we see no bug because I have no username. Also, I'm gonna update my HTML to not show because the players are not being rendered initially, which shows nothing in this little list. I don't want the name template there. We'll have triple dots. Great, now I gotta open all these windows again. Move window. There we go. Okay, so we have them all here. Here's gonna come the issue. So we have, okay, we're gonna rename this as host. Your name is now host. You are now 1, and you are now 2. We're gonna be joining host on this lovely day. You join host, host sees you. You join host. I see host. 1 is joined to host and we can see each other. 2 is joined to host and we can see each other. But 2 and 1 cannot see each other because host is literally acting as a host. Now what's going to happen is that, as you watch, we're going to go ahead and everyone's going to ready up. These two are going to ready up and they don't see each other. So when the third ready's up, we go forward. So if I answer and the host answers, I move forward, even though the game isn't supposed to move forward. So the way we're going to do this, we're going to avoid this, is we're going to broadcast to the other users when other users exist. So let's everyone refresh, rejoin. This is going to be a little, it's not difficult, but a little janky, because it's the one thing that, like, there exist algorithms to, like, peer detection and peer synchronization. I ain't using one of those. I am just making it work. So what we're gonna do, first we're gonna add a new event. This is gonna be when people join. And not when we join people, but when people join us, we're going to tell them people they should also join. So yeah, if game is active, then shut them out. Update. Otherwise we update settings and we send a message. How do we want to do this? So we want to send them everyone they want to join, except ourselves, for cosplayer of players.list. How do we want to do this? Oh, we also want to do it on a timeout, so let's do it for each players.list for each player I, and then let's go. There we go. If player.self return, because we're done with you. Otherwise, set timeout Send message. Well, not that command. Whatever you were doing there, VS Code. That's a good try. Send message to. Well, it's to send message to all the folks, but we only want to send it to this one folk. So it's gonna be an explicit one. So a manual one, otherwise. Send action member data. The member name that will be. Well, action. Nah. Yeah, we'll say member. That's a good thing to call it. What we're doing, player dot con dot here. Yeah, this is their ID. Getting this in this increment's going to be times I times 1000 essentially at a second's delay. This is what I want. Now I want to receive the members and do something with it. So to our switch case, let's do the smallest one because it is nice and tiny. Member. Now how are we going to do this? So we have our joining logic, but it's all somewhere else, ain't it? So let's put this in a little function. Oh, not in there though. Wait, how does that work? PJSPR. Oof. That's okay. We put this function over here. Function join here. ID string. That all goes in here. You can handle that. Handle it. Oh. Peer as peer. Don't worry, your peer is a peer. Okay, you're good. Join peer. We're joining. We're opening. We're doing all the good stuff. Great. So where I yoinked this from, I need to call this, of course. Otherwise, we call it join peer with who? Params.joining. Lovely. Now here comes our logic. When we receive a member, we call join peer with data. And that should do the trick. Okay, we're doing no. You're not gonna kill my browser, are you? Please stop. That's killing my browser. Okay, that's a little too much. So if if we haven't joined the peer, oh no, VS Code die. No. Surely it will be fine if players that get data. So basically, if we don't have you, oh no, VS Code's dying. Okay, I have to go kill it. Oh, come on, terminal magic. Great, that's not telling me anything. Save, close the window. Yes, close the window, please. Sure, let me find. Oh, great, scroll bar. Do the scrolling, huh? Which one is it? It is. No, it's got one of these. Okay, I think I got it. We'll restart it. Anew. It happens, folks. And nothing is perfect. Some processes just go on haywire. Let's turn screencast mode back on. Get the browser open. Whoa, before we do that though. Did we fix the bug? Oh, no, not yet. Man, what is this? What, an old code? Ah, so that was an old version of the game. That explains that. Code, bring it back. There we go. Here's the current version. Had a backup lying around. Okay, render question. This is good. Where's our logic? Yeah, if we don't have that person, join that person. Much better logic. HTML. Failed to save. The content is newer. Let's compare it. How badly do we go? Save my stuff. Thank you. Launch Chrome. I have to open 3 windows to test this again. It's okay. It will be okay when Chrome can reload. There's Chrome, cannot attach to main target. Great. TS. So here's saying I have other Chromes open, so I need to keep some of them. So I have to, it's gonna be a little tough. Wow, all those Chromes are like kind of important. I mean, I don't need it in Chrome to be honest. Just fine, I can go there. Hey, okay, I made it. So let's start the live server while we're here. Made that hot, refreshing. There's my lovely URL. Do it in Chrome. Public. Here we are. Okay, let's dupe the tabs. Bam, bam. Scrowly, scrowly. Take a side. Go up, go down. Squeeze. There we go. Everyone join it. Username, host. First. Second. Okay, this is good. So now you're joining host. First and host. I'm joining first. I should get host. No. Okay, I'm closing you. That's not right. That is not right at all. I mean, let's close that one down at least. I mean, let's just log it out, I guess, right? One of them's gonna have to be logging it out, so that'll make sense, though. Sense is not being made, folks. Hosting first, easy peasy. This is the awkward thing, so you're gonna need a message, which means you're gonna be the console, which means I need to read this. I mean, you also might need to be the console too. Maybe I need to read you. Okay, I'm just gonna read you though. Bring up first, clear, somewhat readable-esque. And we're joining first. Yeah, I keep joining all the seconds, even though I am joined to second. Makes no sense. And you're joining first, even though you're already connected to first. Well, you're not gonna be able to join first, because first is gone, but... Yeah, I cannot connect to first. Yeah, I got that already. Huh. It's not join peers anymore. Get that out of this equation. New person. You are first, and second will be joining you. Okay, that works as expected. So you're sending the messages, you're just not, no one's listening to it. Alright, you're not sending first, are you? Let's see who's sending these things. Okay, alright, so I join. I send nothing. I'm handling a bunch of 320. Okay, I can log that, right? Yeah, so I found basically myself. So yeah, I found myself, so I shouldn't be joining that. What did you find? Number second? This host ain't even involved at this point, so I can just 2-player split this. Man, I told you to join yourself. Okay, that's an optimization that can be done. Haha. Oh, joining's not using the ID. That would do it. Okay, that would do it. That was it. That won't do it. That does do it. Clean up the other part where I am calling member, telling people to join themselves. If player is equals self or player dot con equals this con. Obviously, don't join yourselves. Okay, great. That syncs up great. Everyone go tiny. Drop the terminals. We're going for the big test. Big test time. We have host. So second is joining first. First is joining host. Second lost who they were joining because they literally disconnected, so they're not with them anymore. Okay, so this is interesting behavior. Cannot connect to peer. Ah. I'm saying ID, I'm not saying ID, I'm saying join username. Right. So when I say join peer, okay, so I'll just need to drop the namespace from that one. Yes, this is the ID I am joining. When I'm saying joining, I'm combining with namespace. Everyone refresh, make a good attempt. Host, yes, a host, everyone goes off. Good. Second, first joins host, good. Second joins first and gets hosted. Good, good, good. Let's check another order. So host, and second joins first, then first disconnects, joins host. Yes, I mean that is behavior as expected. Okay, which means everyone's synced up. Can't unready, unfortunately. Yeah, we'll have the same questions. Okay, so this has been resolved. That's not how position absolute's supposed to work, but not my problem. Okay, weird CSS stylings, I suppose. Yeah, we all answered the question. Okay, this is working pretty good. I'd say this is enough for a commit. Add user. So let's check out something else though. I'm doing the set timeout. Can we not set timeout? We just buzz through them all. That would be interesting. Just want to see if it's possible because I'm doing it to like avoid a race condition. Maybe the race condition don't exist. Okay, so this is host first. Maybe it literally don't exist, right? Let's hit the third one. So let's everyone join host. That's the change. We'll keep two and just change it to everyone joins host. So yeah, you join host, I join host, we all join host. We all join host the first time. Yeah, which would never actually happen in real world. No one would join a single instance, but I think seems pretty good. Also, they can keep joining and rejoining. Is that updating the player list or nah? Oh, I'm getting interesting logic here. So yeah, host. Certain joins host. Okay, so when first refreshes, they appear on everyone's list twice. You know, that has to, yeah, it's representation of the player. So when they leave and they join, they get added and they get removed. Now, was this exhibited before when I timed these out? So yeah, host gets first, gets second. Okay, it was, so it's not a timing issue. Let's undo that. Undo. I mean, at this point, I could just say for each, for const player of players list. I don't need this for each loop anymore. Check, hey, if this continue, otherwise do this. So yeah, it's a little bit better code. Let's figure out what's happening to players while I'm not splicing them off appropriately. Oh, gotta open that parenthesis there. Auto format, thank you. Oh, when they close, it's supposed to be remove. Huh. Why aren't they leaving? You never told them to leave. Probably on my other clothes too. Nope, it's just that one. So that was a nice bug to find. Host first, second, join, leave, spam it. Real good. Real good, yeah, very stable. Now, when you say you're still joining someone who don't exist, this is where things become broken. But, I mean, that's what the 5-second message is for. That feature is done. User group broadcasting, done and dusted. Loving it. And with that, I'm gonna go for the one and the only, because setting synchronized is easy when I'm going for peer discovery. So I found this service. I mean, it's not a service. I mean, it is a service. It's a JSON kind of API. What's it called? JSON Pantry. Here it is. Free cloud storage JSON API. Ooh la la. You can just store. Okay, this isn't the one I found. Is this the one I found? Cloud Pantry. Why didn't I? Pantry node. Maybe this was what I found. I thought I found a better one than that. So that was kind of more freeing. Oh, where are my packages? There we go, Pantry Cloud. So which one is it? 7 days ago. February 26th. So yeah, you gotta use an ID, so you gotta create an API. You know what? I'm not going for this. Like, it would be cool, but I'm fine not having the discovery. In exchange, I'm gonna get all the settings for the API involved. So category, difficulty, types, and amount. Let's go to HTML and hook all this up. Contribute API, new game. Let's figure this out. So there's literally just gonna be more forms, you know. View timer, not those two, just those two. Tell me the API secrets. Question count. Min of 5. Value is 5. I recommend 5. Number of questions. We can go 100, can't we? Let's see if we can. No more than 50. Understandable. Max equals 50. And that max is, these are all in the wrong places, but it's okay. Question count. Loving it. We'll hook up the JavaScript later. We're going full HTML right now. What's the next one? Category. This is a little awkward one because category, this is gotta be a select. I could probably hard code this in here. Well, watch this, I'm gonna steal theirs. Oh, I'm literally stealing theirs. Stolen. Yep, this is a great select. I will use it now. Thank you very much, OpenTriviaDB API. Perfect. And any, I'll have to manually hard code that. Well, actually, any. What's any? Yeah, so I fixed that one. I'm 50. How you like any? Amount equals 50. Well, it's amount equal 5 moment. Then category equals blank. General knowledge. Yeah, so category literally empty string. Perfect. I'll make this one selected. Well, no, we'll make. Oh, this needs to be encoded into the URL at some point too. Yeah, we're not. Maybe we won't go for that one just yet. ID equals category input. You know, I'm agreeing that this isn't like this is part 2 and this is all there's gonna be to it. That doesn't mean I want to like come back to this and like polish it a little bit. But this is the main functionality. All the stuff that might be educationally valuable is in part 1 and part 2. Okay, yep, so we got category input. What's the other things we can do? Difficulty. I can do difficulty. Here we go. Get some slimes on that. How we want to do difficulty? We'll do it with another select because I'm lazy. Okay, what difficulties we got? We got easy, medium, and hard, which are easy, medium, and hard. I had no idea it could be like that. Again, yoinking their HTML. It's very lovely. That is empty string. Yoink. Any type. Again, yoink. Love it. Loving it. Got me my difficulty. Now what do I have here? I have my type input. Type. Give this an ID of type input. Loving it. Not that many quotes. Any is the empty, otherwise there. And these are all my HTML for the form. Don't know what that is. Get rid of that. Let's look at the HTML, see how it looks. Lovely. We're gonna select some things by default because we are crazy. Selected is computers, difficulty. I actually don't know what's default and right now, but these are things to the JavaScript. To the TypeScript, but it's really JavaScript. Index.ts. That's a looky loo. And we're gonna go to settings equal. And yeah, we're gonna do one for each of them. So let's look at the HTML again, because goldfish memory here. The review timer was the last thing we did. Question count. Question count input. That's gonna just get all these in here. Category input. Difficulty input. And type input. These are all the ones I want. And HTML should handle itself. I just need to put get and set values. So it's gonna be a little bit like this though. So let's drop, 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 drop. Question count. Category input. This is not HTML input, it is a select element. So this one, this one, this one. Type input, and finally difficulty inputs. These are all our inputs. Get game data needs to update accordingly. Question category difficulty type. Now I gotta update the type definitions to add the rest. I'll just go copy them to be honest. Yoink. Yoink. Everything else after the colons. Set them to string. Not question timer. What the? Oh, these aren't timers. Count, category, difficulty, and type. Loving it. So all these need to be updated too. Question count input. Category input, difficulty input, and type input. What is question count angry about? I update the type definitions. Oh, they're all angry specifically. Here we go. Loving it. Not commas, but question count. We have number. We have string. string, and lastly, another string. Loving it. Might as well auto form out loud. No, we won't. Yep, you're not strings or you're not things, so enjoy being strings. Perfect. And this is gonna go into when we say fetch questions. Here we go. You know what? We can put all this logic in. You know what? Let's just go ahead and go for it. Yeah, we're baddies writing bad code. Okay, so let's rel equals new URL for this particular URL with the string parts. There we go. For const key value of settings dot data dot entry. So we're gonna do some. Actually, we just want all of, like, we just want this data pulled out. So const equal. Yeah, we'll do some destructuring. What do we want? We want category. We want difficulty. We want question count. We want type. There we go. URL dot set. Well, search that category kind of for each of these. And yeah, it's wet code, but it's only 4. Difficulty question count. It's gonna be amount. So I got that name wrong. Then type. Okay, how does that work? Type is multiple. Okay, so type is type. Let's flip amount around to the top. This is the weird one. Question amount. Bring it down. Great. Argument type numbers not assignable to string. Understandable. It is now a string. And we are fetching this URL. Dot to string apparently. Okay, this should be the logic for setting merging or setting sync all together. So if I say I want the easy, the true falses, and I just join up, and I want 5, I want 10 of them, I get 10 true falses. So bam, and I got me that big timer my way. Okay, so this is all great. Let's update the forms. I'm trying to figure out when we need to do this. We're doing this on submit, which is technically on change, which triggers on change, handle change. This is update settings. Yeah, so the update settings is when this is happening. Again, wet code, dry it out on dry out time. This ain't that. Which keys and values? Every game data key and value, basically. Yeah. Every question, every game data key and value goes into the URL. Yeah, we're not doing question amount anymore. We're calling that amount. Everyone get updated. Question count input is now amount input or amount value. Everyone update. Amount. Okay, everyone's getting it. Okay, great. Everyone updated. That wasn't too bad of a refactor. Let's see what we got next. So yeah, we have the getting and the using. Each I'll be saving. So for const key value, not value of object entries. This game data. Here we go. Param set key value. Perfect. Push to the thing. No reload this time. Yeah, I can just, one line that. No one cares. Perfect. Now when reading is when things go crazy. Ooh, let's pull these out. Yeah, we're making another bureau search param. I know. It's ugly, it's bad, it's working. Console log key. I don't even know this is iterable. Ooh, we have an iterator. Oh, maybe that's not. Yeah, so we have to do dot entries. Okay. So key value. So if it's in set game timer, basically. Okay, this is what I want. About time these things got used. For more, we have amount. Okay, let's get that one updated. Good, and last one to update. Looking good. Okay, so this is how we do the setting. If we convert this to an object, let's see how we do that. Somewhere down here. Okay, so we have entries. So if we turn that to object.from entry, where is it? Wait, we don't get object from entries in this version. All right. There's gotta be a way to do this. I don't have object and from entries, unfortunately. Bummer. Why don't I have object from entries? What version? Should libcompiler to ES 2019. Sure thing, TypeScript. I can do that. Lib. We cool, TypeScript? Give me my feature. Okay, argument not provided. I can deal with that. Yoink, yoink. We have new argument. And there we go. So yeah, we have that. And we're just going to say set it. Settings that game data. And I just think it might not exist. So this is where things get crazy. Oh, we need to sell it to ignore as game data. Yeah, this is where it's gotta be all flexible. So what is it called? Partial? Setter takes the partial, right? It's data, game data. Here it is. There we go. So all four of these. So basically like so. Oh, click there, multi-cursor magic. So it's going to be if not equal undefined. We do exactly that. I don't think a lot of these need to be too stringed. Oh, a number of them do. Not these three. Oh, lovely. And now that has that all set up. So now it should be synchronized to the URL. We're about to find out, aren't we? Okay, yeah, so if I up the question. So this stuff's happening, but this ain't what I wanted. What are we doing? So I'm getting ascending. Interesting. I'm not seeing why in particular. Handle change. Update my URL. I'm not getting my URL updated. Key value of object entries is that game data. Param set. Yeah, I'm not getting my params. I also need to preserve the logs. I can't see nothing. Preserve the log. What are you doing? Oh, So it's working. Okay, why ever it wasn't working? It's working now. Great, so let's close that thing. We can see in the URL things are being updated. Yep, perfectly. Oh yeah, count don't go down, all it goes up. Choose category. It changes as expected. So we go, let's say science computers, hard. Let's go down to 5. 2 seconds of review. Only true and false. Jump in here. Okay, that's not how you request the API apparently. Cannot be properly so defined. Okay, let's check that out. All my settings are restored. We hit ready. Set questions, empty array. Ooh, okay, so our fetching is not doing what we want it to do. So let's look at this URL, see what we're making a request to. That API don't look wrong. Ooh, response code 1 for 0 results, so it ain't right. Amount equals 5, category 18, difficulty hard, type boolean. That looks fine to me. Okay, let's go to the OpenTB API, see what is up. Come on, Open Trivia. Showed me these options. I figured they work. Amount equals 5, category 18. Do we not have any in that category of hard? If it literally doesn't have any hard questions that are booleans, you're not going to get any. Wait, what's it called? Question type? No type is there. Type equals multiple. Okay, that is a thing of the API. I did not expect to encounter that. But what we'll do is, so rendering should take us straight to the end. Yeah, when I get set questions, it sets them, then it renders. Okay, so I need a handle when I receive set questions, basically. Because yeah, it renders. Essentially, it renders the questions, but it needs to render the entire game. It's not just the questions, because questions don't always exist. So where else am I rendering question? So that is where I'm also doing this logic here. Render next. Render game. So not game over, just game. Well, that's not supposed to do that part. Yeah, this is the part that renders the game. Now I go right render. What do I have for these other renders? Here we go. This is a good place to do it. Render game. In the logic it goes. That figures it out from there. Perfect. Nope, not perfect. So we still went to 460 for some reason. Trying to render. Oh, so I'm still trying to render a question. Ah, we need to call render game. Yep, and now what render game should do render show gameplay. Yeah, on one of them. This one on the other. Lovely. You got 9% correct. So let's figure that math out. You got questions length to fixed. So basically, we need to handle if questions length exists. Where's that parenthesis? There it is. Questions length, if so. Otherwise, 0%. Avoid the nan. You got 0% correct. There we go. Now we drop this, and we get our answers and questions. Perfect. And these are, of course, all synced across. Here's the thing where username should not be in the URL. So who's putting username in there? Handle username change. Yeah, that don't go in there. It's a very personalized piece of data. We do need the reload though. Well, technically we also need it in the URL for persistence. We don't put it in the URL though. We put it in local storage. How about? Yeah. local storage dot set. What is this? What's my namespace? Plus username. Yeah, because we don't want that to go anywhere else. What are we setting it to? This dot beta dot username. Lovely. Instead of, you also want to do the reload because when we pull from it, say params dot username equals. So it's gonna be awkward. Yeah, it's not there anymore. Oh, so yeah, I mean, this is becoming quite an interesting method. Local storage dot get namespace plus hyphen username or nothing. Oh, I think I'm safe here because instantly invoked. Function expression. Local storage dot get item. Yeah. Not get item. Are we good? We appear to be good. I have to go to my local storage. Set item. Okay, that's good. So my username is Wascal2. It looks good. It's being persisted. I drop it out of the URL. Everyone is happy. Okay, this is good. And joining, we do want that to be going. Yeah, Max Kowalski. Well, this was supposed to start earlier, like at 2 instead of 6. I started at local time. And yeah, this is, like I said, there would only be 2 parts to this project, so I'm making sure there are only 2 parts to this project. But I am nearing the end here, because I mean, if we look at my to-do list, we just finished all of these things, and I'm not doing pure discovery. So technically, the list is done. How was your walk, Max Kowalski? All I've been getting in is a few stretches. Let's see what we did. We moved that logic around there. Got that up. All of our data being synced. Parameters are set when, what's that? Oh, that's all things change. Local storage is set there. That's from the URL. Rendering that properly. Yeah, helper function. Fixing the nan. And fetching the questions. Looks great. Hey, sunny day, nice, yeah. Yeah, it's been sunny-ish around here, over in U.S. Ohio, but it's still cold, sunny. Ah, Australia, yeah, or Austria. I assume it's Australia. Yeah, I hear you. Since January, wow, that's quite the time period there. Add settings synchronization. Let me figure out how to type synchronization. Of course, that wasn't the right spelling. Bluey. Lovely errors. Lovely errors. Get push. Australia. Yeah, I assumed. Glad I was right. So yeah, it's. And what time? Yeah, 3 p.m. That's definitely walking time. Yeah. Midday. Yeah. Imagine everyone's out there probably walking, especially if it's been going raining for that long. It's like finally, it's back to the world. I do want to add pure discovery. It's so easy. JSON 3 JSON API. It's such an easy feature. Just give me an API that I can just shove some data in. Oh, JSON DB API. Is that what I'm looking for? Yeah, Sunday afternoon. Nice. Not that one. One of these gotta have what I'm looking for. Yeah, of course, with the whole pandemic still technically existing, but yeah, I can imagine. Ooh, JSON API? Nope. I just want a free key value storage system. Maybe public API list has got it. Database. Is that what I want to call this? Let's see, dictionaries, data, currents. None of these categories are good. JSON. Pantry. Free JSON storage for small. I mean, that's. And all these are API keys, though. Ooh, no key. Oh, wait, that's not what I'm looking for. Data APIs. That looks like a good one. I just want to store a little bit of database, folks. Just a little data, not too much data. Kind of bit of data. File sharing. I mean, I can use that, technically. Building APIs in JSON. Not going for that. I don't want to create a server. I want an existing one. No. Into your email. Focus your efforts on building these projects. Quickly add pantry. Easy to one client. Okay, let's see how. Which library are they recommending? Team Pantry. Not Team Pantry. Okay, Team Pantry. Your unique pantry ID. I mean, I assume I don't. I mean, I'm just gonna YOLO it at this point. You know, pantry node. We're about to find out if that's browser compatible or not, because it don't look browser compatible to me. Okay, how have I been? I've been developing on this. Huh. Well, this is awkward. PS. Because of my crash, a bunch of things died, but apparently, and it's not what I want. Rep. Apparently, some things didn't. Hey, my terminals are still alive, which I need to kill those other processes. I139. There we go. PS ox. Find a process that is running peer. There we go. Kill peer.js. 1315904. Yeah, you lost connection. Sure you did. Now I can restart peer on my own thing and npm and npm I. So I'm gonna look at that library again. It says pantry node. I'm gonna try and install it. Just to see how it goes, and then I'll uninstall it when it fails. Import. Oh, I also have my unique settings. This is gonna be fun. Show me the code. This is gonna go great. Cannot find types. That's already a great sign. It's exactly what we want to see for new libraries. Okay, great. We have to ignore it and watch side fail to. So npm run build. Here we go. Okay, let's look at node modules. We have to bring this out at all. Pantry dist pantry.js. You might have to copy that out. npm run dev to the console. Yeah, this all looks good. Do we have pantry though? Let's console log it. We might actually have it. Script cannot be found. Understandable. So let's update my build script, which is in package.json, to add another copy. So, and we're gonna copy from pantry-node from the dist folder from pantry.js. And I believe I have to link to that from my HTML, not helpers, HTML. Do I link that? No, okay, it requires just cool about finding it. Not about finding that apparently, because reset is pointing. Ah, yes, I'm not getting any type definitions. That's for sure. As I rename it, I can rename the file as acceptable to me after I run the command, of course. Run build and then npm run dev. Reload. Okay, another reload. Pantry node needed by index. Okay, so we just, I mean, the types weren't working anyway, so yoink. Okay, module Bennett has not been loaded yet. Dependencies. Great. Okay, so yeah, that's the same, the approach. npm uninstall pantry node. Let's go for the other one. The non-official version. Yeah, get the pantry cloud. Loving it. Okay, let's paste the command, pantry cloud. Do the import. See if TypeScript can even exist this one. Ooh, it's got some logic in there. Loving it. npm run build, npm dev. Let's see if we can handle this. Okay, I'm running out of space. That's always what you want to hear. Pantry cloud. Let's see if I can pull this one out. Cloud dist. Ooh, that's a lot of files. Package JSON dependencies. Axios.env yards. It's not too bad. A lot of dev ones, but that's fine. Let's figure this out. So if I just bring index. Ah, I need the whole shebang, huh? It's okay, we can. Yeah, there's gotta be a CDN version, right? Nope, no CDN. Sorry for that sound. Let me turn it down. There's a REST API of this, right? It's gotta be a REST API. Yeah, API docs. I don't need no library. I do it myself. Yeah, okay, it's npm uninstall. npm install pantry cloud. npm run dev. Back to the goodness of not having any cool libraries. There it is. Okay, so this is it. We run this command. Go pantry ID. 1, 2, 3, ABC. Okay, how do I create one? Update my pantry ID. Okay, so I have to do that first, I guess. Pantry not. Wait, is this literally a sign up service? Huh. This is confusing. I literally have to. You know what? Yeah, I might just go for it. You know what? I'm gonna look one more time. Free JSON storage over HTTP API. See if I can find that. Yeah, another one where I need an account. There were like 5 or 10 of these like services a few years ago. Where did they all go? Hmm. Ah, yeah, I don't think it is an option. It's not in today's world. Back in my day. That's two. Yeah, I'll just name it that. Wait, maybe if I'll just name this, properly. Apparently, I have to give this pantry a name. Name my pantry. Here's your pantry ID. Keep it safe. We'll be sharing with you again. I guess I have to save it. It's gonna be awkward because I'm literally putting this in API. Okay, so I create my first basket. I have to run a command, so stealing more windows from your screen, folks. Sorry. Pantry was updated. Great. Loving it. Okay, so now I have that. Can I do something with it? I have it. Yeah, so it gave me a URL. It gave me an ID. And I can read it. Get descriptions, get errors, notifications, percent full, baskets. Ah, dang, this isn't really. Yeah, I just gave API access to a single basket, though. No, I can't. Huh. Yeah, okay, I don't think peer discovery is going to be doable without a back end. There were like 5 of these services available at one time. I remember them. Hmm. Well, yeah, that is. I mean, I've spent already spent quite a bit longer than I should have just staring, leaving you all there. Okay, so yeah, multiplayer trivia. This is it. We do not get any what do you call it? Where's my terminal? Where'd VS Code go? Come back, VS Code. Back over here. Yeah, we're not getting any peer discovery because that is apparently not a free service anymore. Let's see, how did we mess up our build script? Let's clean that back up. Clean her up. There we go. JS, lovely. So yeah, this is the completion of the project as a whole. Where's my public stuff? Public JS, pantry JS. That's it. Loving it. So yeah, project is done. Let me see. Anything I'd like to change? Pretty happy with it is. The user interface is good. The behaviors are logical. Multiplayer works well. Progress is good. I mean, I could update the end screen a little bit. When the game over screen shows up, I could do some showing around here. But this is honestly happy to me. What is this position doing here in the bottom right corner? Player list raptor. There's an absolute right bottom one rem that is of the body. Okay, that's just being weird. Not my problem. But yeah, full multiplayer, full working. I could update the README. Yeah, I can update the README. Trivia game. Multiplayer. And this will be the last of the stream, although I will end it with a Code Wars, of course. Get Pure.js docs up on here. Okay, let's go to the actual thing so I can, see what we have. Let's see, well, not that one. Question. Entering their username on the page can be joined by entering their username on the page into the form. I mean, that's about it. Logically speaking, maybe I'll polish this up when I have more brain energy, but I do not. Update README MD. And like I said, this is it for the main portion of it. If I ever work on this again, it'll be just because I have little ideas that I want to add, but nothing more educational or anything to follow along with. So let's exit that. Exit. Close that. Get status. Get push. We will grab here. Let me kill that Pure.js server. 1442677. Goodbye server. Exit this and going off to GitHub. We will wait for the build to happen and I'll spend a few minutes while I do some code wars. So I'll do a few code wars. Probably just one or two because it is late at my time. We'll do so while waiting for this to load. And yeah, we're not doing any more timer. We are through the timer. I'll go drag it off screen real quick. Goodbye. Okay, let's do most completed. How we doing, GitHub? Is trying. And stuff I have not trained on. Oh, because the get GH pages thing, right. Okay, I need to figure that out. Let's see it. So I've been pushing this entire time, not opening GH pages. GH pages, GH pages. Yeah, I don't remember all these commands. Yeah, let me look at this. Get check out main, get branch B, GH pages, get check out feed, recreate it, GH pages, get add, or npm run build, get add public. Stop doing that. Oh, you can close all the way. Public JS all force status get commit m deploy get push. I have to run the thing. Get origin pages get push with the force get check out main branch minus d gh pages. Once I switch to the branch, we should see it is building. It's good, Zwowski. I'm basically, as you can tell, I'm basically at the end anyway. So I'm basically using the default ones. We can see where is my oh my ZSH config. I think it's just ZSHRC. So I'm using oh my ZSH with mostly default settings. What have I customized here? So I'm using power level 10K as my theme. This is my plugin list, which I mean, yeah, it's a list of them. Most of them are for autocomplete, to be honest. I don't use like probably a tenth of these. Yeah, most of these are auto completions. Quoting style literal. Don't think that does anything. Got a few aliases I use around here. And yeah, so yeah, most of my ZSH configuration is oh my ZSH with just the power level 10K theme. What was it? Power level 10K? Yeah, power level 10K. So yeah, the only thing I customized was really the theme. And I think there are some customizations that come with the theme of like it asks you like how you want to style all these little things. I actually don't know where I would find those at though, but those are specific to the theme itself. Did you do it, GitHub? Yeah, GitHub did it. Yeah, but back in the day, like when I was getting into all this first, I was like, gotta customize it all. But after that point, it's like, it works. That kind of became my just get it to work and get it to run, and I'll be happy at this point. So yeah, this thing. Well, actually, let me make sure the server's connecting network wise. Yeah, the network is working. Let me open up another browser, specifically another on the internet browser. Got two browsers going through the internet, eventually ending up the same machine, but going through the internet nonetheless. Reaching each other. Yeah, yeah, it's the. Yeah, I was wondering which. I couldn't remember like which wizard there was, but yeah, it's probably the Power 10K when it asks like which symbols you want. Does this symbol work on your terminal? This one, that one, the whole guide. Yeah, yeah. I'm a other user, and I am joining Rascal 2 over the internet. Look at that. It's working on the network. Let's turn this review session down to 2 seconds. It will do any difficulty, any. Well, actually, I never tested any category, did I? And look at the settings, they're all synchronizing. Let's true false it back down to 5. You know what? I want to go back up. Yeah, bi-directional synchronization. I'm ready. They're ready. Python is based off of JavaScript. That ain't right. This person thinks it is, though. Injecting shark cartilage would prevent them from contracting cancer. And I believe they think that. An eggplant is a vegetable. Sure. I mean, not obviously. The xenomorph as acidic blood. That sounds right. Last question. League of Legends. Halloween's called Reckoning. I have no idea. Apparently it wasn't. And there we go. End of the game. It's working, and if we all want to play again, wow, I lucked out over here. 100% correcto. And there it is. The game is fully operational. So yeah, it was part 1 and a part 2, but if you want to see it from scratch, the VOD is in part 1. If you want to see all the polished settings and synchronization, that's what we got part 2 for. Again, let me drop all these links. Remote-v. If anyone wants to check it out, play it themselves, or just see how the code works, there it is. We will end it with a Code Wars. We'll end it with a number of Code Wars because I just found a real easy one. Is it a vowel? This is literally like real base regex experience. Enjoy that, Code Wars. While we knock this out real quick, return this dot match the regex group AEIOU. Ignore case. We want this to be Boolean, so double bang. Vector true to equal false. Okay, apparently I don't know how this works. AEIOU. Expected null to equal false. So this Boolean is correct, which maybe this is our last code was if I can't figure this out. It's not that simple, or it's not supposed to be that hard, you know? It should be easy, I say. OU, it's be a length of 1, huh? True to equal false. So what is my match? Oh, it needs to end, so start from the beginning to the end. It needs to be a single character, one of these single characters. Good. So, the regular expression says, at the beginning of the match, or at the beginning of the thing, return one of these characters, and it must be at the end. I for ignore case, and I want a Boolean. So a common trick to do that is to double exclamation point, because the first exclamation point gives us the not variant of it. So if it's truthy, it gives us false. Then we exclamation point that to give us the not of the not, so back to true. But if you want to be explicit, you can use the Boolean constructor instead. But double not is fancy and LeetCode. That was a good one there. Go to regular expression, brush up. There we go. Let's see what we can do next. Hard code calculation, sum of array singles. That one look. Ooh, sort the men from the boys. All these look good. Given an array in which two numbers occur once and the rest occur twice, return the sum of the numbers that occur only once. I can do that one. What's this other one? Men are even numbers, boys are odd. Given an array list, separate the even numbers from the odds. Okay, let's do this sum of array singles, turn each into its ASCII and join to create a number. Let's call it total, replace. Oh, that was kind of an interesting one. I already started on this one though, so sum of array singles. So we need to find all the ones that occur only once, and then sum them all. Const onces equals new set. I think, yeah, const twices equals new set. So for const num of array, if twices has num, continue, we don't care about it. If onces has num, then onces dot remove, or delete actually, that's the method name in sets, delete num, and then twices dot add num, else onces dot add num. Okay, I can just invert this if not once it's had num. Well, actually I still need to do the logic there, so that's fine. Return onces reduce, classic reduce, sum num, sum plus num. First try, let's clean this up a little bit. So if not onces has num, what do we want to do? We want to say onces add num, continue. And here we can do the deletion and the adding, basically the transfer to the other set. This is good. I mean, it's using two data structures, but I mean, I'm trying. There's no. I mean, as far as there's no better way to do this because you need to keep track of all the ones that you've had once and more than once. How do we want to do that? Could we remove the original array some way? Like mutate the original array? I don't know. Maybe too slow, too sleepy to think of it. So we will live with some of array singles. We will check out as the final one. We'll do car code calculation. I think it's a little bit of math, but I think I can handle it. Given a string, turn each and join it. Replace any in 7 with 1. Call it total 2. Total 1 equals x. So, well, x is a string, so we need an array. X.map car code at 0. Well, at 0. Actually, we can reduce this straight into a sum. Reduce this so we have a sum. We have a car. Sum plus the car code at 0. Initialize of 0. Place indices of the number 7 with 1, total 2. Return the difference between the sum of the digits in total 1 and total 2. Okay, let's see how I can do that. Okay, I just need to find total 2 equals 1 to string dot replace any old 7s globally with, what was it, 1s, and then join that back to string. So I take the 7s and subtract it from the 1s. Okay, so reduce sum all the digits. So I need to do this process to both of them. So what is it? Total 1. Then I put that in a spread. Then I use dot reduce to get these sum. We get digit, sum plus digit, because digit is still a string. So I use the unary plus operator to turn the string digit into a number digit. Then I add that to sum. So I take total 1, it's weird sum, subtract it from total 2's weird sum, which I copy this code for. And that's what it wants. First try? Not first try, that's okay. Can I access total 2 before initialization? Variables need to be called the right things. Place join is not a function. Well, I sure thought it was. Of course it isn't, because it's not an array. Expected 0 to equal 6. Okay, let's see why not. Let's see, console log x total 1 and total 2, so we can see what we got, what we were supposed to get. Total 1. That's oh wait, never mind. 597, 591. So 597 minus 591 is supposed to be 6. Wait a minute. Then return the difference from the sum of the digits in total 1 and total 2. I did that. Total 1, total 2. Huh. Okay, let's be real explicit. Figure out these numbers. DT1S, DT2S. Yeah, we're making it real long here, folks. Enjoy it. So total 1 strength 21 minus 15 expected 0 to equal 6. That's not math. Hold on. Hope I don't. No, I don't want to stop clicking things. 21 minus 15. That is correct. What are you angry about? What are you on about? I'm not returning 0. Okay, I have to show you this calculation. Well, I'm not returning 0. I mean, I have to return 0, I guess, but how am I returning 0? Oh, wait. Total 1s. Oh, wait a minute. This is another one. 1035, 1035. What were the instructions? Any occurrence of 1. 65 plus 66, 67. ASCII total. I'm doing that. I'm doing it. I feel like I'm doing it. Maybe I'm not doing it. Sum plus car code at 0. And join them together to create an. Oh, join them together. Map. Car. I'm not summing them. I'm joining them together. And dot join empty string, and that gets plus. So I knew I needed to do this. My brain was like, you need this. I'm like, I don't need this. Okay, so let's math this out. Total 1, total 2. Oof. It got big, huh? So I need some big int in here. Okay, so big int. I don't know if I can handle all these operations on a big int. Big int, total string to replace. Oh, here comes the fire. Oh, no, no, no. Okay. I know it's not first try, but it's the first try on the big int. I never knew. But yeah, I'm converting it to a string, so I'm not really doing anything special to the big int, am I? Let's go up here and write a cute little function. Digits equals num. And let's just yoink that in there. Num. Love it. So sum digits total 1. 1 minus sum digits total 2. Much cleaner code. Now we can start inlining some of this, right? Yeah, total 2 don't need its own variable. Total 1 does need its own variable. And yeah, I think this is a good code words to end off on. Had a little bit of struggle, a little bit of fight, a little bit of finesse, but we got her done. And we're about to see the let's take a moment to appreciate whatever this is. So replacing all the characters with X's and we're replacing it with their character code at. Yeah, so that's basically a map. Okay, it's a cheapy way to do that. And then we're saying all the 7s, getting the length of all the 7s, we're timesing it by 6. Okay, so that's a part of the mathematical solution. They figured out that if you get the length, how many 7s we have, and just times it by 6, you'll get the difference between the two numbers. I don't get that, but apparently that's how you do it. Okay, yeah, we're having fun with chaining here. Okay, someone else figured out the logic for any number that is 7. Again, the math nerds out here got it in the bag. Let's get a vote on this. And with that, I will say this has been a pretty good stream. It started later than I thought, so it's gone on later than I had hoped for, but we got multiplayer trivia fully working. Y'all can jump on it, play with others right now. Anyone, play for yourself, single player, fully operational, fully functional. Just missing the multiplayer like room in which you can like automatically find peers, but apparently those APIs don't exist anymore. But so we have to like implement our own on the back end. But maybe once we get to back end, I'll throw that on top of it. Did a few code wars, quite a few of them. Got some good ones down. Thanks to everyone that stopped by and everyone that's still hanging about. Kowalski, Ryan, Prankster, everyone that jumped back in. Dino, what was the name? Oregon, thanks for stopping by earlier. Dumpster Dev, yeah. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. And thanks for hanging by. I did notice there were a few internet blips a few hours ago. Thanks for hanging by during then. And yeah, next stream is guaranteed gonna be Saturday. Hey, yeah, I'm glad to have been some help at least, Kowalski. If you can't figure it out, you can at least see my process of figuring it out. Yeah, so yeah, next planned stream is Saturday, trying 2 p.m. Eastern though. Hopefully, I get lucky. Otherwise, feel free to follow and you'll catch my intermittent streams just when I have time during the week. all the code's on GitHub if you want to look at it yourself. And yeah, I'll see. Let me check one thing. I'll have to find which page it's on. There we go. Check that. Yep, and yeah, that's about it. I wish y'all good night, good evening, good morning. For you, it's it's probably like a few hours after lunch for you, Kowalski. Yeah, so have a good sunny day. First one in forever. For everyone else, catch you later. Bye. Hey, 812. That's pretty good, Kowalski. I mean, you probably 812. You're pretty high in the percentile, I think. I mean, 812 is not far away from the top here. 812. Hey, there you are, Kowalski, number 145. So now there are like 1,900 on here. So 145 times 1950. Yeah, you're in like the top 7% or top 10% is at least. So that's pretty good. 145. Congrats. And yeah, usually like I do like full Code Wars sessions, but I was just doing it intermittent to get that project done. But yeah, next stream if you catch it, I'll do more full like just full 20-minute Code Wars doing the toughies. But yeah, it's all about consistency. Because there are a lot of people who literally aren't doing it. So if you just keep consistent, you'll slowly start passing them up. Yeah, 89 to 145. I mean, we're gonna see if my um. So I have this leaderboard I'm working on. It's a little broken at the moment. We're gonna see if it actually works on your case. Nope, Code Wards. That would do. So Code Wars. Of course, that's broken too. The very broken leaderboard. Nope, that's not right. Should have ended stream early. Oh, look how broken it is. Oh no. It's so shambles. Yeah, so leaderboard ain't working, but we can at least so the data works, just the leaderboard is an absolute shambles. There we go, let's see. There we go. Yep, so we can see you gained 713 in the last month. It's pretty good. Let's try to click on the right things. Third to flippy. Be flippy. Yeah, 29, 105 that week, 340 that week. Yeah, we all. I've seen about like everyone's got their own leaderboard variations going on. Yeah, it looks like the last 2 weeks you really been putting in the effort. Got you at 400, then 97. You've seen us as the further we go on, the less ranks you join for all the honor. The next one's you have to put a lot of honor in for like a few positions. Yeah, the way I have mine working, at least the way it should be working when the calendar, I'm just gonna run this locally because this thing actually does work, just not on the deployed version. Because it was working and I'm just like, okay, great, I can look away. And then it's like, I'm gonna stop working now. um, which page is that? I got 15 terminals open. Code War scripts, CD clan. Well, I got rsync. Yeah, it's not working unfortunately right now, but the other page is working. But yeah, I'll probably have it working soonish. Let me see. Like it's literally supposed to be working now, but something went wrong with the deployment. So what's happening is like there are two dates that come into this calendar, a start date and an end date, and they're just like, I'm not gonna figure it out. So it's always deployment issues, but if I run it locally, then if I go to this URL here, click this URL here, There we go. So this is what the calendar actually looks like when it works. So it shows every day and every week, so you can see who's the best of the Sundays. I don't know what this is meaning. It's like this is the most productive person on Sunday apparently. Monday, Tuesday, all the other days. And then you can see every individual day who's gaining the most honor, and each week who's the most popular of the week, and eventually when the images load in you can see who gains it for that day, and then you can look up usernames, so we can see that you've been popular quite a few weeks. It looks like your most productive day of the week is a Saturday, as expected. And as far as most honor rising, ooh, on the 23rd, you were the fifth highest ranking honor person. And yeah, looks like that was your most popular. What was your most popular day? Oh, actually, yeah, it does look like your most popular day was the fifth. Yeah, very consistent. More consistent than me. I got much more blank days than you do here. But yeah, that's what this calendar looks like when it works. When it don't work, as you can tell, it's meh. But the leaderboard works, so if you want to check that part out at least. But yeah, what I've been doing is I've been scraping the allies list, so basically the same thing you're doing, just on a 3 hour cycle. And I have like an old server doing it. It's the server like this is supposed to be deployed on, but the scraping works fine. I've just finally gotten around to doing something with all the pretty data, which is this. I had charts, but those don't render well, so I have to figure out how to make the charts look good. Until then, though, this is, I think this is a lot. This is pretty nice. Because Leon mentioned in the 100 Devs program that he'd start offering incentives, for like who was, doing good in Code Wars or being the most consistent and stuff. So I'm like, oh, okay. I'm gonna start measuring this real quick. But yeah, this is my own little. I wouldn't say this is my 100 hours project. Maybe like a 30 or 50 hours one, because it's basically after I fix it. There's nothing more to do with it. But yeah, it works, and it will work by Monday for everyone else. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, and thanks for chatting and everyone, and especially Kowalski for hanging near the end here. And yeah, go remember, just keep consistent with Code Wars. You'll get there. It's all about consistency. I mean, you know that. You've been more consistent than I have. But yeah, I'll catch you later. And yeah, see you later. Bye.